and he covers another lane, then the Shy actually can play as though he is a jungler, because Rookie is also kind of that. I think it's really powerful. Anyway, I'm gonna go just clear some stuff off my desk, and I'll be ready to come back for the 1v1s. And we'll be ready for... Oh, and the 1v1? Right, I actually don't know who's doing the 1v1. We shall see. Good to see you, by the way. I hope you're doing well. Long time no see. Oh, this is like fantasy stuff that they're doing. IG 3-1. Huh, they think IG will lose a game. Interesting. I wasn't sure if that was going to be the case. Betting sites have the 1v1s up with who's playing the melee. Yeah, no, I know that they are a thing, and I have seen that Hoopu like announces them. So it is announced who does the 1v1s. But I just haven't checked it yet. Cause wait, and who is on the 1v1? Because I'm currently not got my phone open. I mean, who would I guess you'd pick Tanyuan from RNG. He's the guy who's been doing most of them. Is it the Shy versus Tanyuan? Oh, the Shy versus Xiaoxu? Oh, okay, cool. Top lane matchup. I often prefer having like a rookie player or like one of your less experienced players take the 1v1 just so it gets them more used to the stage environment. Tends to help like more rookie players or less confident players gain their confidence before the match, which really matters. I'll lose some of no hands player support play? Yeah. Even Faker was saying that. Oh, you know, supports have a certain reputation. Bel'Veth top carry? There was some Bel'Veth top play on release. She's just such a different champion to play. Hey, that's the New Dawn Ahri statue in the background. This here, I actually have this. I have this, but this is like, super rare. That was limited edition, I have it in the background. That's from the New Dawn cinematic from back in like 2014, 2015. There it goes, I can see.
就是打好我们训练赛的东西吧，然后多注意一下他们的冠军野辅吧。
好，那赛前有没有什么加油打气的话要跟队友们说的呢？
就兄弟们打出自己，加油！
好，也感谢乐乐。
Live translating for Nymaera. Honestly, I wish I could. If anyone does speak Mandarin, by the way, now's your time to chime in. I tend to shut up just in case there are people that understand in chat. Sure, Nick, sure.
上次输给 AIP 之后，就是我们大家包括自己也有点没想到嘛，因为我们当时的训练状态是蛮好的，然后其实蛮有信心的。 但是只是我们在比赛的发挥并不是我们想要的那种样子，然后同时 AIP 准备的特别充分，我们才输给 AIP， 所以我们也就说了一场嘛，感觉也没什么很大的，没什么特别的感觉嘛，就输一场很正常。但是如果我们通过这一把，就是我们学到东西的话，我觉得没什么问题，所以我们每个人现在做好自己，然后今天好好拿下。
也在慢慢的一个调整和适应赛场的过程当中，那今天是最后一场比赛嘛，年前，包括也是我们很经典的电竞春晚，所以有什么赛前的期待吗？
毕竟电竞春晚，我希望粉丝们跟我们一起今天好好拿下，好好过年，其他的没什么。
好的，也是感谢 Rookie 选手。
Okay, so I don't have my I sorry, I can't authenticate right now because I've got some weird stuff going on in the background. But hopefully one of the mods maybe when they're around can help. Slumback since the fall. Big Gunji still, not too bad. I'm not ill. Right, so anything else I need to do? That way. I need to post on my Discord that I'm live as well. That's a thing. Okay, is that going to make the screen go dark? No. Sometimes when I tab out to different things, my PC is getting a little bit ropey now. I built it back in well, I didn't build it. A friend built it in 2017. I really need to upgrade it. I upgraded the graphics card, but it needs a different CPU at this point too. Really, it's kind of on its last legs. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now we wait. What CPU is it? I can't remember. I think it's a 700K. I think it was. Milkman versus Washed. Yeah, it kind of sucks when like you like I remember playing Witcher 3 on really good graphics when it released. Not when it released, but like when I had my PC. I was thinking, hey, this is great. Awesome. And then nowadays I'm like, yeah, I don't know whether I can play like new games anymore. I played Space Marine 2 a little bit, and it was just not enjoying the experience. My PC, that is. Yeah, I am a Warhammer enjoyer. Now the thing is, I'm not a Space Marine faction enjoyer. I'm an Eldar player and a Tyranids player. I always enjoyed the non-humans. So I have a bit of a I used to collect Warhammer for a long time. Hey Angie. That's true, SK. God, I played Mech Warrior 4 or Mech Warrior Mercenaries, whatever it was, and the Total War games as well, like those Total War Warhammer 3, and both of them were just needlessly ridiculous on your PC. Who won Game 1? We have not played Game 1 yet. We've had a series, and BLG 3-0'd it, but that was expected because it was against LNG, who struggled, and BLG are probably still the best team in the league until otherwise proved. So Fast Size Blow is... Hey, still up, hope you can see. So Fast Size Blow is partly due to... Oh, Call of Duty was a leading criminal in this, because they used, like... Instead of reusing assets which draws from the same memory location, they just like render everything as a separate object, which means it's technically quicker to load, but the file size is absolutely huge. But it takes up so much disk space. No worries, Radar. Entirely uncompressed audio, what? How does that work? That's just not how you do audio. One foot Dr. Gordon. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. I see past broadcasts are turned on. I just want to make sure they'll be on. Yes, they are, and if they're not on here, they'll be on YouTube because they're recorded live. So you can go into my live tab on YouTube, or you can go to past broadcasts here, which I could put into a folder. I probably should put them into a folder. But you should be able to find everything on either Twitch or YouTube, whatever your preferred platform is. Typically, I prefer VODs on YouTube for the live experience on Twitch. And if you are someone that can't stream in 1080p because of internet reasons, 1440 rather, I know that of Twitch. So Twitch only gives you the option between 1440 and 1080. I choose 1440 just so I have the higher option available, and if that's too much, you can go to YouTube and stream in 1080 as well. No longer limited by disco. It was interesting seeing how devs would make cool gameplay changes to optimize what hardware was capable of in past generations. Yeah, I don't feel like there's been like any... The last real system I was really interested in was the Nemesis system from Shadow of Mordor. or Shadow of War, but they bloody copyrighted it, so no one can use that, or patented it, which sucks. I was really excited by that, but I haven't really been impressed by that many other systems otherwise. I mean, ray tracing and some of the other graphic systems are cool, but they have as many problems as they solve, really. Yeah, man. Good morning to you too. Copyright and game mechanics is cool. Sorry, I don't... Sorry, we only speak English in the channel because sadly I can't. I'm monolingual, basically. So if we could keep it to English only, that would be very convenient for us. But also welcome to the chat, and I hope you're doing well. Handing out the New Year's packages again, the red envelopes. Of course it is. Chinese New Year coming up tomorrow, I think, isn't it? Is it tomorrow? Do you think IG can win? IG was terrible last time. Should they be using... Oh, okay. Sorry, that. Yes. Okay. IG absolutely can win. RNG is one of our weaker teams. And Rookie's form on Azir... I'm not saying he's the best Azir player ever, but I don't expect him to play that badly on Azir again. Thanks, Esko. Appreciate it. I don't have... can't really go mess with my chat right now. Flings them out into the crowd. They're bringing so much. What? But yes, I expect IG to win. NIP are a very good team, I think, much better than I thought they would be, so I think that NIP winning was more of a statement on NIP being good than IG being bad. IG have so much more money to give away, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like. Yeah. Man, imagine how much posturing is in this, where, you know, you've got two big orgs, RNG versus IG. Hello, Amubu Dumpling. Hi, hello, it's you again. Yeah, it's money in the red packets. Hi, Amubu. Hi, Dumpling Amubu. I'll be your friend. 心头绕，选手送给大家的红包内有精心给大家准备的战队的剪纸 logo， 以及2025年剪纸仙灵与点心宝贝系列随机皮肤。我们还特地准备了蛇年限定点心宝贝阿木姆，一起来给大家派送福利了。稍后我们会有更多的福利派送给大家。领取到皮肤奖励的玩家，请稍后前往1楼召唤师服务台兑换奖励。接下来，让我们共同欣赏2025 LPL 第1赛段第3周第6日的第2场比赛 ，IG 对阵 RNG LPL 5位竞巅峰。Maybe you're right, you. Maybe you're right. Oh yeah, it's the mascot that told us Sam eats his friend's brains, but Nymaera doesn't. Yeah. Thank you, Kid and Pizza. Thank you. Welcome to the chat as well. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so we're gonna have the 1v1, and then we'll get into first game of the series as well. For those of you that missed it, because I wasn't live for it, yeah, BLG did just demolish LNG earlier today. I will go back and review that at some point, but probably not on this weekend. I don't really have time, because what's going to happen today is I'm going to stream. I'm going to quickly get ready for LEC, then head over there. Well, and if things overrun really long, then I'll... It's 10 o'clock now. So I need to be at LEC Studio for 3, I think it is, something like that. So, if it gets like a little close to that, I'll have Sam kind of take over and he can finish off the series here. What do you think about the 1v1s? I think they're fantastic for me. We get a lot of personality with it. They don't mean enough to be completely solved in terms of like tryharding and stuff. Let's be honest though. For as long as there's been a lane to 1v1 in, League players have 1v1'd. Whenever, in Season 1 or 2, people ran it down in solo queue or started flaming, the response was, 1v1 me, bro. For as long as League of Legends has existed and there has been a lane to 1v1 in, people have said 1v1 me, bro. The fact that we are finally legitimizing that game mode on a pro level to me took way too long. Way too long. I think this is fantastic. It's better entertainment. It gives an extra way to delve into strategy and individual techniques. I love it, personally. It legitimizes one of the most famous and long-lived game modes within League of Legends. So we do have Xiaoxu versus the Shy, so it is the top lane matchup. joke within the Chinese community is that this matchup, because it determines side choice for game 1, is the match which determines which team gets to first pick Cassante in game 1, because that champ is utterly broken. Corki's been really good in 1v1s. That's not banned so far. Callista Varus, yeah. Pretty easy ones to get rid of. The Warwick removed. I think Xiaoxu played... Was it Flandre that played that? I think Flandre played a game of Warwick. And the Corki was the easy one. We saw a lot of Corki picks in 1v1s earlier. Maybe I watched too many boring ones. Yeah, I can understand getting a little bit disenfranchised with them. I can understand that, but I've enjoyed them quite a lot because they're not too long as well. Because how long has Cassante been released for? Oh, we're getting the Udyr first pick. Not first pick, you know, 1v1. Udyr is the best level 1 tank in the game. You can run at squishier carries. But also Corki is disgustingly broken right now in 1v1s. A lot of the unexpected damage from him is from his Valkyrie nowadays because they increase the tick rate and the hitbox size. So it's much easier to get damage out of your Valkyrie instead of just using it for escape and gap close mobility. Alright, loading into the 1v1. Okay, so Barignite for the show, Barignite for Xiaoxu, so no flashes in this one or ghosts. Frostbomb level 1 miss. Show could have potentially used this cooldown moment to make a play. Because I think as soon as you see the Frostbomb miss from a Corki, you think you can all in him, because Frostbomb is so much base damage. Now, Xiaoxi's just going to get bush control. Does tank a little bit of minion aggro, but because he hits the skill, it's fine. That's the damage trade up. Udyr has Sustain in his kit, and wants to really be pushing the wave if he can. That Wingborn Storm level 1 is absolutely disgusting. In fact, it might even be a negative to Udyr that it starts at level 3 and not level 1. Because level 1, your Storm ult is so ridiculously good. You can see that the Shy does have double Doran's rings, and it was using the shieldy one to get some extra kind of regen through. I wish it was the Summoner's Rift 1v1. So they did do that. So as far as I'm aware, the ARAM buffs are not on this mode, because this is the Showdown mode, not ARAM. So the win conditions are first tower, 2 kills, or first kill when the Ring of Fire comes down. And the ring out of the Ring of Fire will, you know, make a difference. So, but this game mode was broken at the start of the split, so they did have to use just regular top lane 1v1, which players do a lot within LPL anyway. But yes, and if it was ARAM buffs, it would be a big difference. You can recall on this mode as well, by the way. Starting level 3, you can recall. I don't think you get Guardian items on Showdown mode. The Show not getting the most wave clear out of this. Losing a lot of minions, actually. Minions still dying to turret. Using the Wingborn Swan to get some trading back. Of course, the double Dorans with the AP scaling on all of Udy's stuff does good damage, but... Scrag is still the best champ if you play for the circle. Well, what we saw yesterday was Shanks versus Cream playing towards the Alistair Arena 2v2 ring out method, where you just kind of pop ult and you try and ult them out, but then the Renekton just all-ined him before the ring just before the ring came in, and he had 0 HP. He had to pop his ult early, so that couldn't happen. Poppy, really good for that too. If you're a Poppy player, you just use your ult on them like that. But if they save flash or something like that for the ult, then you're kind of screwed. I'm going to enjoy when Arena's back. Arena was one of my favorite game modes. I top 100 in every set, top 2 on Europe, US last time it came around as well. I might have even peaked as rank 1, but I didn't know. I didn't get the update in the right time. So I have a screenshot of me being rank 2, and that's my claim to fame. Never got high elo, got high rank in arena. I'll call it a day. Anyway, so Xiaoxi's just kind of continually pushing in. The Shy, I would have liked him to see him get a early 1v1, early all-in. He's losing a lot of farm, losing a lot of gold. Xiaoxi managed to get that heal off him too. Again, more CS missed. Big One stops the back, so that's going to be awkward wave timing for him as well. Of course, Udyr has a really good ability to run back to lane with his extra movement speed. But still, Xiaoxi, complete control. Xiaoxi can now get an extra turret play as well if he wants. He's got Demolish? Oh, that's nasty too. Xiaoxi going for the Demolish as secondary runes. Of course, like, it's more like the, for those of you that played the last version of Aero, if they introduced this then, where you have the kind of like the scaling plates rather than the even partitions of HP on the tower. Which means that the first couple of plates are very easy to get. He's just keep pushing in. He could use a Demolish thing here, but he can just go for a quick recall. Up a ton of gold. There's a Bramble Vest coming in for the Shy, sure, but that does magic damage when it reflects, and there's already some MR coming in from Xiaoxi who might even... I was wondering if he'd go for something like Merc Treads, actually. Going towards the workings of a Triforce. So, hey, he's got a Hexdrinker, fine, that's whatever. So he's going to have good resist even against the item damage of the Thornmail, which people sometimes overlook is magic damage, as the Reflect Thorns. So, the Shy has tier 2 boots, has the move speed advantage. Had the move speed advantage anyway. Good damage from Xiaoxi, just turns around, puts the Gatling gun on him. The Shy does have good damage using the Valkyrie for DPS this time. We did say that it's a big change to Corki, and yeah, look at the Thornmail. It's not actually doing that much. The Bramble Vest, rather. Barriers had to be used by the Shy. Xiaoxi has a big one loaded up, uses the Ignite in that trade, so it's the defensive for offensive trade on one side. Xiaoxi is going to go in and get the heal from that, uses the big one onto the Shy, and is just bluntly winning the trades. Conqueror, Gatling gun with the resist shred doing so much work. The Shy has an Ignite, but I don't think this gets much better for him, folks. Xiaoxi going to get wave control again. The Shy is very low HP. The Valkyrie's going to help clear out some of that wave. Gatling gun's on him again. Rockets just keep spamming through. The more you auto-attack champions, the more rocket cooldown you get, and Xiaoxi is very happy to just keep DPSing. Stacking up the Conqueror under tower again. Taking a bone plating on the Thorns damage to the Shy. On decent HP now, actually, compared to Xiaoxi, but might struggle to gap close a little bit. The shields are coming in very helpful. Is he maxing the shield, actually? That's a very large value. I didn't see on his hotbar. I'll need to check the other way around. But that shield was quite unexpectedly large. Well, I suppose the Shy might look for, you know, a ring out play now. Just try. Look at the regen he's got. Yeah, I think he's maxed his W, and I think he's looking for regen. Look at the healing he's got. Xiaoxi running the early trades. 1,000 gold up, but some really good regen coming through from the Shy. It's not the most aggressive pick. And yeah. Look, I enjoy this gameplay. I understand why other people might find this a bit dull. I find this interesting. Corki's in the back. Gets a full Triforce. Yeah, that's goodbye. Does he get boots as well? No, he had gold just for the boots. Valkyrie out of base. Lo-fi 1v1 beats to kill your enemies too. That's what I need from the Lo-fi girl next. So we get the ring out now. Full Triforce for Xiaoxi. Full Thornmail for the Shy. Xiaoxi's going to walk up, try and contest his first heal, maybe fall back to his own heal. You want to take a fight as close to the middle onto your enemy side as possible to force your enemy into poor positioning. Because if they have to be aware of the wall, whereas you can just back off into an extended fallback, that can help a lot. Xiaoxi. His Valkyrie's now going to be on cooldown for the ring out. He's just used that earlier. 16 seconds, obviously, or 20 seconds odd for the first rank. Max is Gatling going out, so he does have really good resist shred on that. The Shy might just win from ring out now because he has better regen. The Shy needs to be... I mean, the Xiaoxi needs to be really careful. Xiaoxi trying to take a fight closer to the center. Start stacking his Conqueror, but the Shy just has too much tank. With that, he's using the barrier now, using Ignite coming down. Yes, there's a barrier coming through from Xiaoxi, but I wonder whether the Shy is just too tanky. The next time he has a shield coming through, it's going to get close. The damage from Corki racking up further and further. He needs to wait for that next cooldown. He gets one. He's starting to regen, but I think the Corki just has enough damage, but I might be wrong. Hexdrinker coming through. The damage comes through from the Shy, who plays for the ring out. maxes his regen and survives the 1v1. Plays it slow, but the strategy is sound. Wins the 1v1 and earns his team side select for game 1. That was good. See, I like that kind of strategy. This is why I like Arena as well. I'm like, oh yeah, you kind of get bashed in the first few trades. Okay, folks, I'm gonna run some adverts now because it's gonna go into draft just after this, and I don't want adverts to hit in game. So stick around. If you don't want to have ads, then get a Twitch Prime or something, or watch on YouTube. Either one is fine. Fun stuff though. The Shy, good strategy. I like that a lot. What's the Twitch link? It is Nymaera _ Joseph. Nymaera _. Or you can just search Nymaera, same as the channel name here as well. That was the most dull 1v1 victories I've seen since Wicked lost to a Nunu. Do you remember the 100 CS win condition between, was it Aframu and Faker? Or was it Aframu and Froggen? I'm trying to remember. Jojo, thanks for the follow, and Logan. Izzer, I think I missed you as well. Thanks for the follows, folks. I hope IG wins because Rookie is my favorite player ever. I like Rookie a lot too. I like Rookie. He was one of my favorite mid laners last year, absolutely, for sure. That guy is such a talented player. And now we wait. And now we wait. I will get hydrated, Angie. In fact, I'll get myself a drink now. Just while we're waiting for things, so I'll be right back. Okay, folks, should be getting close towards draft for game numero 1. See, I used multiple languages there. I'm very intelligent because of this. You can tell that I'm very intelligent because I know so many languages. Aframu and Froggen did the one where they didn't level up Zillia and Mirror Tech. That's fantastic. Froggen and Faker did one on Nivea. Fantastic. I do remember that one now, actually. I do remember that one. So, a lot of questions about draft priorities, of course, in Fearless Draft. What do you use in Game 1? What do you use in later games of the series? There are a couple of picks which unlock a different champion pool, which can be very powerful in pinch hit situations in a draft. So, Kalista unlocks different supports, like Nico, which are not always apparent. Well, okay, you can play Nico without it, but can unlock some different supports because you have the extra safety of the Kalista. Vi unlocks different combos from mid lane because of her consistent and powerful lockdown in a point-and-click variety. I think Fearless has been, and Nocturne as well. Nocturne has different combos like that as well. Cool cosplays. I may have to acquire a Victor cosplay for things on LEC, by the way. Oh, the assassin only mode 5v5. That's fun. Yes, I remember that too now. That's a blast from the past. That's really cool. Okay, should be too long until we get into draft. Surprised it's taking this long, actually. Normally it happens almost straight after the 1v1. And there we go. Into the draft. Ooh, cool champ slide music. I like that. So, Cassante banned away by IG on blue side? Huh? We're not first picking the Cassante? Damn, that's a change. So, typically on red side, you see Skarner Kalista banned away, but this is the new patch worth noting, and we did see Kalista not picked or banned for multiple games in the series yesterday. Leona banned away, so really different priorities. Has suddenly Kalista fallen off in terms of priority? Why? Why is that the case? There were no changes to Kalista in the patch notes. Does the and Kalista now banned on blue side? Typically a red side ban. Now we have Vi, Nocturne. What else is powerful? Varus. Varus is very powerful. Corki, Victor. Rookie had an insane Victor game versus NIP. So what's your first pick? Do you go for something like the Vi, which can define an entire composition right from the off? Varus for Gala could be very, very powerful, and it doesn't determine your composition in the same way. It gives you a bit more flexibility. Jace picked it. Okay, so very strong solo lane pick allows you to play towards strong 1v1, which the Shy just won. Rumble, yeah, that's a really good shout out as well, Mecha. Rumble has been very, very strong. You could have even gone for Vi Rumble at that point. They go for the Ambessa. Very different priorities from what we've seen from a lot of the rest of LPL so far. The Ambessa strong 1v1 is the Jace, even though Jace, even with the tank build, is somewhat unkillable. Unending Despair, I think, is re-enabled today. I think that is the case. Because it was built yesterday on a couple of different champions within the LPL. Hey Mookie, good to see you. Zara now put in. So now you have a bit of range from the Jace, disengage against the double melee hard engage from RNG. Corki playing for long range backline as well. Karthus for Milky Way. Alright, okay, so trying to go towards the AP jungle versus AP jungle. Not choosing to pick up AP elsewhere, I suppose. The thing is, Zyra and Karthus are not that important in a fearless draft, in terms of like a standard drafting sense. If you're picking only S tier champions, Zyra and Karthus don't come up that often. But in a fearless draft, you want at least a game with AP junglers, I think. If it goes the distance, especially in a best of 5. I went to go check and it was enabled yesterday. Yes, it is enabled, yeah. Which means that tanks are going to be more powerful again. I actually can't remember the new 1v1. Support bans in the second round. Varus taken away. Did talk about how that's a big priority pick. Some very different priorities to what I would have considered. I mean, Corki Jace, yeah, S tier. Ambessa, kind of around the A tier. I wouldn't call her an S tier pick. Nautilus Karthus, though, very different. Completely passing up Rumble, which has been dominating LPL so far. Bans away from the bot lane, Jetchi and Lilla. Jetchi got the rookie of week 1 and 2 because it's combined stats week 1 and 2 because it's kind of start the season and the schedule gets a bit strange. But Jetchi, yeah, did okay. I think RNG did okay. I thought that, you know, the bottom tier teams in the LPL, I think grand majority of them have punched above where I thought they would do. The only real, I think RNG and LNG gave me some concerns, but I didn't necessarily think that RNG were going to be that powerful. Looked okay so far though. No utility. Well, okay, you could go towards Jhin if you want a utility AD carry to follow up with something like the Karthus. You don't have that much CC as a comp right now, which could be a bit of an issue. You could go towards Yone as your last pick, as you're locked in. I think right now you need one more engaged threat. Because you have Nautilus and a little bit of Ambessa. You need something else to close down the Corki, Zyra, and whatever else is locked in for presumably middle bot lane. Gala Kai'Sa? Yeah, that'd be a treat, wouldn't it? Considering it. Bot lane to be locked in potentially. You can't, I mean, Corki's fine as the Ezreal too, but they do go for Gala's Kai'Sa. Oh, what a treat. Always fun to see this one. The Pentakill Prince on IG. Of course, largely of RNG fame. What are you locking in with that? You need some engage now, really. You have good follow up with the guys coming through. You've gotten your chair
on your cable somehow, mate.
I
was
over
going
my
for a really
headphones.
dramatic entrance.
Yeah, that was great, Sam.
Yeah, because I was going to start talking about LDL supremacy.
Yeah.
Because you know who's here?
Yeah.
It's Milky Way. You know who else is here?
You've just hit my mic stand.
That's
again,
fine. Jachi.
Yeah, Jachi got the rookie of week 1 and 2. By the way, RNG have signed Niket, but Lola is in right now.
So worth noting as well, for those who don't know who Niket is, Niket was a support that Jachi spent a lot of time with down in the LDL.
Yes, TES challenges.
And they were a very, very aggressive duo and one of the better duos in LDL. I think Jachi's had an interesting time coming on up to the LPL, but I do actually think he's a lot better than his initial debut showed. Milky Way's back on a farming jungler in Carthus. I'm excited for this draft.
I am really surprised that this is game 1 of the best of 5, because I think that in Fearless Draft, especially in a best of 5, I think there should be at least there should be one game of AP junglers. Yeah, I think in a best of 5 Fearless, because I don't think they're S tier, but you can build a coherent composition around them, and it allows you to unlock some different champions elsewhere. I wouldn't pick a Karthus or a Zyra in a standard draft. I wouldn't do that mostly, unless there was some really strange stuff going on with it. I'm glad that the Yone was picked up as the last champion for Tanyuan, who I think has been looking pretty okay on RNG so far. They need an extra engage option. You need some way to reach the multiple backline threats on the other side, so that'll hopefully help the Karthus.
So what you're telling me is that Rookie and the Shy are washed, and it's time for the era of the LDL.
And that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you.
You can find me on my various socials and boost my social metrics by mentioning me, interacting with my various social media posts.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I thrive off hate.
This is the game of algorithm roulette, where you guess what is going to be the big topic of the week.
That's fine. I'm gonna get my coffee so I can drink it as we.
Yeah, you can do that as we get into
digital seppuku.
What? Good stuff, Sam. Yeah, only in Minecraft. Yes, Niket was an Ultra Prime last year. He has currently been signed for RNG, but of course not starting this series today. Lola had one fantastic Q flash predict on the Alistar, which made it onto lolesports kind of plays of the week, like flash of the year already, which is really cool. Anyway, IG coming in massive favorites. It is a classic matchup between RNG and IG. This was the 2018-2019 real crazy matchup of the LPL. It's been a while since RNG could call themselves top tier. IG too, actually. Neither of these teams has seen the limelight for a little while.
3-4 years, really.
It's been a little while, so it's kind of cool to see that potentially IG on a bit of a recovery arc. RNG, we'll see if they've got it in them to really contest today as we hear the gyros.
You guys couldn't see that, but there was Alex miming along to the gyros with like very Nymaera-esque facial expressions.
Well, it's because I need you to know when the gyros are done or not, because on the whole, I don't like speaking of the gyros because I like listening to the crowd, and I think it's a good experience for you as the audience to listen to the crowd.
That's
so
fair.
If there's only one set of headphones, I need to have some way.
It was actually very
you.
descriptive. Thank you for that.
Yeah, well, it was, because I was like, RNG.
You're thinking, you're doing the head moves again, but they can't see that, Alex.
No, they can't see that, and nor will you. Anyway, got ourselves level 1. Oh, yes. Hang on. In fact, I'm going to immediately draw on the map. So, see the really good wards. One ward to spot jungle, one ward to spot where lanes are going, another one to spot if there's any group up in river. These are really good anti-lane swap wards if you wanted standard lanes. IG, that really helps them potentially get what they want. Also spot where Milky Way is starting on the map.
Another one hook comes on down, not to too much avail, but the aftershock now down. Have to wait on the timing of that, and only really got an auto's worth of damage on Mako. Could be slightly problematic here if they do go for some more of those aggressive trades. Just not having those additional defenses can be rough in the early levels.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Maokai is the best laning support. It's one of my biggest criticisms of the champion, but I will say that Kai'Sa Maokai I don't think is the worst thing against Ezreal Nautilus. Nautilus has also had a couple of issues recently, and it was Leona Nautilus for a long time in 22-23, but then we kind of fell away from that. Or rather, maybe it's just before that, actually. But what have you got for me?
I've really, really clean Karthus kiting. He's doing the correct auto weaving, where sometimes you need to do 2 and sometimes you need to do 1, depending on what camp you're on, and flickering your E as well properly. It was very nice to see.
I'm happy for that.
So it was just very
and
clean
that is
fighting.
one of the ways that you have to keep up with someone like a Zyra. Zyra is still very, very fast at clearing. They tried to nerf it. Zyra is still
She's just very
Zyra.
good, yeah.
Hook from Lola got some damage down to Mako. Again, the Markeyes. I don't think this lane is going to be a problem for IG. Melee Grass Prop coming in, potentially. Oh, no, again, I thought he'd charged up his Melee Grass Prop. Just going for the skies instead. It is going to be tank-ish Jace. Now, the thing about this rune set, you don't have to build tank after you have these runes. These runes just make sure that you don't get the worst case scenario in a lane swap. Because if you have Aerie and you go for that, and you get Dove, you die. There's no way you outplay that. Whereas with the Grasp and stuff like that, you sometimes can. And then you can still go into a tank build.
Chunk onto JJ, throws down the Thorns, won't find that much as yet. We'll still have the root available. Flash on in the bot lane onto
Gala's not
Mako.
there.
Got a flash for a flash there. Potentially quite valuable because Mako's not got that Hex flash or any tangy one though. Eats a really nasty Frost Bomb. Just about okay.
Didn't go for the flash. His auto timing was a little low. Milky Way returns top lane to Shy. Well, we've seen him overextend before, haven't we?
I think it might be a known quantity for this man at this point. He might be on his iconic Jace, but he's going to get flashed on by the Karthus. The red buff slow and a final auto! Claims first blood. Of course it's against the Shy.
The Shy and dying to over pushes. A match made in heaven. We've seen it for a great many years now with the LPL. Our top lane goat here does definitely have some foibles too, as JJ is spotted out by Lola. There's no extra support coming for him, and it will be it's going to be a double scuttle. Now, this is the trade. It's a kill top lane for a double scuttle from JJ. Now, what that meant is that Milky Way kind of had to get that kill top. If he didn't, he would have been very far behind. This does help. He's gone back for that Fated Ashes as the first back, so at least he gets something for that, but JJ still not unhappy getting the double scuttle.
And you get double summoners off the Jace as well, where actually you saw both junglers very happy to path top. I think we saw them in the 1v1. We saw that that's kind of the matchup that people were excited to see a little bit of in some ways. Two top laners, particularly, of course, for Invictus Gaming here, back on the iconic squad for the Shy, who are known for being happy to take a 1v1 here and there. And it's Ambessa versus Jace. They know it's a volatile part of the map.
Yeah. I'm also kind of interested to see what build Gullid's going to go for in this game. Kai'Sa is the queen of garage sale items. Just somehow gets the way to a couple of upgrades at some point in the map.
Ironically took that crown from Ezreal, World Champions too.
yeah, for sure. Try not to give anyone else a lie. Kale could occasionally do some weird stuff. Because Kale had the flex between AD, AP, and Enchanter. Lulu we did see some Lulu.
Fiends and Holy Grail mid lane Lulu with the 90% Glitterlance slay.
I hate it. Oh, it was Lulu top lane. A lot of people forget that Lulu was one of the classic top laners of season 3, 4, 5. And then, of course, Faker started playing with Lich Bane in mid lane a lot more.
Assassin Lulu,
You could play Assassin Lulu. There's a really fun play from season 5 World Finals where Faker just one-shots his lane opponent in World Finals. Sorry, Kuro.
Yeah, Kuro was Kuros instead. See? Did you appreciate that?
That means death or kill in Japanese. Yeah, very good stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that was clever, Alex.
JJ that was clever.
Thank you.
You'd also clever turning up to an objective early to get the seed up time.
Brilliant.
Protecting the plants, and if you kill a plant as Zyra, you can get the extra W cooldown. Milky Way doesn't have flash, could get engaged onto you here. Needs to be a little careful. That's 4 people coming up from RNG.
Well, the hook is only onto a wall. That means you're not getting your passive till quite late. They still get the fate sealed, so it'll be a 1-for-1 right now. Grub's still very much in favor of IG as rookies come on forwards. Milky Way, remember, no flash, puts down the wall of pain. Tanguyen queued over the wall there, but couldn't find rookie. RNG go 1-for-1 with IG and still lose all 3 grubs.
That's why Nautilus isn't played as much now. If your hook is not perfect, you die horribly. Even if your hooks were good in the past, you'd sometimes die, but you get some value out of it. This time, doesn't really get what they want, goes straight into big disengage from IG, which is that's the hallmark of their composition. We've seen this so much in the meta. One team diving in, the other one playing for disengage. IG play the disengage, and we'll look back to this. So you're going into a point where the hook just hits the wall. That's maximum range into the enemy team. No CC put down to set up for the Yone to come through. You have to just kind of airball it. It's support for support at this point, but you don't get the play that you really wanted, and you still give up the grubs. You've given up grubs, that's a problem.
Yes, you do. And again, you're going with this Yone, this Ambessa. You've got the Karthus to support them as they go for those big side lane plays. You've got the Ezreal as well. So you've kind of got those global 0.5 of a champion updates into your 1v1s. It's never quite a solo matchup when you've got those additional champions helping you out. But part of what empowers that is grubs. So when you do hit towers, it is threatening. Then champions are kind of obligated to fight you to prevent easy access to turrets.
So, RNG, and of course remember it's the new patch, so first blood is not feat of strength, so it's just 1 over to IG, 2 over to RNG, so RNG get 1 more, they get that first feat of strength. Feats of strength, I don't think they're the game-ending thing, but it's still nice to mention them all the same. Anything else important to note? Junglers just hard clearing, pushing lanes in top and bottom, well, all lanes actually from IG. Want to see if JJ can leverage that for anything, but is happy to just get access to camps mainly.
Yeah, Milky Way at least picking up a couple kills is good for him on the Karthus. Will be threatening as this first ultimate now available. He's gone for the Dark Harvest on the champion as well. There is sometimes a little bit of discussion about what runes you should be going on Karthus and what keystones he has. Flexed around a little bit in terms of what the priority is and matching that with builds. The issue is going to be, though, it does feel like, as you said, IG with all those shoving lanes are still feeling pretty happy about this early game. Some decent CS numbers, particularly in their solo lanes right now.
The Shy has just been doom pushing the entire game. Did die for in the first play, but again, now looking back at it, I don't think he's unhappy with that, because JJ's still got the double scuttle. He still gets to return back to lane and get value from that. JJ's not going to go topside. Shashu has an ult, might be able to all in a little bit, but I thought this could be a dive angle. In fact, it still could be.
Milky Way's got ult as well if they really want to push it. The shock blast going wide might make this a bit tricky. Still look for the poke. Can't quite find it. There's Repudiate to give a bit of a shield. I'm sure they can clear out the wave. Xiaoshu gets away with it, holds their nerve.
No point over forcing. I mean, you could have, they were playing it slowly, but the longer it takes, the more chance there is for someone to come up and save them from that dive. Now it's Milky Way who gets a chance to go do an objective or get something in the jungle while the other jungler's doing something top lane. Turning that kind of favor for the double scuttle for kill trade earlier. Milky Way, of course, picking up this Karthus, which isn't an S tier pick by any means, but if you can get value out of it in game 1 of a Fearless draft, you're getting value out of a champ which you wouldn't necessarily, well, it wouldn't have been as valuable as the series goes on anyway with the nature of Fearless, so it would kind of be punching up a little bit in that way.
And when we saw Milky Way kind of really take the LDL by storm on RNG alongside
True, yeah, the LDL team.
XEZ in the mid lane, it was a Rumble Galio mid player. He was shoving support his jungler, and part of what you see is, yes, Milky Way could play your stand stuff. He's a good Lee Sin player, he's a good Xin Zhao player, but he just had these pocket picks and said, look, give me this carry, give me this warped game state, and I will make it work.
Yeah.
Karthus is one of those champions where it's like, look, let's make this one a bit different. I've got this pocket pick. Follow me. And it was really, really valuable. And when he made his splash in the LPL on his debut, things like the Kindred, things like the Karthus even, and the brand were really part and parcel of that. We'll see whether coming into this next year, he can reclaim some of that initial spark that he had in the LPL.
I missed the runes at the start of the game if we had them. I want to see if we have Axiom Arcanist on these junglers too, because I think that could be very powerful. Either way, Grub's spawning up. First one taken very quickly. Of course, Zyra, one of the fastest takes of this game. Tiny went over the wall looking for a combo.
Here we go. Watch Rookie and JJ could be in a very scary spot. They want to deny the objective feats of strength. Smite comes on down. Milky Way gets it. Fate Seal flashed out from Rookie. They will still go 1-for-1. Jungler down for the Yone. Teleported to the public execution though. Eviscerates Rookie. Was not expecting that from downtown. And Bessa brings down the pilot. Shy running away with the acceleration gate. And Lele will body block his own team. They don't lose the third. Wait, Milky Way with the ult! It's a requiem for the fight, and it is a requiem for a kill. They are dreaming their way to another kill. The Shy should maybe have lived up to his name and been a bit more leery about walking back in towards that river.
RNG are not favorites versus IG, but it is still RNG versus IG, one of the classic matchups in the LPL, and IG just got sucker punched by one of their most historic rivals around that Herald. JJ couldn't cast ult, Gala never found a way really into the fight, and IG didn't give themselves the best platform to fight off the start of this. Their vision control lacking a little bit. Tanyuan gets straight onto the backline. I think Rookie's very lucky to escape there. But even with Rookie escaping, they don't get the Zyra ultimate, and they disrespect the other bit of the vision control now, which means that they don't see Ambessa on the side. He just gets to point and click their way into the backline. IG, not the best vision setup for the play.
And the thing is, they think they're out, and the Milky Way ensures he's way away from interrupts and hits the R button. And at that point, the Shy is also a known quantity, and he gets picked up as an additional pick trying to get towards the top lane.
The thing is, if Van Bessa hadn't been there, I think Garlic can then fly in and they can clean up the fight. I think this is mainly a vision control problem for me. They couldn't spot the Yone over the wall. Rookie thinks maybe he can jump in, just doesn't expect Xiaoshu to come around, and then Garlic finds no way into the fight. I don't actually mind the thought process, but actually the vision doesn't give them the information they need for the play.
And in fairness, it was also just close enough to Lele for Lele to get the passive route, which means that Rookie couldn't then just dodge the public execution either.
Yep.
And at that point, Xiaoshu's into the back line, and you're looking at those items. Milky Way 402, Dark Seal is
so
stacked.
happy.
Nearly got his Scorch Core complete, Blackfire Torch
He is
in.
so happy,
He
man.
hurts.
He is so happy. And there's no hyper tank on the other side. The Shy's going towards Black Cleaver into Muramana from the looks
The
of it.
Bruiser build, yeah.
Well, no, into, not Muramana. It'll still be into Fimbulwinds because it's a much cheaper item and it's just really nice to have that kind of half tankiness. Scala, that's not a recall you wanted to take. And that's an Embessa.
Oh, public execution afterwards. There's nowhere to go. Wait, gets a decent ult off. How many more dashes does Xiaoshu have? Not enough to finish off the Kai'Sa. Burns Flash,
Milky
burns
Way,
Barrier.
ult and 2. Is the recall going to come through in time? It's coming up now.
Bang! He's gone. There's just nothing left to be done. The Requiem's there. No recall in. He dies horribly.
Shout out to Mookie the Wolf as well, who pointed out something important. Both junglers have Axiom Arcanist. I wonder would that be the case
Thank
on
you
our
kindly.
few junglers. Means you do get that extra 7% damage onto your abilities, but then also, or a little bit of extra damage, but then also 7% cooldown reduction for every takedown that you get while you have it. So that'll be on there too. 8 stacks on the Dark Seal for the Karthus. Very happy with that one. I think in this game, without massive backline access, I mean, you have none actually. You have a Markal to hit the front line. I think this could even be a Medjai's game for the Karthus, where you're not looking to die in the front line. There's not enough threat onto you. I think you can go Medjai's and just hyper snowball in this game.
because IG's comp is about blowing up whoever gets hit initially by the Maokai ultimate, but it's a frontline killing comp, and that means that Milky Way, who's theoretically sitting a little further away, should be that bit safer. I completely agree. Rookie has roam top, would like to claim this first turret for Invictus Gaming, has got the wave coming up, Maiko's there, and that will be secured. RNG just a little slow to the punch there, even if they have been playing out these objective fights pretty well so far.
So, IG got a little bit dumpstered by NIP. First game's not going great against RNG. I thought this team could be a top 2 team within the LPL because I looked at all these great duos, JJ and Mako, won Worlds in 2021, the Shine Rookie won Worlds in 2018, one of the greatest solo lane pairings of all time, maybe the greatest solo lane pairing of all time across history. And I thought if they could rekindle that kind of synergy, that chemistry, sure, this team will do great things. Not doing that right now. There are a lot of questions to be answered there. I will add in the caveat that I thought eventually they might get to that point. It's just a
Winter is
question
not
of,
eventually, yeah.
we will see what time span eventually means.
Indeed, and this should have been a matchup that IG were pretty heavily favoured in. RNG have gone for a lot of players I quite rate, but who are very new, very untested on the whole, who are rookies
sure
with a lot to prove.
There will be inevitable comments of, but it's only 15 minutes into a game. Look, we've seen the series versus
Yes.
IP, and we've seen this early game. The fact that they're making these mistakes and putting themselves into a position where they need to have comeback games, that's already a point where you're raising an eyebrow at. So I'm going to call our points valid for now. Anyway, we have Herald spawning in 20 seconds. Anything happening in the side lanes? Jace alone on top side. Milky Way... Well, again, you can't hard force into that. You don't have the Leona or something. If you had Leona, you could just kind of blast that out. But that was banned, I think, by RNG.
I cannot recall. Honest answer. See teleport now flying on through. 5 seconds to Herald. All of those ultimates up and available. Tangyuan finds the Shy with his Soul Unbound. This is on vision here too.
What is that
sapling? Is horrifying.
What is that? That was a...
And explodes into a pair of
That was
shades?
a toddler. That was a toddler. Wait, it's the alpaca. It's the DRX alpaca. Oh my god. I thought they'd just sent...
It's just cursed death.
I thought that they'd sent explosive toddlers after RNG. oh, that was horrifying. I thought we were witnessing something quite horrific.
Sorry, no. We are dwelling on that. Explosive. I know what you mean. There was something about the little toddly, my arms out, give me a hug vibe going on that was not okay.
Yeah, that's like the stuff that Chucky would
It is
do.
Chucky. Yeah, it is just. It
would
is
just be Chucky.
But Chucky with shades.
Yeah. So you get Chucky with drip.
Chucky with drip. Nah.
Right, Xiaoshu takes a bot lane.
Nothing cheesy about that, man.
Oh my god. Wait, Chucky and Chuck E. Cheese are a bit different. Isn't Chucky... So Chucky's the doll, the haunted evil doll. Then there's Chuck E. Cheese, which I believe their full name is Charles Cheeseworth Cheese or something like that.
I believe it's also the kind of like the inspiration for Five Nights at Freddy's.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
oh my god, Freddy Five Bears?
Yeah, that's the one. I was going to go to Chuck E. Cheese an executive producer's birthday one time.
I feel what?
We were going to try because he's a very serious man,
Right.
and we were just going to like wind him up by taking him to Chuck E. Cheese for his birthday. Alas, it didn't quite pan out. But we were going to go for pizza.
What's the most horrific birthday experience you could think of off the top of your head? I think the funniest one is where you take someone for a birthday party when it's not their birthday. That would they'd just be so confused, like, oh my god, I'm so happy you invited me to your party. Here's a present for you, and you're just like, what?
I think a lot of the ones come around like surprise parties where the people doesn't expect the surprise and then turns up and starts bitching in the hallway about how much his friends hate him and then does something really stupid in the hall and they're all there like waiting like, bro, we're here.
Watching Rogue for someone's birthday, oof.
Watching Rogue.
Hey, I will say, the 60-minute game was actually very entertaining.
I mean, look, it was...
So, by raw game time, even if they had 2 other boring games, the 60-minute game counts as 2 of them. So they're actually doing okay at that point.
Alex, all I'm saying is we already knew that Rogue were going to be criminal. It's in the mid lane. It's in the name. It's Grand Larceny.
Yeah.
See?
Larson commits larceny.
Yeah.
I gave you that line, Sam.
Did you?
You stole my line, Sam.
I don't remember you telling me that one. I think it's relatively obvious.
That's okay. I'll just say it in front of a bigger audience, and I will get.
Well, therefore, you get that's.
Quick housekeeping on what's actually happening in the game, as I'm sure people are interested in that. RNG doing a really good job of just getting side lane out of turret gold into Xiaoshu and Titanium. Of course, when you're playing around the Karthus is a large amount of your damage.
Yeah.
If you still have a Yone, which is still pretty powerful, getting up to 2 items, and you have the Ambessa, who's getting up towards 2 items, they were losing early lanes just because IG had very good pushing lanes. 2 items on Ambessa with a 2-item Karthus over the top of it. IG doesn't survive that. Literally, the only thing which survives that is a good Maokai W timing or a Zhonya's built up by JJ, who is going to get it next. He is going to get that Zhonya's, but I wonder whether the next fight of the game, whether the seekers won't be in there in time, and RNG can still kind of just play around massive AD assassin dive with the instant one-shot afterwards.
And I think for IG as well, people like the Shy and Rookie who will likely be asked to side lane are going to have to be much more aware about their trading patterns, because if you're ever taken down by a decent chunk and your cooldowns are not in a great position, and Ezreal, a Karthus ult coming flying on top of Ambessa and Yone's very heavy dive combination, you don't survive suddenly. Your threat level is just a lot higher, and you have to manage that very, very carefully.
Counter Dragon coming up. Bad terrain for IG, and I mention this a lot, folks, and I'm sure I'll talk about it again at some point, but if you just look at the terrain on the Dragon Pit, you have to get stuck against this wall. That sucks if you're trying to avoid an Ambessa and a Yone. It just sucks. You don't want to be stuck against there.
It's a shooting gallery, yeah.
Rookie can go over the wall with something like a Valkyrie. The Zyra can't. Most of this team can't, actually. So you don't want to be sat there. They're trying to fight their way in through the wider opening from River. This is why mid lane push is so important for Dragons. Push in that, and you don't have to worry about the terrain nearly as much. Herald uses a counterweight to push in mid lane to stop RNG taking a position in River. That'll help them a little bit and help them the objective setup.
Yeah, RNG forced back. Interesting pull back. He's got the explosive blast cone. Shouldn't be too much under threat. And we'll get out, but the
Trees on tour. Trees on tour. Going all over the place.
Getting replanted.
Good poke coming there from IG. This is important. So,
wow, yes.
Because now they've made it into River, they can play a poke comp. That's good. They just needed to force their way in there, and RNG needed to find a fight beforehand. I wonder if they've given up too much damage for this. They should have been able to force a fight. They've now been unable to do so. The poke from IG works out well because they forced their way into River in a safe and responsible way.
Atakan is up though, and the vision control for the side of IG was all really bot side. There's a lot of pings flying on the minimap now, knowing that is up, and Rookie with teleport probably going to reset and try and buy another item.
Yeah. I'm really surprised that RNG couldn't find a flash engage on someone. You have such a powerful Ambessa, Yone, and Karthus. I thought this was the time to do it, especially when IG were going to be on the worst side of the map for fighting objectives. Again, geography is really important in League of Legends. I will do a segment about this one day. It's something I'm very passionate about. Anyway, Xiaoshu pushing out that side lanes, RNG returning to 3 lanes of play, but haven't made a play in a while, and that's actually quite concerning given how powerful they are.
Yeah, and I think as well then you're also looking at the fact that despite Corki being changed to be less about the poke, his rockets are still annoying. You've still got a Kai'Sa who's still got some range. You've got the Jace who's gone great, but you've got a lot of people doing it. Atakan started. JJ's around, but Gala is not there.
And also, much harder to fight on blue side because you don't have a tri-brush to walk into the Atakan. They can't get the quick entry. They're just going to see it go down.
It's gone. They're going to lose that. And now how hard can RNG shove with the Voracious buff.
Dude, if this was a bot side Atakan, IG would not have lost that. Because it's a top side one, the Tri-Brush not leading directly into River means that there's no easy way to contest the objective. And RNG, they just walk away with a very easy objective take. Now they have hugely powerful top side. By the way, if you die with Atakan, you don't lose Dark Steel stacks, so watch out for that with Milky Way.
Yeah.
RNG should absolutely just be full sending it, looking to see if they can use this explosive top side damage combo.
We've seen a few people fail to use Atakan very well. Judgy spots Gala on a reset. Is that what does it? They know he's not there.
So they know he's in mid lane, but they don't necessarily understand that he's gone back to base after that point. But he does give them some idea of where Gala is. Know that he's not within immediate response range to the Atakan. But now the question is, RNG, you couldn't force the fight even with your power spike beforehand. Will Atakan change that?
That will be it. We've still got 3 minutes until Chem Dragon, and you know, we're in this position now for RNG, who have got all of the tools here to win this one out, but the goal lead isn't that significant right now. It's a couple thousand gold, but it's still within playable range for IG. It's just going to be a very challenging few minutes if they can weather the storm and the Atakan leads to nothing. And we've seen that once or twice now. Teams have just said, we're just not going to engage with you. It can get problematic.
I mean, IG, hang on, there's your...
That's a problem. Goodbye. They've lost the Zyra, and a bit further forward from Tangyun, who can still, of course, withdraw. Get rid of one of the members. Problem is, of course, you've still got a hell of a lot of wave clear on IG, and there's no Baron as yet for RNG, so these tier 2s might be hard to siege unless they full die, but also, you can do it.
Also, you can see in the top left as well, we do actually have ourselves an Atakan timer now as well, 50 seconds. Are we going to get ourselves a big tower dive? No, we are not.
Don't have a wave, because again, you've still got a lot of wave clear.
Yeah, I know, but I think you can just start going for kills at this point. I mean, you've got 40 seconds left on it. You probably do want to be making the use at the end of this. They might have left it a little bit too late.
Now, the waves weren't in fantastic positions. They get a pick in the jungle, but between Rookie and Gala, the waves are still disappearing in pretty short order. They're just not doing it. It's a very low value Atakan in the end.
So, so that's a bit of a shame. RNG wanted to get that dive and couldn't really find that much. Milky Way gets to steal some stuff, so he gets to be the thief this time. They take both buffs. That's what they get, Sam. They get a red buff and a blue buff. Yeah, sure, they get a Zyra as well. But this is not really the... mega advantage, it's not the mega advantage you sort of expect. You
get about 1,000 gold's worth of camps, I think, is where they roughly ended up, because I think they cleared both sides of the jungle.
Wow, game-winning advantage there.
In the sense that it is also a takeaway from the Zyra, which is...
Well, there's a big old lead for Milky Way, so yeah. You know what? Somewhat relevant.
That, okay. That was a 1,500 gold. It's now more like...
Random, why do IG have a little icon over their level when IG don't, even with the same level they know? That symbolizes that you have a Guardian Angel. So you can see that when you build up the GA item and when you have Atakan as a buff as well. The little wings means that you have a Guardian Angel which will revive you. Now in the case of Atakan, it's technically a withdrawal, so it's a different thing. You go back to base, GA just respawns you on the spot. But
it also you don't die when you're killed.
Also happens when you have Zillionol. What are other things which affect your HP bar? You have...
damage.
You have bailout has a different effect on the HP bar. That looks a little different. And then you have stuff like Kale ult, which turns you completely golden on the HP bar too, which also happens with stasis.
There you go. But you're welcome.
Zac and Nivea have it from passive too.
That's true. Good call, chat.
Yeah. Any kind of revival will have that.
Baron's up. RNG going to fight for some vision here, but I feel like IG have done a very good job of stalling here.
You know, I think League of Legends, there's an interesting conversation about the afterlife of League of Legends, because obviously we have Guardian Angel and Revival.
Yeah.
There's something weird going on there. We have literal half gods and demons walking across the place. But also everyone on Summoner's Rift is caught in a sudden case of reincarnation anyway.
The reincarnation.
Are we actually just going through...
Is this the Blessed Isles? Is this just like Viego's fever dream?
Big damage onto Mako.
Going for a bit more damage. There's the Locket. Gala in danger, but it doesn't get that much further down. No, Lele's in danger. Will Locket himself, and Shai just blows him up. They can't find the angle. Xiaoshu now on a flanking position, but no real way over. They went looking for that, and IG just disengage it.
I mean, RNG have had the upper hand for a long time in terms of combat stats. They might still go forwards, but Tanyuan is just getting stepped on by Rookie. Gets a load of damage back, and RNG, they're not confident enough to find the engage. And IG, they have a disengaged long-range composition. They're not forcing RNG into big fights. They're just taking chunks of HP bars where they can and get a dragon afterwards. RNG, if you were going to win a game,
it would have been with an early objective like that, with the ability to hard force the play, and they've just not been able to.
No, and RNG say, okay, well, let's dance, and IG have their dancing shoes on. They don't hit enough, they get disengaged from, they lose the Nautilus, and in fairness to them, Xiaoshu was on the flank, but it wasn't quite coordinated properly. This might be the moment, though. JJ's just gone golden. How much damage after do we get from an ultimate from a Karthus? Decide against it. Now they'll pull the Requiem, but JJ's already healed back up to 2/3, and it doesn't really get anywhere near the kill threat anymore.
Yeah,
but actually,
poor
JJ's
timing.
low. They can look at Baron.
Yeah, but he's just going to heal off of the Gromp. He doesn't tank it because he's got plants. He will still be here. He'll have Flash, he'll have Smite, and he's going to be over half HP. Is that enough?
Gonna try and get it down to
Oh,
third
dear.
HP. I don't think he's there in time.
Nah, this is a shooting gallery.
They get the Baron. Damage onto Mako, who goes down. Rookie gonna get as many shots as he can. Perfect execution though. Corky's down. Lele buys time onto Gala. Shy is finally there, and they'll get a couple back. They're trying to get everyone out. Milky Way with no mana is in a problematic position. Xiaoshu gets killed for a triple to JJ, who plants his way to a significant amount of damage. Milky Way trying to clear off the Grugs at the end of it. Will get some mana back off it, actually. They get away with a 3-for-2 and Baron. RNG largely okay with that.
Gala gets one in the back end, but I think with his ultimate and barrier, he should have been able to clean up Milky Way as well, especially with Milky Way not having ult. Trading 1-for-1 even with the Karthus, I think, would have been more valuable at that, to remove a Baron buff and take some Dark Steel stacks away. The flash in, not the best from Mako. JJ also a little bit late to the play. I thought this would be an absolute shooting gallery. It becomes a little bit more difficult with that, with Corky not flashing out of the Ambassador ult. That's just a mistake, sadly, from Rookie. Shy cleans up some good stuff here, and JJ ends up getting somehow triple kill out of this with the extra damage coming through. But the big missing factor from this is, where was the Kaiser ult? I think you can absolutely get another kill out of that.
And this is Gala as well, who is probably the most famous Kaiser player in the world, really.
Of all time, I think so.
Him and Jackie Love, who have the skin, of course, are right up there as some of the very, very best at this champion, and hasn't really been a factor in this game as yet. He's got 3 items, could certainly become it at this point, but you've got a lot more value out of Zyra now. The Jace has been really frustrating. Dragon's not spawning anytime soon, but RNG in the jungle looking for potential angles, and now with the Baron buff, should theoretically be harder for IG to clear out the waves. They're going to go for the engage on the Maokai. Fate Sealed is wide, and Tanyuan has to go back. They lose the Nautilus, and once again, the engage is fumbled from RNG.
Yeah, RNG, they just can't play this aggressive composition. It's hard to play, sure, but if you're picking it, you got to be confident in it. For game 1 of a Fearless, I understand something doing a little bit different, so you can hold some powder for later on. It's just not worked out in IG. They've just very comfortably, despite getting slapped early game, slotted into it. Hey, we're really long range. If you can't find the engage, we'll try and chunk your HP bars down and eventually win through the war of attrition.
And you've only got a couple Barons left. Xiaoshu isn't one of the holders of it. I think he's just about to get jumped on by 3 odd people. We'll get a Repudiate off, flashes away. Still Drakehound steps available, courtesy of that passive. So with a Lacerate and a dash, gets out to safety. Did have to burn the flash, though.
Oh, RNG, it's not looking fantastic when you're not winning in the side lanes either. Tanyuan, the only remaining... Oh, no, Milky has it. You can tell with the purple owl.
Yeah.
I can show you with my drawing tool. Drawing friend. You can see the purple outline around the... If you see that, drawing friends, that means you got the Baron buff.
Do
That's
you have a
helpful.
briefcase, Alex?
Are
you a banker?
No.
Are you a briefcase banker?
No. So, for those of you who are missing the context here, that was a reference to hit show The In-Betweeners, which actually was a really quite accurate representation of
Like, it was
very
British
parodied.
secondary schools. It was like the worst elements all in one school.
No. You say it's very parodied. No,
I knew people who were like that. It's
no,
true.
that's not that far off.
I know it really was. It was like the thing is, all of the crazy events that happened across, say, like a year and a half of school, instead happened in the space of a day and a half.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's one of the reasons that has been so beloved within the UK is that it's actually quite relatable, very sadly. Anyway, we got Dragon up in 40 seconds. JJ doing a lot of damage on the Zyra. That poke, especially against a Nautilus who doesn't get to put on an Eclipse like a Leona, just really gets hit by that.
I mean, you're basically penta poke. I know obviously Maokai saplings aren't that great, but it's an additional little bit of something.
Teleport in from Yone. They will see this coming through though, I think.
It's on a control ward, so it should be. Shy is going to see him there. As the empowered vision plant. Scryer's blue.
Yeah.
Took me a second.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. This rift has not been watered normally. There's some GMO stuff going on here.
Yeah, someone's added MSG to the plants.
I was saying they were like watered
Madison
with Monster
Square
Energy
Garden,
drink, but given that Red Bull sponsors so much in League, it's probably not what they want.
Gives
that.
you plants with wings. The blast codes certainly have him.
Well, no, I was saying it's Monster Energy drink.
A monster.
Which is, yeah, no, it's the Monster Energy. No, it looks way more like Monster. Anyway, America's going to pull the ult. We'll see how Monster team fight they can find.
Now IG on the forced to be the ones engaging. It's a lot harder from that perspective. Fate Seal comes on down. They lose the Yone, but it's immediately traded back. Public execution is just that. Kaiser to the backline, though, cannot secure the kill onto the Ambessa when looking in with the killer instinct.
But like, Rookie doesn't flash the Ambessa, and Gala misses the WR. If he lands that W after the R reposition on it, Xiaoxu would die. Big mistakes by the carries of IG in that fight, and finally RNG find themselves an answer to the problem of the poke. They get to the objective first this time, much like they did the Atakan, and they stop IG from just playing through range.
It's a lot easier when IG have to go forwards and don't get to sort of disengage and buffer their way through a lot of those initial engages from RNG.
Okay, but look at this, right? So use the Maokai ult here. I'm quite surprised that no one tried to dive onto the Karth at the same time. They do get the Yone down, but watch this, right? Rookie has flash again, thinks he's out safe, misjudges the hitbox, dies immediately, and then look at this from Gala. You use the W to cancel with the R to try and get it instant out in melee range, but he just misses it. Xiaoxu walks away. IG kind of surviving due to 2 mistakes from IG's carries.
Really, really frustrating. Beginning to get towards poke builds on the Kaiser.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. It just went past them.
It's beginning to look a lot
I
like
can't believe
Christmas
that you
over.
would say a Christmas-related themed
It was a
sentence.
Christmas joke, Alex.
That wasn't very Christmassy, and it's not very Christmassy now because it's over.
Yeah, it's over. It's January. It's probably the least Christmassy month.
Yeah, it's over. That was a Kingdom Hearts line.
It is.
Was that a Roxas thing? I think that was in the tutorial level when you faced against the Twilight Thing.
That seems familiar. It's also been 6 years since Kingdom Hearts 3 was released today.
Well, and so that means it was like 20 years since it started development.
Yeah, basically. Correct.
Dude, I love you, Kingdom Hearts franchise. Please release games in a slightly better time frame than that. Well, I suppose I'd rather it be good. So, what is it? A delayed game? A delayed game may sometimes be good, but like one which is released early will never be good. What's up, Sam?
I was just going to say the book is bought.
I did see that, and I was going to criticize Milkway for not doing that early. I might going to criticize him a little bit more for leaving this alone.
Oh,
now they have to engage
Flash.
into the pit.
Got Flash, can definitely get a number. It's a card. Milky! No way! You can't get away with that! Gala's over the wall, he's burning out! Chachi gets him! Does get shot down before the Requiem comes on through as the Shy flashes on in. Tangyuan trading up with Mako will not win that. And the Shy in a 1v3 gets one, but the damage is done! RNG! Milky Way with magic! It is stellar stuff from the jungler of RNG.
Stars in his names and stars in his plays. Milky Way dies and loses some stacks, but he gets the steal, and the Shy dies to cancel his ult at the end, which means that he's not available for the rest of the fight. IG, they try and rush an objective, but they weren't prepared. RNG recall their jungler on loan to FPX, and it is working out well for them here in game 1.
Now with Baron number 2, Electric Boogaloo, Jachi finally breaks down that tier 3 in mid lane. It has been hard work for IG to break through that additional layer of defense as the tier 2 stood for a very long time, but this should surely be what breaks the camel's back.
Oh, so much damage taken from the Baron. I think that IG clump up into one of the Baron stacks. The Baron gets stolen, and then they don't have the HP to fight back in the way that they like to. Nautilus ult goes on to Rookie, whose positioning has been very suspect this game. I think Rookie's had a poor game, sadly, for himself. The Shy has to die for that. If he doesn't cancel that ultimate, I think it potentially goes even worse. The idea, I don't think, is wrong. He gets the 1,000 gold shutdown. He stops the ultimate coming through, but I don't think the Shy is the prime criminal in this game.
Well, he got 2 there. That's better than nothing, right? You take 2 of those Barons. He's got himself a Serpent's Fang now as well, alongside the Spirit Visage. He is trying his damnedest to be a problem in this game. He's the only member of IG with a gold lead this game after picking up what amounted to about 2,000 gold's worth of shutdowns. He'll be trying to go on from there. The problem is you've still got this Karthus at 4 items. You've still got this Yone who hasn't gone for a Stride Breaker build. That's in Fedge third. And it's scary out there.
Yeah, Milky Way has sold his book.
Oh, he just has, yeah.
And he's gone towards the death cap, which is better at that. If you're on 8 stacks, sure, yeah, go for it. If you're going to be dying more for the aggressive plays, I don't care at this point. Death cap does a lot.
TP.
But this was a replay. This was a replay, because you see that down there. So that was a replay from Rookie coming into Jachi. Nothing really else happened there, though. So IG now a little bit on panic stations. They have the feats of strength, which help them a little bit going into the late game, so it gives you some extra stats to you. GA picked up from Tanyuan. Yeah, that's nice. It's going to help you dive in a little bit more. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds would be Soul for RNG, Soul Point for IG.
It would. Dragon up, Soul indeed valuable. Tangyuan spotted out by the saplings. Hooklands onto Gala! It's onto Gala! He's going down. The Zhonya's is there. It does not matter a damn bit. Jachi continue to throw out mystic shots. The Requiem not interrupted. And that keeps the burn flying on forwards. JJ goes gone, but there's no plants in his downtime. The solo laners, the Invictus Gaming, iconic solo laners are the two left standing, and it means nothing at all. There is Soul. They're not even going to stop for it. They just say, we've got Baron. We're running to end the game.
The death time is not long enough. RNG, massive underdogs in today's series, but it is RNG versus Invictus Gaming. There is no way in hell that RNG will not bring their best possible game, and they will strike first against one of the most exciting and most hyped rosters in the world right now.
I came in with a bit of a caricature. I came in with a bit of an overhype saying, look, it's the time of the LDL, Milky Way, Jachi, remember these names. Turns out, maybe I wasn't as out of my pocket as I thought I might be. They turn up, they win game 1 against IG. Don't sleep on these players. They have got what it takes.
IG, sucker punch. Sucker punched indeed in this first game. They passed up something like a Cassante Blue 1 pick. They banned it themselves. And these team fights were not what they wanted. Hi folks, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. As I'm Nymaera, this is Initialized. We're brothers, we cast League of Legends together.
So
and I
they
hope
say.
you have been enjoying yourselves, because that's what I'm saying now when we come out of break. It's just like that's my line. We cast the LPL because there is no official broadcast, and we've done this for years now. This will be our second year of doing it on this stream, which is longer than the other community broadcasts, so we wanted to keep that going.
What's going on with the fan vote here? Why is it that Tangyuan is leading this and not Milky Way?
That's a good question. This is just in chat. That's a good question. I'm not sure what's happening there.
Is Tangyuan like super popular in China? Is this what this is?
I didn't think he was. He was the lowest rated Hoopu player across all of last year.
Oh my.
So I don't think he was popular like that. So I'm not
He's
sure.
on RNG and he is the longest standing member on the team.
Thank you so much for the resub, Mecha as well.
Mecha.
I've no idea. This is a true good Samaritan. He gifts subs before subscribing himself. Not sure how that happened, given what happened yesterday, but hey, I appreciate that. Get ourselves an outbreak as well. Okay, I'm gonna get myself another coffee. As I'll leave you with the post-game stats.
Go forth. I shall look after stream. But yes, I think that was...
Exactly, Frank. That's exactly what we're saying. Well, how is Milky Way not getting MVP from this? That's very surprising to us. Tanyuan instead getting a load of them from chat.
Like, he might well still get it, because again, it's still the broadcast team that decide who gets MVP.
That's true, Mako.
But it's just worth noting they've got a little bit of fan engagement going on there, and that's no bad thing. Let's have a look at what happened with this one. I think it is fair to say that RNG should have been cleaner there. They were in a very good position. The Karthus was giga-fed. They had 2 items on these very scary diving options, and they failed the execution on pulling the trigger. They were a little bit shy to pull the trigger. No pun to the opposing top laner at all intended, but we could have seen that work out a lot easier. It kind of ended up coming down to 2 Baron flips. I think it's fair to say. I think the first one was more of a calculated risk. I mean, they were in the pit. They cleared Baron before GJ could get over there, but the fight afterwards got very dicey. The second one was Milky Way flashing into the pit and winning the smite fight. But if either one of those fights goes wrong, IG potentially wins this game. And in some ways, they might have been within their rights to do so, because they had stalled very well. Their comp was getting very obnoxious. That comp with Baron to shove with all that poke, it's not a lot you get to do as RNG aside from try to pull the trigger and pray. So I still think RNG are not going to be entirely pleased with that, despite some very good moments in that game and some very hype moments in that game. It is not without its pretty glaring flaws either. Milky Way Magic, man, it's happening again. I'm a rookie fan, but gotta love seeing this. Yeah, look, I've been standing Milky Way for a few years now, so I'm really excited to see him prove it. I mean, he's obviously back on RNG, which is kind of where he started his career in LDL. And you can see there in the damage, right? Like, GJ actually came up to being a genuinely scary threat. And, you know, the Shy, despite going full tank basically outside of Black Cleaver, still doing pretty unreal amounts of damage. That's just Jace, man. It's silly. But you could see where IG started to come back into this. Let's just pop this on. We can see where they, like... Let me get this up quickly. Like we can see, like, that is not It's not exactly subtle, guys. We know when it starts going wrong. Pretty obviously. It's like, oh, we've stalled and we're beginning to lose the gold lead. Oh, no. And they don't even the damage share, right? It's pretty damn even. Rookie's the one who's gone lowest. And I think if anyone is going to take some blame this game, and, you know, I say this as a Rookie fan. We've got some Rookie fans in chat, understandably. I think Rookie is the one who had the least convincing go of it. This the one? It is the one. There we go. You know, he gets caught out a few times like this, and that's problematic. I think Gala as well on his iconic Kai'Sa. It's fearless. You're going to pick that champion. I need to see you show why you're that famous on the champion. I think both AD carry players didn't really get that much value out this game, and that's really problematic. And you say that compared to JJ, compared to Shy, who actually did play out a lot of these fights quite well. The Shy a little bit frustrated. They're getting spotted on his way back to the lane. Probably could have passed around by Gromp rather than that way. Got a little bit caught out for the greed. But the other side of this, right? This is a solid enough pick onto JJ, but that's with the Atakan. They get a kill of Atakan and a few jungle camps. That's not enough. He needs to be better than that RNG. And this play, again, Rookie, what is it? 3 times he got caught by public execution with flash up. Misreading that hitbox, yeah, I know it's not always the most obvious where the end of the public execution is, but that's not good enough for who is supposed to be one of the true greats of all time, arguably the best in terms of the highest peak of all time. You can have those conversations, right? Like that's the level that people talk about Rookie in. Whether or not that's, you know, the gospel truth or not is a different matter. You need to be better than that. We expect better than that. This is the 3rd one where he gets caught out. Xiaoshu's going to press R, and Rookie dies. If he'd stayed alive in 1, 2 of these fights, this could have been a very different game. Very different game. Just say the Rookie was relatively shy. It's okay. Yeah, he was relatively shy. Question. Serid Gwen. Is that double D supposed to be the Welsh double D? Is that a Serith Gwen? Or Kerith Gwen, possibly, if it's Welsh. I apologise, my Welsh pronunciation is a little dire for being half Welsh. Pure curiosity. It could also just be fantasy letters and having some fun with it, or a different language entirely. But my curiosity asks me to ask. I'm surprised that Rookie and Gala got caught out as much as they did. I am too. I will also say that between Ambessa, Yone, even things like the Karthus, R and W, you've got a Nautilus as well. There's a lot of tools you have to dance around, but you need to be able to do that, at least in a few fights. I misheard that as Rookie was being a little bit the shy and couldn't stop myself from nodding in agreement. You know what? That's not a bad way of phrasing it either. They're a bad influence on each other. That's what it is. See who the MVP was. I'm imagining Milky Way. I think he actually had a very, very good game on the Karthus. And when you are in a game 1 in a Fearless and you're pulling out pocket picks, that's very valuable for the draft. This could be a big one. Not the Welsh just getting out called as fantasy letters. Not the Welsh getting called out as fantasy letters. I'm half Welsh. But yes, it's supposed to be a Welsh name. Not Welsh yourself. Got you. So I'm assuming it's Kerith then, if I am getting that pronunciation correct. There you go. Well, Borodar to you, and we'll go on from there. Player of the game, Lele. Interesting. A lot of support's getting the nod. I don't know if I agree with that. If only because there were some serious hooks, not into Narnia, but into the depths of hell. Lele got MVP.
No way. No way.
I mean, he got a few really good double knockups, in fairness, with his ults, and he did like some flash double knockup plans.
Nah, no way. I'm sorry. The amount of like half of that game was him not finding an engage.
Yeah.
Like it was good. He had some really clutch hooks, but then some bad ones, and then half the game was sat there like you need to get an engage, and he couldn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I might have gone Milky Way personally, but I can see the angle in the fights they did win. Lele was actually really clutch.
I also would have potentially gone towards Xiaoshu, but Lele was good.
Yeah. Is it Lele or Lele?
It's an E in Chinese, so typical. It's Lele.
Lele. But I want to go Lele.
It won't be Lele, basically. It's not Lele.
Is it a coffin? What? Of Andy and Lele was the reference we were going for.
Lele. That's.
Oh, I don't know this. Okay, you know what?
You just referenced it.
Yeah, I do it, but I don't know it well enough to reference. I was referencing it as part of pop culture.
It's the title of the game.
Yeah,
if you're
okay.
going to reference the title of the game, which is...
I thought it was Lele.
Which has a common name, Laylee.
Is it lately? I thought it was Lele.
Yes! Oh,
You know what?
What do I have to...
I might just be like gaslit.
I'm pretty sure it's Laylee.
No, it's Lele. Just Google it.
Laylee. Yes, it's pronounced Laylee.
Is it pronounced Lele?
Yes.
Ah,
Yes.
I just pronounced it Lele. There you go. I don't know. That.
Otherwise it'd be Lily instead, wouldn't it?
Could be
It's
Lele.
Laylee.
I genuinely don't know. That's the question. I don't know that name. There you go.
GM rookie gonna pull a get my bodyguard get my bodyguard Leanne in? Yeah. I'm surprised that Lele walked away with
Lele, yeah. Lele.
swear to God, Sam. I'm gonna
Ban me from the stream.
find a way to lobotomize you live on air.
And when there's not much to lobotomize, mate, you're gonna miss.
Yeah, no. After he's lobotomized, maybe he'll. I don't know.
Like I'm immune from headshots
It's
because
not-
you shoot, you're just gonna miss what's in there. Like it's a defense mechanism.
It's not gonna fix the pronunciations because they're already done.
I think it's pronunciations, Alex.
That one really annoys me because like how is it? We got to fix these pronunciations. Pronunciations. You've already got your pronunciation wrong of pronunciations. You don't say I'm going to pronounce this word.
You pronounce.
You pronounce. Can't believe you. Oh, what fun we have here on the LPL
I think
stream.
there's something about like just poking a little bit at Alex's like pedantic buttons because he is a pedant. It's why he's a good admin.
I pronounce you brother and
Brother, yeah, like, there is a certain amount of sibling.
animosity.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
know,
go for synergy. I was gonna
for
be
those-
nicer.
For those of you that played Orcs and Goblins in the Warhammer Fantasy Battle system, not any of this Age of Sigmar bullshit.
No.
Don't do that.
Don't commit to agency. There's some good ones.
At the start of every turn, most units in the game in their army have to take a leadership test, and if they fail, they suffer animosity, which is just Orcs and Goblins just shithousing, and occasionally they'll just like eat each other or something. Or they'll just start arguing and you can't move them for a turn. And just like, why did I even bring these guys to the battlefield?
Why?
Pretty bad.
It was very entertaining though.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. And they also have trolls which have a rule. Trolls literally have a rule called stupidity. They are so dumb that sometimes they just like forget to move. Their brains just stop functioning for a turn and they don't move.
Pretty sure it's also a mechanic in Blood Bowl. That
Yes, it is,
does
yeah.
not surprise me.
And there's also a fun mechanic for goblins on Blood Bowl where you can.
Can't you?
Well, you can throw them. That's one thing, but also you can. I'll turn the camera off so you can see the scores. You can just keep adding more goblins to the board until the enemy realizes that there are too many people to be on the board. So as long as you get away with it, you can just keep sneaking an extra random goblin onto the board.
Good. Can you do it mid-game or just as you're setting it?
Yeah. You could just be like, extra goblin. And if they don't see it, fair's fair.
Never go for a bathroom break when you're playing against Orcs and Goblins.
Yeah, it's like, I'm pretty sure that guy was wrong. Nah.
So do they have to take it off once it's on?
Sam, I can't remember. I think so. I'm not sure.
That's brilliant. I'm gonna get some more coffee and think
go do
about
that.
additional goblins.
Yeah. You must build additional goblins.
Goblins.
That's, you know...
Are they the pylons of the Orcs and Goblin Nation?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Get out of here with that, mate.
You've
I've got Velcroed my foot to your...
So it's because you fucked up your chair placement again.
I've not done anything to my chair.
Yes, you have, Sam. Look, it's not got the
Alex,
optimal...
Velcroed to your... literally to your headphones currently.
Well, you shouldn't have attached yourself to the back. Sam, look at how the legs are, Sam.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And you can push it back further. Yeah.
Fine. I can't
just
see
saying.
his legs.
Yeah, but you can tell the impact of them when you're not far back enough. Be nice? No.
Animosity test failed.
I'll be Alex instead. Skill issue exactly, Mecha. I'm glad someone understands. Froxon on Mel early impressions and hotfixes. Mel has made her debut on the Rift. Thrilled to see the player reception of her. Check out these streams for interviews. Intentions are that she's played in mid and support, sometimes AP bot dependent on the comp. Happy with her shape, how much power is in each spell. Really? Huh. Because I feel like her reflect is incredibly strong. That's a lot of her power budget. But she's a bit too strong overly. especially with that R cast and a large amount of that don't have a large amount of stacks. And the passive thing is actually huge. Oh, I'll shut up for you.
特别好的选手嘛，然后我觉得他们5个人也都是有很强的一个 carry 能力的，我觉得各方面都得注意。他是一个战士，然后工具人，然后野核都能玩的一个比较全能的大一选手嘛。然后我觉得我需要注意一点，就是在和他对位的时候，尽可能的不去输他嘛。
Well, back in the arena. What else are they saying? Say that there's a reasonably high play curve. She's picking up disproportionate value from playing as popular champions. Okay. Remember to drop away from her and not let her stack up on you. Okay. So they're reducing the passive AP ratio on a your passive AP ratio. Q damage is down flat amounts at higher ranks. So the total damage goes down. The R damage is down base damage and the overwhelm stack pop. I don't know, I think Mel is a very easy champion to play with a ton of value. Like, just the nope, having like a self KLOL is insane. Anyway. How long does the cooldown reflect? It's more like it's like a Yasuo Windwall cooldown, so it is like high, it's like somewhere between 20 and 30 seconds at first rank, but then it goes higher later. Long cooldown, but it is insane. It's like a Black Shield or a Windwall, and this is why I'm quite surprised they said that they're happy with like the shape of her kit in terms of her, the power is balanced between her abilities. I don't think that's true from what I've seen. I think that she has a lot of value in the reflect. Okay, I should probably run some adverts now, folks, just so we don't get into the next draft, because the last one of the auto ads. We're going to run some ads now, so if you don't want to see ads, please put a Twitch Prime, or watch on YouTube or something like that. Either one's fine. IG and RNG should be a stomp. It absolutely should have been, DW. Absolutely should have been. And yet. Should be in strat soon. Which means that pre-roll, well, good time to put ads in, I guess.
Hello.
Howdy.
Are the ads being run?
Yes.
Let's do a little bit more. So, what are we reckoning for Game 2?
I think it'll be a game of League of Legends, played within Shanghai, China. I think that's where it's being played right now. So we didn't have priority on... So, it was Cassante banned on blue side by IG last game. Of course, they get side choice again for this one. Cassante now banned on red side for RNG. Jace... I suppose with the first pick Jace, they were happy playing the Jace into the Cassante. Maybe it was a bit of a gambit to say, well, we'll pick the Jace. If you pick Cassante, you'll suffer. But the Ambassador was fine in that match. Well, it was okay. Lost the lane, did well in team fights. You have Vi, Nocturne, Varus all available. Lots of strong picks.
Kalista might have to get banned here. Aurora's going to be up too.
Yep. I actually banned the Kalista on blue side too last game.
Interesting. I mean, Jachi is a Kalista player. And again, like at his best, he has been someone who likes to play through lane dominance.
Oh, they might. But the Rumble banned. So the Galio banned means that the Rumble is banned on the other side, because Get Rumble is only really countered by the Galio, and it is the Kalista first picked, which it's dropped a little bit in prior in the last day or two in the LPL, strangely.
I think once again, when you Kalista first pick, you know what the draft's going to be about, and it does give RNG the opportunity to craft the ultimate anti-Kalista comp. We've seen a few people attempt it. You know, you lock in things like the poppies and your Zax and all these things, which just say, yeah, Kalista doesn't get the game. That can be your attempt.
Zac? Is that really a Kalista counter?
I have seen...
I've never seen that in pro play. Like
I saw that the other week, but it was only at ERL level. It was very specifically done just to basically jump on Kalista and make her life hell with Poppy. And it was like a Talia Poppy bot lane into Kalista to mess it up, basically.
So I think you're okay giving over Kalista if you get Varus. You can go for Poke Varus, Nico, pretty good at kind of just chunking out Kalista. Kalista's not really got a lethality build anymore.
not very free.
We only saw our first Renata pick in the LPL yesterday.
Crisp, yeah.
Chris played that, yeah. So it's not... It's coming back into prominence. Of course, with Kalista being banned so much, it's part of the reason why we don't see it as much.
If I recall correctly, unlike many AD carries, Jachi's most played is the Varus, but a lot of time into that champion. So again, no stranger to piloting this one, and again, no stranger to piloting it into a Kalista either. The question is, of course, will it be good enough against the caliber of a bot lane of Gala and Mako, who are two of the very best who have ever played the game? It's a very different caliber to LDL, where you're just one of the best in the group, rather than one amongst many.
Okay, and now IG take the Nocturne, which denies the Nocturne Nico combo from IG, potentially sets up for Ahri or Orianna later. So RNG might want to ban away, well, you can ban away both of them, I suppose, unless you're afraid of particular top lane matchups.
Aurora's still up as well, worth noting. Again, that champion has been very
true, and Aurora's very good with Nocturne too. So I suppose you have 3 mid laners at least that work well with the Nocturne, so you're not going to get fully banned out.
Worth saying though, of course, when you have 4th pick available here, you could theoretically ban 2, pick the 3rd.
Yeah, but that would also depend on you having one of those champions which fits with your...
I feel like all 3 of those champions would be awful here, in fairness. They're going to ban the Orianna themselves.
Yeah, I think
they might, too good to give away.
They might angle for the Aurora. They might angle for that. Take that away on a 4. But then you have to play Aurora potentially into a more lane-dominant champion from Rookie, and Aurora doesn't really like playing against lane bullies. So RNG, yeah, it is going to be a bit of a mid-lane conundrum to work your way through.
I will say as well, if you do lock the Aurora, I suppose it's strictly a flex. We've seen a little bit of it top lane here and there.
Only really in the LCK, not in LPL.
Yeah, but my question is, does Xiaoshu play it? Because if that is an option, you could lock the Aurora and still have that flex option.
So in LCK, it's been played into stuff like Kasansei, because you just play into a load of tanks.
Your burn is still pretty good there, and you get a free lane to scale. I can see it.
So RNG, do you ban out? Yeah, do you ban out Ahri? Do you ban out Aurora? They ban the Aurora. Now they could take something like the Ahri instead. And Ahri's good against Nocturne, because you can just kind of fly away from his combo a lot of the time. A lot of the time you can drag him out of position and keep yourself safe that way. I suppose the other thing is you could just get counter pick for mid lane if you have a safe blind pick top lane. But I think there's more value in denying value from the Nocturne combos. And this is one of the big things about Vi and Nocturne and Kalista. All of them give they give good value to what's it call it? They give value to picks which wouldn't necessarily be picked otherwise in a standard draft.
Milky Way. That's
he has a
tease.
He has a Wukong.
Yeah, but I say unless we're seeing Wukong get flexed into a lane we don't normally see, instead it will be the Udyr, which has been rising once again in priority.
So you don't have you don't have Jace, which are very good anti-tank picks. Rumble as well. You could go Jax. Jax is okay here for the Shy. That might be fine as the Udyr. Oh no, Jax is gone. Yeah, so you can't do that either. Alright, so there's a load of bans here. I forgot that was actually the first ban of IG on blue side. Very strange. Only Shashu is a very good Jax player.
I'm trying to think what other options are there for Tango, man. I would say the Akali, something he's put a bit of time into this split, but the Akali does pair up very well with the dive. You've already added an Ornn, and you are going to have access to that Varus, whether you like it or not.
The last ban, Silas did signal that the Akali... I was wondering, why would you do that? But then the Akali comes through, so it's not going to be something like the Ahri for Rookie. Going to be the Akali instead, which has really picked up priority going towards the backline. Now, Tangyuan, I think with this comp, yeah, this makes sense. They're hovering over some long-range stuff. I think Victor Azir... well, no, Victor has no mobility. That one's less good. I think Ahri or Azir for me are good, because you need that safety whilst also being somewhat damaging. Azir, better damage, less safety. Ahri, less damage, better safety.
Fun fact, just looking up some of Tangyuan stats, he is actually, his most played champion is the Ahri by a fairly significant margin.
I've cast a lot of it.
Yeah, cast a lot of it. Instead, he goes towards the Azir, of course, no stranger to it, but I feel like most mid laners at an LPL level around the world, so tier 1, a better way of phrasing that, have put time into Azir. It's pretty much non-negotiable at this point. It's been so good across so many different metas, fit so many different drafts. And RNG have got themselves a teamfight comp with a fair amount of pick and a little bit of surprised dive from the Wukong and the Nico. On the other side for IG, you've got Kalista Renata, you've got Akali Nocturne with the Ornn as well. We all know how that works. You hit level 6, you dive.
It's a bit of a reversal from game 1. Game 1, it was IG playing the long-range defense, and then on the other side, it was RNG playing the heavy dive. This time, switched around a little bit. Long-range engage from the Nocturne, the Ornn Nocturne. That's what we call that combo now. That everyone calls
Only
that. Only
maxes out at level 8.
Yeah, yeah. Or 18, you know, as long as there's an 8 in the number,
That's
it's
fine.
okay.
Okay, so 18 is fine. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So you just immediately go to level 18. But yeah, so you have long range engage, a lot of dive, some lane dominance on top of that too, particularly from that bot lane. Makes me wonder whether there's going to be any lane swap shenanigans, because Ornn is okay in lane swaps. Udyr is very good in lane swaps actually, and you can maybe escape the Kalista or not. But I suppose with the Varus and the Nico, you still have to take standard lanes. But still, always worth tracking the level 1s. Sometimes you just want to do a lane swap.
There's a ghost.
Thanks, Sam.
Noxon's got a ghost skin on, Alex.
It's
scary.
I saw. Oh my god. I got spooked.
I mean, I did too. It's
Can't believe
it's not Halloween. There shouldn't be ghosts on my
You know,
screen.
last game you made a Christmas joke. It was not very Christmassy.
No.
You definitely did that. And now you've made a Halloween joke.
I did.
Completely out of season.
I just like going for the non-sequiturs. You know, like this is how you catch people off guard. They don't expect jokes at this time of year.
And we're not even in Spain. Well, we'll have to launch an inquisition into that sometime later as we go into the JOs for game 2.
Level 1. Oh no. We have to keep listening, but I think we have to be just a touch careful. There's only 2 members here. There's a lot of people in that bush. Oh no, Lily! That's a dead Nico. First blood over to Kalista of all people.
What did I say? You gotta be careful with the level 1s. Even if you've got good standard lanes and lane swaps, sometimes level 1s can just give you that artificial advantage. I think I appreciate a team with a well-planned level 1. IG gets something out of that, and yeah, giving some gold over to the Wrecking Ball lane without using any summoners, without really leveling up anything particularly bad, very important.
Nothing super weird here with runes. I'll note Jachi has gone to Hail of Blades, so might be looking at either a kind of burst build, which we sometimes see with, even with the on-hit stuff, but it could also just be poke.
It's poke. I'm gonna burst your bubble there, Sam. It's poke. You go combat, you go Hail of Blades, otherwise it's the lethal tempo or the on-hit thing. Allows you to brawl a little bit more. Gala and Mako do have that first kill. They would have burned no summoners. This is a little strange though. If you're gonna have an Udyr, you do want a level 1 plan. Gala and Mako spotted heading up to the wave.
This is a level 1 plan. Mako and Gala have got all their summoners, maybe asked to burn them. There comes the Wingborn Storm. Gala down to half HP, forced to flash, and the heal is down as well. And that ruins the level 1 plan that they had already gotten a bit of an advantage from.
Yeah, that does help. So now you burn those summoners, which is why we said, hey, let's see if we can see any of these fun level 1s. We see 2 of them now, one from one side, which gets a kill, the other one which gets some summoners. Gala and Mako not being able to lane is effectively very important because, I mean, Kalista, Renata, they're a laning duo.
Yeah, that is what they are there to do. Bailout plus Rend is a silly combo early on because you kill the Kalista and it doesn't matter because they just get to keep stacking spears for another health
simple.
bar.
We kill the Kalista. Do you like my very, very practiced Heath Ledger joke?
Do you want to know how I got these casting scars?
Why would you specify casting scars?
Because it was specifically.
What is a casting? Oh, okay.
It's like
no, that
mental
makes sense.
trauma.
You see,
from
now I
casting
get it.
with
Now
you.
I get that.
The fact I had to explain that to you.
But,
You know,
what,
where's the synergy, man?
Sam, believe it or not, I didn't believe that I'd give someone trauma from speaking with them for maybe hours.
I mean, if you didn't get that, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's just my life, isn't it?
That got darker than necessary. Oh. We love you, really.
Australia lanes here in the LPL. Xiaoshu and the Shy playing in that.
Tell me how you really feel, Alex.
I'm concerned about the blueberries.
I knew that came in. That the
Anyone missed that
blueberries were
context?
coming back.
Yeah. From many years ago, there was just a billboard hired outside LA which said, "I'm concerned about the blueberries." No context. No context.
I'm concerned about the blueberries too.
The thing is, I wasn't before, but now I am because now I'm like, what am I missing about the
what's happening
blueberries?
with the blueberries? Are the blueberries on this map? Is that what the honey fruit really are? Is that
Maybe
what
that's
I would be concerned if blueberries look like honey fruit?
I mean, I know that. No, they don't look like them at all. They're green.
I would. That's why you're concerned. Exactly. That's not the color blueberries should be. They're greenberries now.
So Xiaoshu teleport towards bot side. So the Shy's going to teleport towards top side now. Collect that wave of towers. You do. There's much bit, riffing on fruit of all things.
It's a great thing to riff on.
Riffing on fruit. We're going to have the no fruit blues.
As opposed to the no cheese in the fridge blues.
Yeah. What was interesting there is the Shy teleporting up. Teleporting to catch that wave, which is helpful. We have 2 minutes until grubs. Typically, we see more advanced bot lane rotations when you have grubs spawn. That's been the meta for a little while. But doing a little bit before that means that Gullermaker can get bot side control, shove in, retain, go top side instead.
Keeping an eye on this mid lane matchup. Actually, Rookie's played this one out super well. Has managed to claim a bit of a CS lead here, even in the melee versus range matchup. Akali versus Azir is a matchup that's gone through a few different iterations. There was a period where the Akali would just have to suffer until level 6 and then would have kill threat, but right now, actually just the early laning phase has gone really well right now.
Tanyo misses a cannon.
Oh, he could have missed another one.
No, he gets that one. He gets that one. He's alright. But yeah, Rookie. So sometimes in mid lane, you see these trades, you're like, oh, that's a really bad trade. Sometimes the mid laner was just looking to reset anyway. But in the case of Rookie, he wasn't. Basically, what Rookie is trying to do is force Tanyo to reset. He doesn't mind if he resets at the same time. I think he just wants Azir just off the back. Off the map.
Chapter back.
If you can help it, yeah, for sure. I mean, this time... Yeah, should be just
6.
before. But Rookie gets himself level 6. Fun first back for him. Fun fact about the Akali Azir matchup. In fact, I have a TikTok/YouTube short about this one. When this matchup first came about, people thought that Azir would be a lane bully into the Akali. It was Faker that made it an Azir counter.
I remember, yeah.
And it was this cropped up so much in scrims around, I think it was MSI 21 or Worlds 21, 22. The way that European players who scrimmed against T1 said it is like, it's not a counter unless you're Faker. But then obviously that spread to a lot of other people too. I think Chovy, Showmaker, obviously Rookie's playing it well now too. Rookie as well, learned that as well. But it's really these like legendary mid laners that learned how to make this pick into more than just, okay, well, I'll get kill into the later into the game, into a point where you can do well in the laning phase and side lane and team fights.
Especially with Second Wind and Door and Shield, your ability to go in, get a proc of your Q, bounce back out with the move speed off your passive, it can be really good. Grub started up though, and teleports are flying for this.
Yeah, they are, and Kalista didn't come up early for this. We did say that bot lanes typically rotate up early. Rookie coming in now with that level 6. Milky Way nothing down. Gala's caught.
That's a lot of damage. Does have to burn the cleanse. The Kalista down to half HP. Grubs in a very odd position. Second one claimed. Is in the end 2 going the way of IG, and RNG back away. Happy enough with getting 1 there.
I think you're happy taking 2 out of the 3. I'm surprised they weren't at that first. You don't have enough damage right now, so that's okay. See the tier coming through from Jiachi, so it is going to be just confirmation of that build there. Sweep back onto the Shy. Is it going to be another kill in this early game?
It's a flash into the Searing Charge, and they can't really follow up, but getting the flash there I think is pretty okay, especially for just the ultimate. And if you're not planning to be fighting anytime soon, you're happy with the longer cooldown trade.
So he survives, and good thing about the Shy here on the Ornn is that he's done completely fine in terms of CS and getting gold. He will be a useful Ornn. And on the other side, I mean, you don't have the on-hit Varus to tank kill. Of course, Azir will be doing that anyway, so it's not like you're going to...
haunting guys as well, so he's going towards that tank burning build.
It's not full tank Azir. We saw a lot more tank Azir just before Azir was disabled, actually, midway through last year, which is a real shame, because I did quite like that build, because it meant that you just permanently be sweeping, instead of like playing backline DPS. Here comes the Nocturne, though. More important things.
Jiachi stays alive, but does have to burn that additional summoner. Milky Way gets 6 off that camp. Doesn't have 6 quite yet, and that's problematic. Still caught at level 5.
So RNG, they escaped the first Nocturne of the game in terms of not having kills. However, I'm not normally a huge fan of playing without Flash against a Kalista who just flings their support in a Pokeball at you. So Jiachi will need to be a little bit careful of that. Last game in terms of the laning phase, wasn't a problem. I think it's pretty impressive that Jiachi came in from LDL and wasn't a liability in that last game. Did quite well. But playing against the Kalista Renata with no Flash, not exactly the easiest spot. So watch out to see if that can be abused by IG.
I will say I think it's a pretty alarming precedent that Kalista, the Pokemon trainer, can throw a human, a person, at their opponent in a Pokeball. Like, that's not a Pokemon. That's a person.
It's like catching Steven. Steven! 60, only speaking their name.
Yeah, Steven.
Steven, use GAT! Pulls out a Glock. Milky Way has
How
Flash.
well had that possibility, actually? You could just...
The thing is, what people don't realize is that, yes, it was very much, like, using a lot of the Pokemon aesthetics, and it probably did rip models. It was a good parody at the same time, though.
Good parody.
It was very much a parody. It wasn't trying to do, like, the same thing as Pokemon. So I didn't hate it, I have to say.
Neither did I. But here we go. Gold lead, nominal at this point, and no one's got a significant lead.
What does nominal mean?
Nominal means it's there, but not of any great significance.
I thought nominal is like normal-ish. Because put it this way, I want to the thing which I remember nominal being used the most in was loading up in Mech Warrior 3. This is gonna be god, this is like back to the 90s before I got it late. We played it growing up. So Mech Warrior 3, and you'd load up in the mech, and it's like all systems nominal.
That's all I remember that word from.
So, there's a few different ones. Overall of stat or status, existing in name only, which is the where we're using it. It's a gold lead, but in name only.
There's a
right?
gauge on Xiaoshu, Sam. Might be important.
No, that's okay, but I was talking about nominal things. This name gauge is not nominal, it's beyond that. This is beyond the norm.
Oh, goes unstoppable with the Iron Mandals. Well, handshake back.
Oh boy, he's pulled back into a business deal. He really didn't want to do this. Ignore the door-to-door salesman, Xiaoshu! Say no!
Knock, knock. It's the morgue. Goes down as the Pokemon trainer actually is used onto top lane and not onto Jet. She teleported around to the other side of the map. Of course, Xiaoshu did get some plates for that, but not really. Winning out in the extended trade. Now you have quite a significant map pressure from Gala. Not that far ahead in terms of gold, but pushing towers very effectively. Milky Way on top side, not going to get any extra support from this. What's up, Sam?
Hey, Al, can I go back to definitions on
Yeah,
nominal?
what's up with nominal?
Because there's a fifth informal definition. Of
Right.
There's far different definitions, but the one you're thinking about is chiefly in the context of space travel, which does work for Mech Warrior, which means
Sci-fi
functioning
tech.
normally or acceptably. So it's only in the context of sci-fi.
So I only remember it from Mech Warrior 3, Sam.
Yeah,
Like,
so true.
sometime,
Mad Cat or bust.
Oh, the Mad Cat. Folks, if you didn't play any of the Mech Warrior games, you missed out. The opening cinematic to Mech Warrior 3, one of my core gaming memories.
We were banned from playing because it made us too violent.
Yeah.
We started pretending to be Mech Warriors and punching each other.
Sam, the thing is, I feel like we'd do that regardless of whether it was mechs or not. I remember doing that with dinosaurs, and then
That's true.
effectively fact-checking you, killing me as a dinosaur from the Cretaceous when I was from the Jurassic, and therefore it was not a valid. It was
we
not
didn't exist at the same time,
It
so we
wasn't
couldn't kill
valid.
each other. It's true. I remember.
So I was
this.
actually meta-checking Sam as a child playing dinosaurs.
It was a reasonable response.
Yeah.
All right, hang on, wait. Sibling story time. My favourite one is we were staying over at our aunt and uncle's, and we were crashing in an airbed in our cousin's room.
Oh yeah.
And my cousin was awake, while me and Al were snoozing away, but we've got an engaged, so we can't really snooze. Sibling story time is interrupted. JJ, we were talking. Can't just go kill Jachi when we're talking. What does he think he is? Very rude.
Long story short, Sam said goal, and I said no. We were both asleep at the same time. We were on like a sofa at the cousin's room. I said, "Oh, scored a goal," and Sam said offside.
In our dreams.
Streams. So
In our dreams.
That should tell you a lot about our cinema, our dynamic. Anyway, RNG up on this top side, losing once again. If you die in a Callista lane, it's a problem because you just get massive wave controllers to push in for these plates, and that's a problem. The gold lead is starting to get a little bit more problematic, and IG did eventually return to kill that Varus without that flash.
Worth noting, though, JJ has gone towards the Hex Plate. Little less upfront damage, but is a lot more ultimates. And when you are really asked to be the go button, you've got damage and burst elsewhere, especially for this mid-game. I can understand the decision-making to make sure you accelerate as fast as you can.
Xiaoshu, no flash.
Oh boy, it is the Invictus Gaming solo laners who are here to punish this Udyr. There's nowhere to go. Rookie perfectly executes him, and the teleport is there just to witness the grave of their fellow laner.
This is why one of the reasons why I thought that actually IG would do quite well eventually is that Rookie will always just turn up to the other side of the map that JJ is making a play on, or his jungler, right? He did this on NIP, and he's done this for years. Even when Rookie won Worlds, he was roaming so much as a mid laner off of his lane pressure that he was effectively a second jungler. Right here, JJ goes top side, the next play is made by Rookie on bot side, so you basically have a jungler on each side of the map. And that covers the Shy's weakness of sometimes taking extended trades so you can't really cash in. Rookie kind of helps him make up the difference.
Worth saying, Callista with 2 kills, and that's nice, but only a 300-odd gold lead. Hasn't actually managed to claim as many plates as I think they were hoping for, and the gold lead is decent. It's about 2-ish thousand gold, but it is not game-breaking as yet, and you are running a Callista comp. You are running a mid-game comp with a Nocturne. You get to late game, and you start going in, and you go 1 for 1. You go 1 for half a health bar, not the full team fight wins anymore.
So now the question is, so they got the first dragon. Are they going to play through dragon objective stacking kind of plays? We haven't seen where the Atakan wall is going to spawn yet. We'll get that when it comes through in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll see where the wall is. I think that might change things too, because I think if you can have Atakan on bot side around the dragon, I think that favors IG. Because they want to be playing around dragon, and that at the same time sweep comes through.
Oh, interrupts the attempted jump out. Still have the shuriken, but I don't think Rookie's got that much further to go. We'll find Lele waiting for and throws down the blooming burst. I don't think Rookie's got that much more to do. He's playing a decent game here, but there's a sweeper. They know where the Akali is. Going to try and get a bit more damage, and there's no way you're going to get an execute.
Oh, he's wasting
here.
so much time now. This is the thing. Rookie, what's happening on the rest of the map? Well, they're pushing up mid lane tower. So Rookie living, blowing that flash means that he can take a mid lane tower effectively for his team. Sadly not going to survive through to the next wave. Solo kill for the Nico is an important point. The gold doesn't go anywhere important. It did allow a push from Gala and Mako onto mid lane, but no real cross-map setup from IG, which is a little sad. I feel like with the amount of time survived by Rookie, there should have been a play made somewhere.
And Ornn wasn't winning the shove into the Udyr, understandably, and I think the wave wasn't in the best position mid lane to really maximize the value there. And you could see as well that RNG were literally to full commit into a Yakety Sax chase onto the Akali, especially when she was going to die. It's a shame he didn't go to a more valuable target, but hey, a kill is a kill. Akali's off the map. You're okay with that.
Okay, so 50 seconds until Dragon. We have the Atacans spawning in topside, which should make sense actually with the amount of kills that happen up in the lane. I should have seen that one coming. Really good vision control from RNG around bot side. However, they are against a Kalista pushing lane objective comp kind of style. So that's going to be quite difficult to take that one. Think that IG, despite not having vision advantage, are pretty happy to just push lanes and walk into objectives, though. It should be quite easy for them to get into these big pits, even if RNG have the better vision set up for it.
That's the thought process. Jackie trading off with Gala here alongside their respective supports. Can't quite find the tangle barbs there. Scuttle Crab being started, and it is RNG who are looking to fight for this second dragon. This would be a second objective feat of strength for either team. That is
they got the real one.
Forced to flash onto Gala, but the turnaround with the hostile takeover means the Nico is dead. Teleport's coming on through. The lights were turned off briefly, but I think RNG just have to leave now.
Oh, Rookie must have used his ult before the teleport and then come through. Also, I'm not sure exactly how that ultimate came out. That was his R2, but
It was.
with a couple of beeps and whistles, we'll just say hello and then go away. Get up to R2.
That was actually much cleaner than I thought it would be. Well done. I just didn't get the reference. I wasn't expecting a Star Wars pun, and I really should have been.
For all I care. Isn't that a CP?
It is. In episode 4.
Dude, I need to get a bunch of 3PO quotes for whenever Akali just R2s at someone. We already do this a little bit for when in draft we get around to last pick, Red 5. R5, Red 5,
standing by.
Red 5, standing by.
I'm so happy I came up with that one. That
was
a really good idea.
Yeah, it's Luke Skywalker pick.
Yeah, it's
I like it a lot. Anyway, so this is the problem with trying to play around good vision control, but not actual good map state. You're getting pushed in on lanes. You haven't stopped Kalista from pushing up lane and going through mid. And Lola just gets completely blasted out by a little bit of CC, dies for free. One of your big engaged things is gone. Tao's gone down in bot side, but when it comes through to the objective fights later, just think about how Nico could play if they'd had the Kalista. This is why I don't like the Nico without the Kalista nearly as much. Yes, you can get value, but it's like when we had Ashe support. Really was only players like, well, Carrier mainly, but then suppose someone like Crisp that could get the positioning right so that you weren't just punished on that pick perma.
I think it's also fair to say that we've got, we have seen a little bit of Nico with the Varus. I think primarily because you can be really obnoxious in the lane with the double poke, and you have got the double pick, but it isn't as safe. You're absolutely right, and we have seen it be punished a few times now. Gala's down his flash, there is that, but with the Herald going down, on the other side of the map, it's feats of strength secured by IG after the Martial Might and the objective. Nico's objective bounty, that's the wrong term. Whatever the name for the Martial, the feat of strength for getting lots of objectives is. Good job on that.
But it's probably just that, Sam. I don't think it has a name.
No, they do.
Like, Gala, no flash, gonna get engaged.
Oh, Cycle comes on down into the sweep as well. And Gala is divided from his health bar.
Nice. Making sure you go onto the Kalista before they get a load of wave push is really important. I think as soon as Kalista has positioning on a wave and through a lane, very hard to break through that. So they get it in the right timing. Sadly, not able to do much besides just get the kill. Denies a wave from her. Who gets the kill on that? Was the Wukong, I guess, because one of only a few kills. Wait, yes, it was.
It was Milky Way got it, yes.
Because the what happened with the first?
The other one was Akali dying to the.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah. JJ going topside with Mako.
Xiaoshu, I think you need to leave, my friend. We'll be iron mantling his way to safety. Gets out for safety for now.
Hexplate built up for JJ. Interesting conversation about what you want to do with Nocturne ults depending on that build. It was a good replay in here. It's before Kalista gets the push in. They don't have vision enough on either sides of mid. They couldn't quite track everyone moving into that brush despite having a ward onto the Raptors. But yeah, when you have Hexplate or Stride Breaker on the Nocturne, I think it signals different things. I think Hexplate for me is just, ults all the time, constant go button, using it for utility sometimes as well. But I think you also use that to just force, uneven numbered fights, whereas I think the Stride Breaker is technically better when you're going for the big fights in the 5v5s because it has more impact when you actually cast that ult.
Yeah, it's more personal value in that moment, but you just get to use
This
that
time
moment
it's
less. Yeah.
Nocturne ult. This time it's personal. Coming to screens near you, but you can't see them because Nocturne
is pressed R, yeah.
has altered.
It's like an audio-only experience.
Oh my god, it's like having an audiobook instead of a cinema experience.
We're going to call this a cinema audio experience.
That is exactly how you'd market it. That's how I would market it if I was at what are the big movie brands? I mean, there's Odeon in like
Cineworld.
Well, no, but it's not AMC. Is it AMC?
It might be AMC.
Who did the Dune popcorn bucket, which was only in North America?
I don't know. It kind of horrified me. They did
you know
a Deadpool
that,
one as well.
They
that was
did.
really not okay.
That was quite strange. You know that Timothy Chalamet had. Well, okay, this might be a dead virus. Good old.
Change the corruption. Gets
Great
out of
ult.
range. Oh, Jachi, beautifully managed. And down goes the Nocturne. Milky Way goes cycloning around. Rookie has thrown down the Twilight Shrine. Here comes Xiaoshu. Iron mantling forwards, looking for a stun. Can't quite find it. Wingborne Storm comes on up. Rookie's into the backline. Nancy E onto Jachi and blows him up. Oh, Rookie, it's beautiful. He is just better. The double knock-up as well. And RNG thought they found their moment. Tanguan finally arrives, but what can he do? It's a 2v4.
Where has Tenuan been all this time? He tried the slow play to walk his way into the mid lane play, but Rookie forces the fight. It's a failed ult from Tenuan as the W goes through it from the Shy. IG outplay in the mid lane after a fantastic ult from Jachi initially makes the play very poor. Rookie cleans up, and he kind of needs to after that game one. Didn't flash out of a bunch of Ambessa ults, paying his team back here in game two on the Akali.
After Jachi just broke JJ's ankles, I thought that was RNG's moment, and then what a play from Rookie. Lands the one Shuriken flip that Mattis still had his R available and removes the Varus from the face of the earth.
Oh man, Tenuan just wasn't he just wasn't there at the right time. You see, he's down here on the minimap. He's not going to be there in time. Great ult coming through. Does it blind technically? Doesn't spot the Nocturne, but knows it's going on to him very likely. Gets the extra change CC coming up. And then you get an extended chase down. That much is okay. But the problem is there is nothing to stop Rookie flying into the backline in terms of point and click CC. He just uses Xiaoshu as a leapfrog. Gets a fantastic E even in the middle of the minion wave. Gets out of the ult from the Nico, and suddenly most of your damage is gone. The Azir isn't there. You have one bit of damage, and that is your Varus immediately killed. Rookie evens the scales.
I was trying to figure out how the hell Rookie got in position to E, and you're right, it was over the body blocker. It was beautiful stuff. Back to a live, though, is Dragon being started. Difficult to do into a Calista.
Did you see the IG coaching staff with the thumbs up on the replay
so
after
good.
that? He knows what's up. Anyway, we have ourselves an objective fight down here. No Calista Spears in it right now, though.
No poke really landing from this Varus as yet. Down to half HP. A spear or two is in, but it's not really meaningful for a Ren stack. The Shy, though, going to be really annoying to manage. Lele has just gone into a different form. In comes the Nocturne. Dragon secured, and there's no real way out for Jachi. Surely goes down. No way out this time. Lele punted out, attempting to find the angle in. Rookie can't execute them. And actually, the turnaround play is not bad. Xiaoshu running out. There's going to try and get Rended here. Will surely go down. The shield is good. Ornn brings that one out. It's currently a 1 for 2. In goes Tango, gets handshook out. But Wukong with the re-engage. And Nimbus Strike and a Warrior Tricks against a lot of work. And JJ goes down into the bailout. It's not enough. Mako smited, trying to run out. The Shy in a 1v1 with the Azir with all of the burn damage from Iliandries will be tormenting on what is a god before an emperor. Well, maybe just enough to stay alive for now. Gets another volcanic rupture up, but the soldiers keep on flying. But the army can't quite secure another kill for the Empire of RNG.
RNG lose the Dragon, but they do get a good fight afterwards. They manage to Rookie goes a little bit too deep. Gala cleaned up afterwards. Milky Way really the hero again in this big fight. And with that, RNG against their old enemies, one of their oldest, gets 15,000 total kills within the LPL, the most of any LPL organization of all time. And what an opponent to get it against.
I mean, you couldn't ask for better, really, could you? The history between these two organizations. Yes, RNG might have fallen away from the imperious heights they once held in terms of their power within the league, but make no mistake, this is a historic org with a lot of blood behind them. Let's have a look at this replay again to see exactly how they got those 15,000
So it did end up being, you know, a really good initial engage. You get the objective steal, and they managed to kill the Varus very early. I think Rookie goes way too deep for this, because once he is down, It feels like you've just given Tanyuan a free fight with no threat onto him. He's gone for the Riftmaker build. It's a 2-item tank-ish Azir, and picture-in-picture we're getting the Artican going down as well. So even though the Varus goes down, Tanyuan's actually here at this fight. The last time it wasn't the case, and because you're a tankier Azir build, you can take a bit of a misplay like that. Artican's still tanking up though.
The Shies have got a pretty good flank there for an angle for the Ornhorn. Here it comes, and the call of the Forge God says, you shall not pass. Down goes Milky Way, jungler out. Fight afterwards is brutal, but a good Pop Blossom comes on in, buys some time, but what about the damage afterwards? It's not fantastic until the fight keeps going. Tanyuan gets the soldiers up though, managed to burn a lot of those health bars down very, very low. IG, you've got good burst, but the consistent damage isn't the same. They lose a member to RNG, but they've got significantly better health bars.
They do. Baron spawning now. The Atacon not able to be finished, of course, but with IG not having the best HP bars as you highlighted, not going to be easy to defend this top lane turret. Tanyuan being but believe it or not, having your Azir present at the fight changes a lot about it. In mid lane, Tanyuan wasn't there. He is now for the last couple of fights, and RNG, Lola.
He's in a serious bit of bother. His rookie down very low in the Twilight Shroud will just be a death shroud. Surely you've got a flash and an R2. He doesn't even need the additional button. He gets out just about.
Yeah, many Bothans might have died to get us those plans, but not Nakali as the R2 sees him to safety. RNG will now really go towards Atacon. Rookie will have to recall potentially, and he's not going to be here for this fight.
TP, and Milky Way's back. A little bit lower health bars note for RNG's bot lane could be problematic, but without the Akali, how much threat do you have on the dive? Gala not really getting much value into this Udyr at this point. Artican going to be a potential angle in, will not be secured in what was a flip. Now they've got the option for the withdrawal. Tanyuan goes looking for an angle. They bring down Gala. The Shy will fall just after an RNG. The stats were just on the screen. They had a 33% chance of winning, not anymore.
And RNG, how many times do we need to say it? They are not favored in this series. Far from it. IG, one of the most hyped teams in the world. RNG coming out on top really for a second game in a row, but they're behind in goal, but this Baron would very much see them across from that. Rookie almost went back with his ult.
Tanyuan has TP'd back on in. JJ is here, has flashed, but no ult. Mako into the back of the pit. The hostile takeover flies across everyone. The Pop Blossom, though, does beautiful work. Bailout does not keep Renata alive. Her company is folded.
And RNG will take the Baron. That will see them into the gold lead. Finally picking that up at this point in the game. IG, they're not able to deal with the 5-man unit of RNG. They managed to pick off Tanyuan, take off some fights before Tanyuan was at the play a couple of times, catching out Jiachi, catching out Milky Way, but they're not able to see things through when both of the carries are at the play. This one starts off, of course, without the Akali having ult, without him being at the play, because there's no teleport as well. Yes, Rookie survived that last play. Doesn't really change that much. Tanyuan tanky enough with the tank Azir build to go for a kind of like a fake shuffle, flash back into the play, not die. I think a regular Azir probably would have died at that point. Gets the Baron afterwards, and now they get to set up shop, Death Ball, and I don't know whether IG can really deal with a 5-man unit. They should have looked for split plays if it's all possible. Not been able to do so. Now they're in a real bit of trouble.
And we had this conversation in draft in the early game saying, look, IG, your comp, you've gone for Kalista, you've gone for Akali Nocturne. You spike early, you spike again in mid. If you don't snowball, this game gets really hard. Nocturne, with this build in particular, you're only doing half the HP bar of someone. If that, you go in and you die, you don't get that much value. How do you play out these later fights, especially with the Azir scaling in the way he has, with the Wukong, the Varus there as well? This is not an easy team fight to play out from this stage in the game.
So RNG, they'll stop the soul point coming through from IG. IG need to find a split fight. They need to find someone on a side lane, use the Hex Plate to get all these quick ultimates. That's why you built it as JJ. Not been so easy to find so far. And I'm really wondering now what IG can do to force any kind of preferential fight. RNG, as soon as Azir turns up to the play, it's been very, very hard fought for IG.
I also think that the target selection has to change. I know the Varus is the immobile one, but the real threat in these extended fights with all of the kind of HP builders really from IG is this Azir, is this Wukong. And if you can't bring down the Azir in particular before he gets to set up a load of soldier lines and have extended fights, you don't win the extraction from the dive.
Bit of a problem in general, really, because if you dive, Varus is the only person you can kill in time. I think is the problem.
Yeah, no,
you have the Seekers on Tanyuan, you have the clone from Milky Way and the Cyclones. It's hard to dive melee range into that. I think Wukong, sometimes people forget this, is a dive champion, dives into you. Also good at anti-dive. Like in the same way that a Kennen can stand on top of his team and put his ult down, Milky Way can do the same thing with this Wukong here. So if IG jump into him, not the easiest time either. Good damage coming in from Tanyuan. Again, this is like the half tank Azir when you go for the HP items of the Leanderies, and the Riftmaker has these Seekers as well. Does good burn damage over time.
And Milky Way's got the Black Cleaver now as well, alongside the Triforce. If you needed another tank killer, if you needed someone else to be shredding that armor, for people like particularly the Varus to start hurting that little bit harder with the 3-item Varus, that's it. This Wukong is not that far off a level 16, and Death Dance now complete as well. This Wukong is a legitimate additional threat. You don't win a 1v1 as the Nocturne anymore against this Wukong.
So, IG fans, of which there are many of you, you are looking for some magic from Rookie, and IG as a team to find someone split off from the play before anyone else can get there. If you can use your Akali ultimate and your Nocturne ultimate to catch out someone like Tanyuan or Jachi away from the full shield wall of RNG, that's how you win. Not exactly easy to find that, though. That's been holding them at bay so far.
Eyes on Gala as well. If you can get towards that 4th item like a Jack showed, the Kallista's profile changes again at that 4th item. Maybe you get something there.
In my pre-split power ranking, I'm going to go check this out. Where did I put RNG? I put RNG as maybe the 13th placed team within LPL. I looked at the team and I thought, yeah, I'm not really sure where your consistent carries are going to come from. Tanyuan had some bright moments. Is it really going to carry them above bottom tier, though? Yes, I like Xiaoshu and Milky Way, but realistically, does this team have consistent carry threats, especially when you compare it to IG with so much name brand value?
Yeah, you need more role players.
IG, I put them potentially peaking at top 2.
Yeah.
Ridiculous that RNG are coming out to play like this and potentially leading out to a 2-0 lead versus IG in the series.
And it's in 2 very different styles of gameplay. Like, it's not been entirely clean. Make it fair. RNG will still have stuff to review. There's still stuff to improve on. These have not been the stellar examples of how you win out the game from the game states you've been in. But they have been proactive. They have been coordinated in many ways. They have actually had players who stepped up to be more than just role players, who have stepped up to be carries, have drafted like they want to be carries. And that is good news if you are an RNG fan. We might be seeing a team here can do a little better than just 13.
Yeah, I think all of the bottom... Hang on, that's a good knockout from the Shy. Doesn't mean much more than that. Got something onto Jachi, taking a lot of damage in return, though. Problem with the Ornn is that look, the Ornn feels tanky until Azir gets any amount of soldiers near you.
And yes, it's not the burst build that we saw from Azir for a little while with that kind of immediate damage. It's not a Nash's build, but extended damage from the Azir is still really obnoxious. Dude. He's got a Zhonya. He still takes a bit of damage there, though.
I'm just realizing, if IG lose here and go 0-2, RNG at 2-0, NIP in a good state too.
Boy. That's a big engage. JJ goes to the backline, but again, it's Nocturne with no damage. He loses all of his health bar, and look at the rest of RNG. They're barely down 20%. Zhonya's on Lily, flashes away. The Shy now very deep themselves, gets a knocker, but how much value really is it on Xiaoshu? Pop Blossom, attempted onto Gala, doesn't quite work. There's the Pokeball, and they'll lose the Nico. They eventually get the kill, but it was a hard-fought kill onto a support.
IG, they get something out of it, but again, it's not really that changing Milky Way.
He goes against the interrupt! Oh, Milky Way! It's beautiful! Gala flashes on out, and all the while, Rookie murders Jachi. They went looking for the interrupt, and now they've gone very deep for it. Teleport's coming up, and Xiaoshu is here. Rookie will R2 out to safety teleport from the Shy. Does not have Forge God, but there is Baron in 10 seconds. There is Infernal in 20.
Okay, now we're talking about some magic from IG, and such a critical moment. If they lose this series, it puts them in a precarious spot for qualifying for playoffs. After this group, RNG would be at 2-0, NIP potentially going up towards that too. IG must not fall.
Tanyuan has no mana. It's so hard to play. Goes for a shuffle in. Dies. He's dead. Reset on the Ultra Jijja because he's got Hex Plate. They find the moment they have been looking for the last 15 minutes. IG win a fight.
And that'll lead them over towards the Baron, potentially going towards an Infernal Soul after, with 40 seconds left on the jungle and mid laner of RNG. IG might have just clawed themselves out of the depths, and it's such an important point. As we were highlighting before this fight, if IG lose this, they might just be out, not qualifying for playoffs. It's only top 2 in each group. Rookie once again finds Jiachi. He's been doing a great job of that so far. Holton's with R2 after this point, and just drags RNG into an extended fight where they don't necessarily get to set up a good enough formation for themselves to see them through to a teamfight win.
And they don't get Gala. They don't get Rookie. Both targets don't fall down. RNG, I thought they had done it. I thought that pick on Gala was a masterstroke. And he gets out. And then Tanyuan is desperately trying to find him. He's got no mana. He's got nothing left.
And a single extra auto would have killed Gala. So close. Empowered
Soul.
Terminus now as well. Soul now being threatened by IG. They have themselves a lot of spears in it. This should just be gone. Infernal Soul should be going over to IG.
They try to get there in time. It does not happen. They can head on over with the Baron in hand as well. That should have broken the resistance of RNG. RNG looked like they were right back in it. Looked like it was their game again to take command of. We were saying it was looking like a 2-0. IG, though, were told, were tasked with finding a moment of magic from Rookie. Gala as well surviving. They do what they need to.
Really important stuff now. Now, hang on, Lola. Lola, the extra mini. We counting minions? They are. Just about. I was worried about that. Lola trying to schmooze his way into the backline. IG have themselves Ornn items, and they have themselves the feats of strength as well. I've always considered the feats of strength kind of like Ornn items. They give you maximum scaling at the end of the game. They already have the Ornn items, giving you 1,000 gold a pop, and then the extra boots if you want to upgrade them too. Probably not the most efficient, but the extra stats even on the tier 2 ones give you a couple of hundred as well. IG, even beyond just the gold lead, in a pretty good spot with the stats they have in inventory. Great spot even.
Keep your eyes on Gala. No summoners available. Will absolutely be target number 1. If you can kill him and try and stop too much gold going into IG, it's still not over as yet. The Infernal Soul is nice, but this is not lots of late game AD carries, not lots of poke to get value. It's good upfront burst. It's not necessarily going to be the ultimate in Infernal Soul teams. Of course, Kali's not going to say no to that, especially if she gets towards a death cap, but you understand the point. It's not without avenues back for RNG.
Yeah, a good Baron power play for IG, helping them kind of even the odds of RNG largely controlling the mid game. RNG, as soon as Tanyuan was starting to turn up to the fights, has really just been come up on top of the 5v5s. Xiaoxu, as a tank top laner, not really going to be as useful as the Ornn at this point. The Ornn ult's been really good from the Shy too.
Yeah, found some really good angles for them.
RNG now just having to really just be really wary of walking away from their vision. It's very hard for them to defend a split map. They do want to stay as 5 members. They will be staying as that. They don't want to give an opening for IG to use the really big Callista ults, kind of throwing Mako into the play.
Okay.
Rookie jumping forward as well with Jeje.
And we have now got GA on Callista, GA on Nocturne. We've got a Redemption and Locket on Renata. You've got to kill this Callista so many times.
Yeah. Yep, that's going to be a difficult one because, well, no, you know what? You have the consistent damage. If Gola steps out of position enough, going into a Cyclone, burn damage coming in from Tony, if you end up in the wrong position and your team has to kind of like crowd around the fallen body of the GA, you're still maybe losing that team fight. It does make it harder, but I don't think... So, for instance, if you're using like a Vi Ari or a Nocturne Orianna, you kill them, you've used your big summoners, your big cooldowns, big summoners. RNG have a little better consistent DPS after because you've got Azir, the second arrow coming in from the Varus, Milky Way having a second Cyclone as well. It's not
without options.
Yeah, not without options. So you still cannot be completely out of position, obviously, as the Callista.
It's still not that easy, of course, with the GA, with the Bailout, with Locket, with Redemption. That's a lot of tools to keep the Callista alive. And RNG will need to pick their moments wisely. Not quite anything like a Death Cap or a Void Staff, though, on Tangyuan, who's starting to not hit quite as hard as he did, say, 5 minutes ago. Some of those defensive stats have been built up just a little here.
Especially with the Ornn items amping that as well. Jackshow amps resists. Got the passive which amps them as well. For each upgraded item you have across the board, you get an extra, what is it, 10% HP, MR, and magic resist, something like that from Ornn. So the Shy getting towards hyper tank stage. Of course, at some point in the game, damage will outvalue resist. It's just that typically in the game of League of Legends right now, as you can see, the game is decided before the hyper damage kind of comes online. The Shy takes a fair amount of damage from towers, because towers also hurt quite a lot right now. But RNG not wanting to like do a pitched battle right now before they're ready. Maybe they want to wait until they get themselves that one extra item or something. There's the Elder in 2 minutes. I think they would be forced to fight there, because even if you try and disengage from a Kali Nocturne, I think with the Elder you die. So RNG just biding their time now. We might be in for a long one.
Hold your nerve, IG. You've got yourself double Uber buffs coming on up. They will be likely prioritizing one or the other. They've got the Callista. That's the other value of having this champion, is it's very difficult to secure a smite fight. It is just weighted so heavily in your favor, especially at this level with the level of coordination. Not easy to secure that smite fight against, even if you are something like a Wukong, which is very difficult to keep out of a pit.
Huge items that have just come through.
Oh,
so we have Death Cap, we have finished Serpent's Fang onto Jetchi as well, so some of the shields coming through from the Shy when you cast that E, and then of course when you've got the shields coming through from bits of the Renata as well, will be nullified. It's a very efficient item. There's not that much, well, there's some physical damage on RNG from the Wukong and the Varus, but it's good split damage from RNG, which means IG not going to have the easiest time, well, haven't had the easiest time itemizing against it.
The death cap breakpoint could well be very, very potent for this Azir, who has gone for that slightly...
Shout out for you in chat. Some say Lethality Varus's auto attacks will heal on. Well, we'll see, won't we?
Well, it's a Thorn Mail, so maybe. You never know.
Okay, so we're getting to the point we have double big objectives up on the map. Rookie doing his thing. Look, Rookie is one of the best players at using Fog of War in the entirety of history of League of Legends. He is currently not in Fog of War, though. He's been spotted on a bunch of flank wards, and RNG should know he's going somewhere. They'll know that Rookie is coming for their backline.
Is it going to matter, though? They'll be going across a ward now. Rookie on the angle. Jachi spots him.
He's just so dead.
He's there, but actually stays alive. That's important. The Varus goes! Double kill for Rookie! It matters not one bit. He's still got his Zhonya's to work with. Tangyuan desperately trying to play it out, but all of the fancy feet in the world will not bring your AD carry back to life. Rookie does it again.
Even the wards cannot save RNG against this rampant Akali, who has saved the game not once, but twice. Rookie, poor game one on the Corki, making up for it with the Akali, and making sure that RNG will not get themselves to a clean 2-0.
I swear, if he's a Rookie, no one gets to claim they're a master. He is just that good. We will be going to an even series. IG will not be facing the barrel of series point at the cans of RNG. We are going to at least another 2.
IG felt they were going to lose that one, not going to lie.
I'm with you.
Took a couple of team fights from Rookie to bail them out. I saw the post-match thread from game one. Oh, this guy's so washed. Wow, I'm glad I don't have to watch Rookie's Corki again, which I actually really like, by the way. Comes out in game 2, shuts them up, I think, quite importantly in that one. Really saves his team. I think that first fight in the mid lane, knowing that Tangyuan was not going to be there at the play, and then in that last fight, even though he's crossing so many wards, finding a way into the backline, just destroying that Varus, great stuff.
You can't ask for that much better, and especially because I thought that pick onto Gala on that reset was genuinely it. That would have been that into Baron, the game was over, and lights would have been out for IG, but Rookie just says no. And then you start getting those defensive items, and then you start getting the extra lives, and it is that bit harder, again, to prevent the Akali from doing what he's doing, prevent the Nocturne and Kalista from getting uptime, and they do get it in. I think the fan vote is understandably going the way of Rookie this game. It was some serious Herculean picks from him that secured the end of the game.
Yeah, no, Rookie's quite good at League of Legends, folks,
He
it
is,
turns out. And yeah, you know, I think that this was a little difficult to play out once they fell behind the game. They didn't have great answers to the 5v5. I was a little worried that they couldn't find split picks across a lot of that game, especially with the Hexplay Nocturne. That's what you kind of want to be doing. So the fact that they managed to come back in actual 5v5s, and a comp which is quite hard to 5v5 with, set up the plays so they can actually get Akali into the backline. Lula did a decent job of buying space for Varus. I thought that might be enough, but, I mean, Varus only has so much HP.
Yeah, and like, we saw it a few times, right, where Rookie found angles onto the Varus that RNG were just not ready for. The one that comes to mind was when he uses in the mid lane, when they're trying to chase, having got the kill onto the Nocturne, and R1 to go over the Udyr, who was body blocking to get an E angle in, was diabolical stuff. Diabolical.
Okay, so, well, folks, hi. We're
Hello.
brothers. We cast League of Legends. We're the only brothers to do that in League of Legends, I think. You think?
Yeah, we are now. Anyone else is a brother, you're not anymore.
Sorry. There's
We've claimed that
actually
niche.
only one. You're only allowed one set of siblings to exist at any one time.
And it's us.
I know there are people that play League of Legends siblings. We have like General Sniper, Riven, and there's like the 3 brothers from and the NA top laners.
Oh no.
Revenge, was it?
Was it Revenge? Oh no, I'm having a moment of mind blank. But yes.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a bunch of them which are all players over there. But in terms of the casters, we're it. And we're doing LPL because no one else does LPL. Well, people do with LPL. There are people that do it. But there's no official broadcast for LPL.
No.
And we've done this for a year already. And we're quite good at it. And we've cast like 300 games of... Well, I don't know. Maybe not quite that much yet. Some over 200 LPL games. So...
There was once the Plot Brothers being Day 9 and Artosis, but that's been a little while. And they didn't do League of Legends. They did
And that's what
Star
I'm saying. I know there are others within other games. There's Ketchup and Mustard as well,
Yeah.
who do Mole Combat.
That's a good pair of duo names, actually. I
That's
appreciate
great.
that one. And here is our post-game stats. Tangyuan
I mean, he was
was
hitting,
trying.
Look, he was hitting an Ornn for most of the games. So that's a bit of fake damage. But yeah.
I'll also say that like Jachi's gone for poke Varus, didn't get that much done in the team fight.
This is more telling. This is way more telling. Look, if you are doing this much damage as a easy to get damage on kind of like DPM farm Varus, and then the Kalista is out damaging you, you have had an unsuccessful game.
And in fairness, this comp from the side of IG was, can we kill the Varus? And the answer was yes. The problem was actually in the mid game, or the later stage of the mid game, that you were killing the Varus and then losing to the Azir in the extended fights. But as the game went on, the Varus dying on repeat, you know, it's not really Jachi's fault in some ways. There's only so much you can do into all that dive by yourself. But it was a problem. It was a draft concern.
That it was. Okay, folks, we're going to go put some ads on for the ad break. I'm going to go chill out a little bit in the background, wait for MVP and stuff like that. So stick around. If this series goes long, I'll need to leave at about... Well, I'll probably need to stop casting at about 2 o'clock.
Okay, that's
so if it
fine.
goes to 5, you'll have to do the last one
That's fine,
without
I
me.
can do that.
So
I'll look after you all.
yeah, so basically this is the full screen preview of OBS. You tab out to go to OBS, and then you stop YouTube from here, and you stop stream from here
Gotcha.
if you need to. And if you want to raid, you just go into the chat and you raid
Slash
whatever.
raid, yeah. Me.
If you'd like to do that. And then if you want to go back to the full stream protector, you tab out to do that.
Copy.
So,
Lots of tabbing to be done.
yeah, it's not too difficult, really.
No, it's not. That's fine.
Yeah. By the way, we might be doing something fun, by the way, at some points. NIP were potentially interested in doing a bit of a collab with some content creators, so maybe watch out for that future. And actually, for those of you that watch on YouTube, if you know Onyeva Highlights, reached out and was interested in having our stream go to his YouTube channel as well, so you can watch either on his YouTube channel or our YouTube channel. So hopefully that gets our name out a little bit more.
Good fun stuff.
Yeah, and it would still like link back to our stuff like that, but hopefully there are things that we're thinking of. And if there's any, by the way, folks, you as our audience, if you have a way that you prefer to watch the stuff through
Feedback
streams,
is valuable.
and if there's anything you'd like from this stream as subscribers and as viewers, let us know.
Yeah,
We're very interested in doing that. This is something that we want to do long term. We want to make sure that you feel like you're part of the community. Of course, we have a Discord. Sam has a Discord too, but yeah, we have Discords. We have the chat. We have
DMs are open. By all means,
Yeah.
drop us a message. You got feedback? We'll be listening.
particularly if you're a subscriber or something like that. If there's anything you'd like in terms of subscriber rewards, that's something that we'd like to investigate as well. One thing which I thought about is having like a wall with everyone's name on it, so we can like run that at some point. But yeah, if you have any ideas for that, let us know. What have you had on other channels? What actually isn't currently on other channels that you would like to be a part of? Because that might be a cool thing to do. I like roast and mecha spawns. Oh yeah, you did. You did redeem a roast earlier. Huh, I gotta think about that. Let me think. I'm trying to think of a good roast which isn't just like weak. There's a lot of weak ones I can think of. What do you think? You're more cooked than the food at Rookie's restaurant. But I actually don't know how good... Rookie does have a restaurant, by the way. Right, is it your birthday? It's your birthday? When you think about that then. Rookie MVP, of course it is. Hey, well, happy birthday. I'm not gonna say not happy birthday because you redeem a roast. Damn, he's so good at League of Legends, man. RNG can win this? Yeah, I think they can too. Zeref, give me a player to roast. Give me a player or someone. Give me a team or a player that you care about to roast, because I need some extra info to go off here. Obviously you're a regular, but I feel like I've roasted you once or twice before, and I'd just be repeating the same thing because I'm not that original. Give me something to go off here. Feed me content, by the way. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. T1 or G2? Oh, so you're just a Glory supporter. That's easy. How do you enjoy supporting Real Madrid, Man City? And do you feel satisfaction when your team... No, how sad do you feel when your team is not top 2 within a league? Like, wow, you really chose the easy teams to the hard teams to support there. Wow. Real Madrid, I fucking knew it. You glory supporter. Are you kidding me? That's so telegraphed. I knew it was one of them. It's like, it's either going to be current Liverpool or Man City in the years before that, or like Real Madrid or Barca from like the early 2000s into 2010s. It was going to be one of them. I'm so glad that IG won that, otherwise I'm throwing hands on my monitor. Guys, if IG lose this series, which I think is now more realistic than I thought it was, they're likely out. Because if NIP would then win against FPX, which is likely, there would be 2 teams at 2-1, and they couldn't match it. Been a fan since 2007? Alright, okay, not quite as much as the Glory supporter. But I'm watching you. When you supported a team and like, you know, it's fallen down to like 8th or 10th, maximum rather, maybe my respect will go up for you then. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, folks. I'm gonna go to the toilet, and we'll be back for game 3 afterwards.
X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
红冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
今天也一起来体验一下非遗剪纸。
叶老师能选女牛吗？
可以啊，
我是属牛的。
哎，这个我觉得好猜。
这个我好像在哪见过。
这是屁股吧？
啊，战士类。
石头人。再来一个。
我说了尾部嘛，尾部。
盖伦、
奥拉夫、妖姬、航母。
是我喜欢的，没错了。
哦哦。
我好喜欢。
杰克他没理我。
没理你
啊？我想杀进去，我还要说什么
？IG 不下班。
他们的喜欢比我更甚。
个人觉得这个版本的中南的作用应该是每个赛就是跟每个赛事差不多嘛，就要么就是你当 C 位，要么就是当节奏点，所以这个要看我们怎么选英雄嘛。但是有一个点是没有变的，是打团这个点必须要打好，所以这个东西不管什么版本，作为一个中南来说，必须要做得到的点。然后 就希望自己能够就是达到自己想要的那种要求。赛上对战 RNG 的话，RNG 目前也刚赢了 FunPlus 嘛，所以我觉得他们的目前实力也还不错嘛。然后就希望我们整个队友就是准备好做好自己，然后好好打下。像我每次这么说，就是这支 IG 就是会让大家不会失望，然后跟大家一起冲到底，谢谢。
Okay. Well, I'm not saying we've been goofing off in the background, because we haven't. We've actually just been resting brains. Sometimes it's nice to do that. Howdy, folks. Back into draft for game 3. RNG might be kicking themselves a little bit after that game.
I would be.
Yeah, I think that was a very winnable game. I think they had a good advantage, but what can you do against rookies magic, right? Now we're getting a little bit later into the draft, and RNG have their first game of side select. IG lost the blue side game in game 1, won game 2. They had side select, actually lost game 1. What's left up now? A lot of our mid laners starting to get a bit thin on the ground. Ziggs combo gone, that's another thing as well. You need to keep an eye on Fearless drafted champions, which are only really available in certain combinations. They're kind of like one and done champions, so Ziggs is one of them. Vine Nocturne can be, Callista allows you some stuff like that.
The Carthus kind of work like that a little bit, where there are some really cool specific drafts that work as a combination, but not in an evergreen way.
Ziggs is one of them too, because it's one of like the few practiced bot lane magey things. DFM actually played a game at Slayer bot lane against Callista recently. Though. They lost the game, but it was an interesting
so we saw that the other week in ERL as well, where it was attempted. What I mean, it was
that's
there we
the
go.
Screenshot from the rookie play in that replay last
That's
time.
A proper swoosh.
Daney growing out some locks there. Kasance banned in all games so far. Jack's available though. IG banned that earlier into the day. You have to ban Skarner though, right?
Sure.
Guys, LPL has banned Skarner every single game. Surely that's
be the
bad.
first. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Yeah, that's not getting through. I'd be very surprised. That champion is not fair. Wait, might be the most broken champion since Season 3 Cassidy.
Ashe, first pick here as well. Yes, it has been very broken. For the record, guys. So I was chatting.
You sound very surprised by Ashe first pick.
A little bit.
Ashe first pick, oh my god.
I wasn't expecting
wow, this high priority champion late into a Fearless draft.
It's only game 3, it's not that late. Game 4 is late. Though I grant you, I suppose at this point, with a lot of the AD carries beginning to disappear, it does rise in significant priority. But I was thinking something like the Vi might be more of a first pick option. Was more my thinking. I feel like junglers often get more priority.
I think as soon as you get into like the later stretch of the field, it's like games 3, 4, 5, you want to start looking for stuff like the Vi, because Vi makes a draft coherent by herself.
Yeah,
and it's very obvious to figure out what Vi wants to do and build a composition around it, which means that even if you're not using S-tier champions, the composition is coherent, and that's enough. So now you're looking for probably something like a Leona later on. In fact, you could lock a Leona right now if you want the big Wombo combo.
Yeah, I think the thing is they probably don't want to give Ashe Misfortune as a possibility, but Milky Way, Kindred, insta.
And now we're going Galio. Now we're going
Yes.
Tongyuan going towards the Galio. Kindred Galio. Big pressure now Milky Way to carry with it. Is one of his best champions of all time. You talk a lot about the video which he had basically on every LDL break on the broadcast. You have the Ashe for engage. You have Kindred brawling around the map and the Galio for a bit of safety for both of them.
And what I really want to point out here as well, this is not just Milky Way's Kindred, this is the Kindred with the Galio backup. This is how they played it in LDL. It's how Milky Way made a name for himself. Yeah, it was XEZ at that point as the mid laner, who was, as I said, a Galio Rumble player in mid lane. That's what he played. But this is how Milky Way plays Kindred. He plays it with the Galio in his back pocket when he can, and he is hyper aggressive, looking to invade for those marks on every opportunity, and Vi can be really vulnerable to that if she's not careful.
So now IG looking for obviously a combo with the Vi. You've got Ari Talia, which are pretty good. You can go something like Vladimir too if you want. You need something that does okay into the Galio, because Galio gets quite tanky quite early into the game, so IG will need to keep that in mind. Interested in what the Shy is going to go. He might go for a 4th pick Jax if RNG don't ban it. I think Jax is pretty good into this kind of comp, because even if you Kindred ult, he can kind of sit around, counter-strike as you come out of the ult, and then kind of clean you up as that happens. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that one banned at some point. But Rookie's Talia, very strong, banned very easily here.
That it is. Of course, you don't want to have that option. It's very good with the Vi. I wonder whether it's just an Ari ban alongside it. Might make some sense. I'm not sure whether you quite mentioned that. I was a little bit lost in my own world, making some own thoughts. So he might have said that already, in fairness, guys, and I wouldn't know. My active listening failed me there for 10 seconds or so. I do apologize.
Yeah, no, Rookie is also one of the best Aries
players in the world. Yeah, which is why I was like,
Sam,
I could see him having brought this up.
Do you really think I wouldn't mention?
That's the reason I was like, I feel like that's the reason I didn't hear it, but my knowledge of you and this composition said I suspect he did, but I can't guarantee. And if in case he didn't, I want to bring it up.
So I do think though that something like Jax for the Shy could be a good ban here as well, because like you realistically you can still go for something like the Orianna too if you want to go with the Vi. They ban away the Silas, which would be better into the tank killing as the Galio. So you have Orianna, better in lane. You have Ari, which is better for kind of like the deep picks with the Vi. If you catch Kindred out and she doesn't get to ult before the combo lands, she dies before the CC completes, even with the Galio ultimate over the top of it. So that would be the goal with that combo. However, if you go for the Ari, you are less good against the Galio, who does get bullied a little bit in early lane, but Ari doesn't really want to go for the tank killing build in that situation.
Oh, that's fun. Okay, yeah, Kindred hates that. So does Galio. Until you get enough range marks to be out of range of Swain, it can kind of suck. And then you put your ult down and Swain goes, well, thank you, more time to heal. And stack my ultimate forever.
Very surprised that the Jax goes through and the Swain wasn't hidden here, though. I would have preferred the Jax on 4 if you were going to go for the Swain on 5. Now, what does the Shy want? This would be displacement.
Yeah.
This is the displacement against the Kindred ult, exactly, because that can stop that getting as much value. This is going to be a low-range, brawly, drain tank game. You're going to have Unending Despairs, you're going to have Fimbulwinter, probably. I wonder whether it will actually be a Fimbulwinter Jax or something more tanky. Probably.
I could see it.
Especially with the Kindred being an extra carry. RNG, look at that tank being locked in last with the Gragas 2, which can kind of blast people out the ultimate. This is all signals go for big, brawly short-range comps. And I'm going to get myself a cup of tea from the other room while you do
Hear
things.
ye, hear ye. Levels 6 to 11 will be full of blood. Thus was decreed by the drafteth here in Game 3 of RNG versus IG in the year of our Lord 2025. As notarized by casters, initializer Nymaera, firsts of their name. This will be really interesting as well, because obviously you are in a position now where if the Gragas and the Swain get to the point where the Ashe and Kindred don't get going, Kindred in particular doesn't get marks, those mid-game fights are miserable. Could definitely get very, very difficult. I'm looking at the other side though, and you go, okay, well I've got Alistair to punt out someone like the Swain, and we've got a lot of pick, and if you do get ahead enough, your ability to force fight with a lot of damage into a front line that's not actually all that long range, you are very reliant then on the Gragas cask to keep people away from you, or it's going to get real miserable real fast, because a lot of your range is very limited, a lot of your mobility is pretty limited, at least on people like the Swain and the Misfortune, and that could prove very problematic if you just start dying to whatever picks come forwards, and that will be really important, because I think whoever gets the snowball here, particularly on things like the Kindred or the Swain, could really decide this game. Coming now towards those drafts up on screen. You can see the skins. We don't get to see that too much in Western League of Legends. We don't see the skin options too much, but there's the draft. The Gyros will be flying. And I'll shut up for a moment or two. Go. A lot of passion there. Understandably, this rivalry has delivered. We wondered whether it might be a blowout. It hasn't been. It's been two very close, very scrappy games. I think both teams will be a little frustrated, actually, with their inability to close out what should have been pretty commanding position.
Sorry, Sam, I've left the door open. Do you mind going to close that? Just so we don't blow out neighbors' eardrums as well. I mean, RNG IG, it is one of the classic matchups within League of Legends. I think RNG have a couple of them. I think RNG EDG is the other kind of LPL El Clasico.
IG back in the day.
Yes,
Season 2, Season 3.
Yeah, but WWE didn't necessarily have that same kind of like team rivalry in the same way.
It was with EDG, because remember who was the jungler on WE to begin with and who he left to join?
Yeah, Clearlive. Yeah, there was that. But like, I wouldn't say like WE EDG was like the El Clasico of LPL. I will still would have said there would have been RNG or EDG. That would have been the one. That's the one which people bring up, and it's the one.
I mean, it's definitely one that's had a longer.
It's the one which, yes, the one which has lasted over time. RNG IG really had a lot of wind put into the sails. Well, I mean, IG have been around for a while. Obviously, they're one of the original teams. But 2018, 2019, where both these were really world-class, international winning tournament teams, which was obviously a rarity, especially in the Korean era of dominance. It brought that up to a huge amount.
2015 with Kakao and Rookie on the roster. That was when I became an IG fan. Was that one? And people were like, "Oh my days, you're such a glory supporter." So he said, "No, I've been supporting since 2015 with the Kakao roster." Where Skarner rework where he had the pillars and Kakao just entered it in the group stage, and I was very disappointed.
Oh, Mako missing everything there. Not going to get the stun. Now level 2, and the combo up for the Alistair.
Flash for the pulverize, can look to headbutt into the wall. Still here, Gala in danger. The cleanse comes on through. The volley forces a slow punch back onto Mako. Is mounted up again. Up as Jachi in a difficult position, but he still has flash, and that makes things very difficult. A win in the summoners in the end for RNG.
Also, fantastic mind game played by Milky Way there. The reason they backed off is because they marked the Misfortune.
Superb.
You saw the little like gold rings appearing there. They marked the Misfortune to mind game the fact that Milky Way might have done a topside into early top gank. IG didn't know for certain, didn't want to test it. Milky Way using the passive of Kindred to help his bot lane win the 2v2.
And to add some context here as well to people who are not Kindred players, you nearly always start with a mark on the enemy jungler because you may run into him in the level 1s. Also, Kindred's really nasty on the invade. Level 2, level 3 with red buff. Kindred turning up in your jungle really sucks.
So, really cool stuff from Milky Way. That is not something I've seen before at a pro level. Very fun to see. Well, really doing well in the support matchup too against Mako in terms of that early couple of levels. Say that it's going to take a decent trade there, but hey, just trying to stop the back, which is the big thing there, really. Milky Way now actually on top side, and also what he's going to do, potentially look in towards top side, look for a play there, and then go back towards a mark spawning on the top scuttle, leaving it long enough for the bot side scuttle to die out, which has now happened. The mark will reapply on top side. Milky Way look for a play here, look to get one mark on Gala, then go towards the grubs. No summoners on Gala.
Jachi has flash, so he's the one tanking aggro. We're going mid lane first, because I think First Blood is going the way of IG on a very nice gank timing from GJ. All the while, though, the Ashe gets one, but the Misfortune gets another one back. Oh, no. It's a 1-for-1 top side, and here comes the Vi coming on up too.
I mean, I don't think you should care about that. It's a 1-for-1, but you get the mark for the Kindred and the AD carry die. So in terms of like getting another one back, well, does it matter that much? For me, no. You're losing at XP, you're losing the wave under turret, and you get the extra value for Milky Way, who will be waiting for a mark on the top side scuttle. You can see that it's being taken now, but they should be waiting for the mark to reapply. I think that should be the goal. So this is the dive which happened topside as the mid lane play happened, flicked out of the jump but not taking tower aggro. And yeah, there is damage coming through onto Lila, but he knows he's going to die and just says, okay,
fine, yeah.
sure. This is an acceptable trade. I don't think it's unreasonable to give over 1 kill there for a mark.
Well reasoned, and I can completely agree with the value, but here we go again. There is the second mark. Got it off the Scuttle Crab. Thank you very much, Alex, pointing that one out. Did wait long enough. The timing is there, and a little note.
By the way, you can see the marks, by the way, just down. If you look on the side of
yeah.
your screen, you can see them here. I'll wiggle that about. So that's where you can see the Kindred mark. It makes it very, very easy to see that one.
Has very little mana there. Takes a bit of a chunk, but not too much more. That is a really important technique on Kindred 2, to those who do not know. This is something I picked up from Meteos a couple years back. But what you can do is, obviously, you often have to play the lottery with Kindred about which side of the map the early mark on Scuttle Crab spawns. And sometimes you just get it wrong, or you get unlucky. And what you do is you wait for the enemy jungler to take the other mark, and about 20 seconds later it will spawn and move over to the other Scuttle.
That's going to happen now, because the mark spawns on Scuttle between 0 and 1 marks. Now you're at 2 marks. It will be spawning on Raptors or Gromp, which are kind of like the furthest out camps. And the mark is now put onto the Gromp, as you see on the bottom side of the map. So maybe seeing if there's an angle to invade there. Getting to 4 marks early in this game is such a melee-heavy game. Is actually kind of huge. Sometimes I think it's overrated. In this game, against Swain, Gragas, yeah, it is actually kind of insane.
I will also note here as well that you can still get marks spawning on the Scuttle Crabs until 4, I believe. So you can still have it happen there. But Grubs is going to be the fight right now. JJ at the back of the pit has got Flash. He's going to be forced to burn it quite yet. JJ goes Hex flashing onto the Rel, but they can still crash down. Rookie's up here with level 6. It's a 3v4
nice
display coming on through. That slow from the Make It Rain is obnoxious, but it's a good flash on out. The ult comes on in from the Galio, gets a big old knock-up. We'll make this the 1-for-1 for now, but Rookie has demonically ascended. Could make things very tricky. Tang Yuan tries to body block. Good slow from Jachi on the
Shy. They don't spot him. There's a chance he could go in for a knock-up. Nope, gonna leave that one. So Milky Way gets into the play again, but not onto the marked Vi, who does actually have the mark this time. The Grubs are probably going to fall for IG, as the Shy just wants to be a real obnoxious dude around the Grub.
Will be exactly that. The Cask as well, really obnoxious. Smite away on the Grub for the hit. The whole time, though, while this is happening, there's a fight in the bot lane in terms of the turrets going down. The Shy has to flash on out. Does survive, though, and doesn't burn his Cask either. Gets away with it.
Yeah, Xiaoshu left alone on this bot side as the Shy teleport onto the top side of the map. So RNG not necessarily playing heavily around the Grubs, playing more for the advantage of the Kindred. Of course, now JJ getting himself a kill out of that play means that he is getting some good damage as well. One of the dangerous things about Kindred into the Vi is that the Vi can effectively one-shot you if you do not play well around your ultimate, especially if the Vi gets an early lead or gets some early gold, gets towards Sunder Sky, Black Cleaver, Triforce also built sometimes you see onto it as well. And in this game, you still want to shred for the MFs. You still probably want that against some of their tankier members. Either way, if you're forced to blow your ult before the ult comes in or connects with you as the Vi, or you're afraid of a Q flash, it changes the way you have to play the matchup very, very much so.
Like, if you can threaten the Vi and the Vi doesn't have the damage, it then sucks for the Vi, but you often see Vi's in solo queue at the very least do look towards things like the Triforce or the Eclipse if they're really feeling it, because you can just pop an AD carry, because that's what the Kindred is, and you, even with your ultimate, you just don't win the extended trades.
You're going to have to let me know on this one. Are you up to date on the Swain changes which come through? Because it has changed quite a bit. There were a lot of changes around off-season.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the ult in the particular got some big change in terms of its duration, namely that it's pretty much infinite as long as you keep it going. You can keep pressing R to spark it off every
so
now.
As far as I'm aware, the ult can now be recast every 8 seconds. There's been a bit of a change around in some of the basic abilities. The Never Move pulls everyone back at the same time. You don't have the same kind of like pull for a soul thing. That changed a little bit differently. But yeah, Swain in a bit of a different spot right now. I probably should have read up a little bit more if it's going to be played a little bit more at this point. To reach out to, you know, the guy which I used to duo queue with back in Season 6, Season 7, was a Karthus Rise Swain player. So he just played all of the Rod of Ages building players there. So
where was his Anivia?
You did play a bit of that, actually.
There you
guy
go.
by the name of Music Man Dan. Lovely
Was he the AP Lucian player too?
And Twitch.
Oh,
yeah.
boy,
So if I ever needed cooking lessons, specifically with League of Legends, I reached out to Dan. Yorick too. So yeah, so all of the random ass ones. But yeah, I really need to see how Swain is going to play in this one. If Kindred and Ashe get to the point where they can just kind of kill the Swain before he can get into melee range, it's a huge problem. But one of the big things about Swain is typically you want either Phase Rush or Ghost to just keep on top of these players, and especially having a Rylai's as well can really help you. See how that works out later, as the Shy is not currently marked, I don't think. Was it just changed over? In fact, it was just changed over. You were just pointing that out. The Shy now going to have to outplay. See if Rookie can get up there in time. Uses that semi-global of the W. They know he's coming.
Do indeed, and they pull away from it. With Rookie having left and no idea where JJ is, it would be very risky to just dive that one, especially with Gragas having the ultimate up. Can be a tricky old customer to dive.
Absolutely. It just really good wave clear, even with just base damages, and Xiaoxu can't get that in time. Still stuck on 2 marks for now as Milky Way, not really able to push in towards this mark on the Gromp. And another really cool thing about that as well is you can see that with the pushing bot lane, they have the 2 pink wards down here, just spotting most of the jungle entries, which could lead you in towards the Gromp. So it's not easy to get towards there and start getting that all-important 4th mark on the horizon for Milky Way.
I also think we've seen a pretty deliberate choice here to keep the mark up, because they know it's not been that easy to get to. Now the Scuttle Crab is gone, they don't have to worry about that being the easy 3rd mark. They can now take it for JJ. Doesn't want to leave the gold up forever, but for now, preventing the easy mark on
that is a really good point.
Scuttle Crab's
I was wondering why that was alive for so long, because junglers always want their camps down as much as possible. But yeah, if you're going to deny it, Sam, you just punched the microphone again. This is like the 3rd time you've done it.
It's because my chair keeps spinning, so I keep trying to pull myself around. I don't know why.
You're practicing rotations outside the game. I see the food is hot.
Yes, that's the one.
If anyone's never seen Susie Azard's Death Star Canteen, go watch that.
Do they go by Susie in their stage name now as well?
Yes.
There we go.
That's why I said it.
There we go.
But if you've never watched Death Star Canteen, especially with the Lego animation, go watch it. The food is hot. Be careful with that.
I will have the penne alla arrabbiata.
Yeah, doesn't make that much sense outside of context, unless you're getting past her, I suppose. Ult goes on to Mako, flashes away.
We'll not be having the penne alla arrabbiata. Relabiata? Relabiata is the best I've got at this moment in time.
It's like that dude on Instagram which makes ravioli, oli, and lasagna.
El Burrito Monster,
yeah, that dude
makes the most insane cooks of all time.
He's upset that all of the pasta shapes have already been invented. Time to make some new ones.
Most of them involve just like 7 hours of cooking and adding layers of pasta to your pasta.
Yeah, that's maximum effort cooking. Milky Way, actually being contained fairly well, I'll say. And JJ now up to Sundered Sky, very happy. Milky Way going for a bit of a different build. Looks like he's going halfway between Kraken Slayer and the Collector.
So I think what he's done, because he does like Kraken Slayer Collector, it is by far his favourite build, especially if he's asked to be a carry and he's got a Galio behind him.
Well, that was before the changes to Kraken Slayer came through.
It's still good on Kindred.
Anyway, big wrap around the vision.
There we go. Flash from Rookie. Doesn't get him. Sorry, flash from Lele prevents Rookie getting over the wall. The Galio comes on in. JJ now in a dangerous position. The ultimate from Milky Way keeps him alive. Rookie will demonically ascend, though, makes this tricky. Teleport comes in from the Shy. Oh! Massive 3-man body slam. The turnaround's pretty good from Lele to try and buy some time, but all the while, it is too much. A 3-man never move. Edgar Allan Poe made it known. The Raven knocks nevermore.
Rookie slams home the E, and what were we saying? It's a problem if the Kindred has to ult early. Yes, the Galio keeps them alive, but that is not what you want to be doing as the Kindred. Milky Way not in position to clean up the fight. It's the Swain and the Gragas which completely blast RNG with base damages, really, before RNG can get any return play. It's going to be a huge turnaround for IG, gets them a ton of gold in pocket, and RNG are going to have to start searching their brains to find a comeback now.
I can't wait for this replay because it is magical stuff.
Rookie flats, well, no, Lola, he tries to do a flash predict. Yeah. He tries to do a flash predict like he did a little bit earlier, but Rookie just calls the bluff, and Rookie starts putting on the afterburners, starts ticking up his ultimate, and they really overextend for this. But there's no way out. They're completely enveloped. Gragas on one side, Swain on the other, Misfortune once again. They put themselves in way too deep because they lose themselves in the source a little bit. Try and get this massive vision turnaround play, just put themselves into an unplayable position.
And Xiaoxu's late. He turns up into the mid lane to get never moved and dies. And that's really problematic. Now Swain has a Ryalize, which is miserable for a number of the characters on RNG. It's not going to be fun for the Jax, who doesn't really have all that many defenses against a magic damage, non-auto attacking champion. It's miserable for the Kindred, who's going to have to be in range for a lot of this. You don't get out of demonic ascension range.
One thing I do remember about Swain builds, and I do remember this one, as soon as you have Ryalize, this champion is a bitch to deal with. Like, you're just stuck into the play. A reminder of what we were saying before. If you have the Kindred who has to blow ult early and is afraid and can't disengage without using the ultimate, that's a problem. Ryalize means that you must disengage from being hit from the very first skill. Your ultimate, continually applying that damage whilst you're in the radius of it, makes it impossible to run away from them. And I think a big thing about this now is that because you're actually quite strong on the Vi, The Vi adds some damage, and you don't have to be a primary carry or someone like this way. You are there to be obnoxious as hell, not die and apply that slow, while the rest of the IG start to clean up and do a significant amount of damage just from base damages.
And, you know, you've got Gala, who is now 4-1-2 on this Misfortune as well, has got a Bloodthirsty Complete, has just picked up a BF Sword, there we go, correctly speak that name, and then alongside that Crit Cloak, you are hitting pretty high levels of damage right now on the Misfortune. Once that Infinity Age is completed, it's not miles away with those components in, it's going to hurt.
Another problem that's going to come through for RNG, the person hit by the Ash Arrow, I don't think cares much about it.
Not at the minute, no.
If you hit Rookie, and he sees the arrow and he can't flash out of it, he probably survives around to throwing his ult anyway. And by the time a kill is genuinely being threatened, pretty sure that either JJ or Mako or the Shy, whoever is not caught in the combo, Rookie, sure, basically anyone but Gala, and he has Cleanse, the other members are going to start piling on anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think RNG can now wait on just an Ash pick. I don't think the Kindred is fed enough. This item build is just not online. This is not online. You have components for 2 different items. You hate this. You don't have tier 2 boots. This Kindred is going to be scrounging for extra marks, still on 2, not been given access to anything, and the defense from IG to contain this Kindred has been very, very potent. RNG don't have damage. They can't kill the first target very easily.
Onto the Rel, that would be a mark for Kindred. They get the knockback, they should just go down, but no, Mako flashes over the damn wall.
They don't have the damage.
Behind. And again, Kindred went for the snowball build, couldn't snowball to the second item, and you have no damage. You get a teleport out, fine, but you burn a lot to try and make this happen, and it is increasingly desperation stations.
Yeah, and the Shy, you know, he uses his flash, he doesn't quite get the knockback combo, but he's fine to teleport there. RNG, if they had managed to snowball to a 4th mark on the Kindred, get them towards 1-2 items, would have been fine. It's just not the case here. Early laning phase was good from RNG. Xiaoshu on the Jax might be a threat later into the game. That is genuinely win. It's less than it was last year, but you still technically have the economic win condition Jax, where you just eventually get so much gold that you'll run over team fights. In a game like this against the Swain, a little bit harder to function because the perma-slows and the CC make it very, very difficult.
You don't immune the damage with your W.
Not always. E.
Oh, E, sorry, yes.
Yeah. And it's also...
Empower.
Yeah, so worth noting that you do get a 10% damage reduction on AoE when you're in Counter-Strike as well, so you do get a little bit
It's just not the same as ignoring auto attacks.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, Herald startup by IG. I think if they get the Herald, RNG will be forced to clump up again, but I still don't think that they defend a tower particularly well against this comp, so not the best thing to be giving over, but then again, I suppose anything being given over to IG is not something they can particularly contest.
Kindred's finally completed the Kraken Slayer. This is what they were hoping to snowball towards. This was the build path. You then get the Collector afterwards, and you feel great. If this happened 5 minutes ago, if this happened 3 minutes ago, it hasn't happened, and you're down, by the way, feats of strength, 6 scrubs, 2 turrets. Like, that's happened to the backline, or the background, rather. Alongside the gold going the way of Invictus Gaming, it is all systems go.
Yeah. All systems nominal, Sam. Didn't you learn our
That's
sci-fi
normal.
classes?
They aren't normal. These are better than normal.
I think they're all online. I think they're all nominal because it sounds cool. Aram dodged out on, but Gala had cleanse anyway. Again, swing and a miss, trying to just blow a cleanse if it's all possible. Good tap from Gala there.
Impure shots still hurt.
Are they impure shots now?
No, they're not anymore. It's love taps. Yeah.
Impure shots used to be a thing.
W.
Yeah,
passive on the W.
Was that damage over time? Was just...
It was kind of just got more damage on the top because you haven't hit before.
Yes. And then you still can switch them back and forth. Love taps is pretty cool. I like them.
Let's go.
Anyway, the Shy has Cosmic Drive, has cooldown boots, has a Kindle Gem, has a tier being built up as well. The Shy is going to be so obnoxious now. Credit to the Shy, actually. Died once or twice in over-pushed lanes, but the time he died on the Jace earlier in the series, it was in trade for JJ getting double scuttle. That works out quite well for him. The Ornn was pretty good in the team fights. A lot of people have got a lot of eyes on the Shy because obviously a very popular player, but someone who's had inconsistent pro history, we'll say. I think he's had a pretty okay series. He's not been the main character, but often the Shy struggles not to be the main character in a negative way. So I'm going to call this a pretty good series from him so far.
And in fairness to him, like we said, oh my god, he's gone way too deep, and he's gotten away with it quite a lot on the Gragas. And in fairness to him, he sees the line and he likes to play to it. At his best, he becomes one of the most frustrating players in the world to play against, even on his tanks, because he just knows how far he can push it.
How differently we're talking about IG already after they clutched out a Game 2 victory and get themselves into a decent Game 3. One of the great things about IG is that they do have a bunch of very veteran players, and I don't know if they have an ambulance. We have an ambulance, and you're probably hearing
not for us.
Not yet.
Wee woo.
Things could still happen. Things could still change.
Yeah,
but
this is for the poison I put in your tea, Alex. Just
thanks.
you know.
Yeah. Well, you know,
so
I feel like as humans,
as humans,
we poison ourselves with the media that we intake.
What does that say about people watching our stream?
Find an antidote. Very quickly. Very, very quickly, you're in danger.
Stay, but don't find an antidote. You can't leave.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to leave.
I
That's
think
not
there
how
was
this
that
works.
one time...
In
There was one time on LGL way back in the day where I did suggest that people should eat paint.
Sorry, what? I do not remember
Look, Sam,
this
I can't remember the context. All I remember is...
Why would you do that?
I think I think I was trying to question the validity of an apple a day keeps the doctor away. What happens if it's, you know, like a blue apple painted in lead paint or something? And other people should test it and report back to us. Well, they never did, so maybe they did try. They never made it. Maybe they just didn't work out.
Like, we've now got mods in chat telling people please don't eat paint, and that's probably wise. Don't do that, guys.
For legal reasons, I'm not actually suggesting that you eat paint.
Please don't
oh,
do
hang
that.
on, another thing as well. We are currently witnessing IG win the flower war, like 30 to 10.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's a combo, but it's not leading to that much. But still, that's actually a decent amount of extra adaptive force and XP for the entire team. Has it led to... Well, I don't know if that's led to the XP differences, but you look across the board. Actually, yeah, let's highlight this.
Which color paint tastes the
Level
best,
14...
Alex?
Shut up, Sam. Level 14 to level 12. Level 13 to level 11. We even got a level in the mid lane as well for Rookie over Tanyuan. Yeah, you can paint that blue and put it in your pipe and smoke it.
Don't do that either. Don't smoke paint.
Stop.
Stop.
And report back to us and see if it works.
Don't.
See if it keeps the doctor away.
We're never getting any.
We must isolate these variables.
Responses.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be a crayon eater, guys. That's just like, I don't think it might be safe.
You know,
Stop.
apparently that was a term invented for the Marines.
I can
the
see
US
it.
Marines. Anyway,
That makes a lot of sense.
Tanyuan might be going submersible. Instead, he's diving into the backline. Rookie goes into the Herald to avoid the CC. Goes for the knock up and rides into battle.
You need to shield it around when you've got a seatbelt. Just go driving your way out to safety. But Jachi will stay alive for now. Look at the backline. There is Xiaoshu, gets a decent stun, but where's the rest of the team?
Oh, another E!
But the damage just isn't enough. Look at the tankiness. Invictus Gaming just don't take damage.
Don't look at what the Shy just did with his flash. He missed himself the flash body slam. Don't worry, it's fine. They won the fight anyway. Rookie's E accuracy has been sublime. Gets a cleanse out of Jachi, forces Milky Way into a defensive fight again, and no matter how famed this Kindred is, it is not achieving the results it needs to in this game. IG, they're piling on the fights. The damage isn't there, as we've said. Yeah, you've got a single item coming through from Milky Way now, but that's way too late for it to make a difference.
And we've seen one pocket pick work out super well in the Karthus. This one has not. And Invictus Gaming on the other side have proven to be so obnoxious. What timing on that Herald take.
Uses that to deny the CC, gets the extra knock-up, and the teleport comes in. But look at this. Early ultimate put down by the Kindred. You've got... Just look at all of this zone denial. Everyone's slowed just beyond this point. No one can walk up into the Swain. Fantastic positioning by Rookie. He's gone for a Fimbulwinter now as well. Such a cheap tank item. Just keeping people in place. I love this from the Swain. We saw, like, one game of it at Worlds from Humanoid last year where I felt that he should have gone for a Rylai's and just pin people into that first combo. I think this is another case of this again. Actually, that was a Vice Swain there too. I was thinking about it from Fnatic back at Worlds last year. Right here, you get enough CC and just Rookie lands an E onto a stun target, keeps them slowed for forever. There's enough damage coming through from Gragas, Vi, and the Misfortune that you don't have to go for a full damage Leandry's build on the Swain. I like this from the Swain. You don't have to be 1v9ing. You are doing perfectly fine setting up everyone else for success, as the Shy might try and do that on Xiaoshu, but he hops away.
Yeah, I just saw Jachi there unload onto Rookie, and Rookie just laughed in his face. You don't get, as the Ashe, you're not long enough range to be outside of the range of the Demonic Ascension. Atacam being started, and understandably RNG say, yeah, we can't.
You know, Milky Way is finally going to head over towards this scuttle for his third mark. He got 2 marks in about 5-6 minutes. Couldn't get anything after that point. Giving up the Atacam for a mark on the Kindred, it feels so awful.
But you can't fight. You just don't have the items. You don't have the damage. You're stuck at 1 item on everyone but Ashe. You don't even have a completed item on Alistair until the moment I speak about it. Now, that's how far behind you are. You cannot play that Atacam fight.
Oh, you can't. So, Atacam, I'm gonna make it even harder to die. I'm pretty sure you can just walk past the turret. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what IG should be doing.
Oh, yeah.
You have basically an unkillable Swain. He has a Seekers as well if you really want to. Yeah, just go for this. Why not?
Jachi just has to flash on out immediately. And remember, you've got Vi, you've got Gragas, you've got Rel, you've got multiple ways to threaten one person go in, and the follow-up will be unbelievable.
Guys, I think you can just go in here if you want. And Xiaoshu had no teleport, would have to wander his way down, but IG would rather wait until just, well, yeah, Dragon's spawning now. I saw the timer up in the top left-hand corner. I was like, oh yeah, that's Dragon. No, that's just the Atacon.
It's a very similar look to the Infernal Dragon, I grant you.
Yeah, but I'm actually somewhat surprised that IG just didn't full send it there. They have the tankiness to dive turrets for forever, and Xiaoshu didn't have flash or teleport to make him over to the fight more quickly. 2 items to JJ. Not going towards something like the Starex, Sundered Sky, Black Cleaver. I think he understands that, you know, he can pick up a bit more damage because the Swain and the Gragas are being so disruptive, and they'll protect him with their own CC a little bit. RNG, for all their good moments in the win in Game 1 and the very close game in Game 2, which they probably should have won, this one hasn't been close. They've been shut out of the early game. They fall back on Milky Way's pocket pick, which is good in a fearless sense because not many people are going to play it, and it's not normally a prioritized pick, but you can play it away from kind of the standard meta and save a quote-unquote better meta jungler for later.
Yeah, and look, if you're going to play Kindred Galio, then the way it works is the Kindred is invading. It is front foot stuff, and we saw one combo tried, and it was a disaster. It was 0 for 5. It was the Shy's flash after the teleport into the triple 3-man body slam. It was Milky with the 3-man never move straight after, and it's all gone wrong from there. They finally got 2 items. Baron has started. Lele will go on forwards.
Rookie taking space. Look at this. That slows onto everyone.
Galio to the backline, but then before he get a shield off, it's such a problem. Milky Way gets nothing done.
Dude.
Can't walk forwards. What are you doing?
I love what Rookie's doing here. I love what Rookie's doing here. The fight starts, just stands between the main clump of the fight. The enemy team says, sure, come closer if you want. You'll get slowed. Buys up that space, and IG just can't lose the fight. They're too unkillable.
Finally gets the 4th mark. It spawns on a Scuttle Crab for the first time in forever. JJ keeping it trapped on Grumps for a lot of this game has been really obnoxious. Finally get that 4th mob. It's too little. It's too late. Look at the gold. Look at the fact that you are down 6 grubs and a Baron at this point in the game. You've got 2.5 items on a Misfortune who's going towards a rapid fire next. You're just completing that for the 3rd item mark, and you can see Lele's forced to face check, and it doesn't really
look at this.
do
Look at
anything.
this. Rookie walks up, and immediately you can't walk up here. This whole zone there is just completely impassable. Milky Way can't walk into the fight, doesn't walk up into the slow. He can't afford to. And as soon as he gets close to it, there's an E thrown at him too. Rookie, I love the way he's playing this Swain. This is how you play the disruptive Swain frontline.
And you saw an attempted Blast Cone into Shield of Durand combo from Tang Yuan. It isn't timed right. He doesn't get the value. And you realistically need to wait for a 3rd item. You need 3 items on the Kindred and the Ashe. You need a 3rd item on this Jax, because otherwise you saw what the hell happened to the health bars of IG, namely nothing. They didn't move.
And the thing is, in previous metas, 1 item Kraken Slayer was fine. 1 item Collector was even fine too. They've both, like, Collector's still an okay item. I think Kraken Slayer is not nearly what it once was. You're just not being that same 2 item threat that you were in the past. And being 2,000 gold behind on an inherently gold dependent champion is disastrous, actually, for the composition of RNG.
And in fairness, I think we saw with the build path, it might have been different if they hadn't been stalled out in the way they had. And so it's not necessarily like your average game state, shall we say, for this particular combo, and that will colour our opinions somewhat. But even so, we said it was going to be a problem in this game. But look, if IG get ahead, how the hell do you deal with the front line? How do you deal with the drain tank?
I think the answer has been
it's over.
You don't. JJ's hitting down 1 tower on the front of it. Milky Way trying to do some damage across the side of it. Lola's going in, but there's no damage follow-up.
They've been trying to find these moments, but in been desperation at best. Rookie finally takes a turret damage, and that's been the most he's taken all damn game, it feels like. 1 Nexus turret is falling down. Xiaoshu into the backline. There's the Galio afterwards, but it is a last gasp attempt. Misfortune bullet times, because I think it is final orders in this particular bar. Invictus Gaming, courtesy of Gragas and the rest of the squad, will drink RNG under the table and put themselves to series point.
The Shy, JJ, and Rookie end the game deathless. The double tank / bruiser solo lanes made it so hard for RNG to ever walk up. This is the cleanest game in the series.
Oh, yes.
RNG, they got a couple of plays early, but after that point, it just felt like Milky Way needed to be ahead. Didn't get so, and RNG had no damage.
And I think, again, we have to go back to it. We saw it characterized most in the infantry, right? It was a Dirk and bits for how long. That's very different if you pick up a kill, if you pick up a mark, and you snowball that into the 1st item plus component that the Dirk was supposed to. It didn't happen. On the other side, Rookie got 2 early kills. The Misfortune at 4. That Gragas was so tanky, so fast. And in credit to the Shy, those teleport flanks were nightmarish this game, with the exception of that 1 failed flash body slam. And yes, we saw that. It is a statement game after a much messier, much more contentious first two.
And I really like that. The thing which I've enjoyed the most about Fearless, with teams that are good at Fearless drafting, is when you get to the stage in a draft and you say, okay, I'm not just picking this champion, I'm picking this draft. You don't see Swain that often. And there are some S tier picks in there. I think Gragas counts as that, Misfortune, Rel, Vi. But the Swain, giving you that extra ability to just have like that tanky front line, in some ways replacing the role of someone like a Galio, and just saying, I'm going to be tanky, I'm going to deny this area in the team fight, and getting good value out of it. That's really cool to see. A good Fearless team doesn't pick one random champion because it's a champion your mid laner can play or whatever. They pick it because it fits a composition that your team knows how to play, and they clearly did.
And we saw it in the team fights. The Ashe and the Kindred literally couldn't auto-attack because the Swain was like, well, if you're auto-attacking, you're in range of my ult, and you can't be there. Not with the Rylance.
And, you know, if you had... Look, if this was a draft with a Varus open, the Varus on hit kills that entire team.
Yeah.
Or if it's a Callista, they kill the entire team.
4 marks even.
Well, no, I'm talking. This is more on a draft sense. Well, like when you're drafting this comp, if there was a better anti-tank AD carry like the Callista or the Varus, you probably don't pick this. The fact that the Varus and the Callista are already gone means it's so much easier to pick these bruises, which the AD carries like the Ashe don't have enough damage to cut through.
I mean, a question then. And I get, could you have gone the Triforce Blade of the Ruin King build on the Ashe?
That's not even good tank damage though.
I mean, is it good into the Swain though?
Nope. Not really.
Even with the HP damage, even with that.
Ashe, even when you go towards higher damage builds, does not deal with tanks well. Not to that level, because you would be the only tank damage at that point. And also, you find it quite hard to step up into that kind of range. Like Varus with kind of like what you really need is the Blade Rage Blade carry. Really, you could have maybe. I mean, Cogmore you don't exactly like either because Gragas just punts you back into the team.
Awful.
But like Ashe can maybe get some more damage out of that, but also you need to deal with your lane matchup too.
Yep. Discussions for another day, and we never got that opportunity because it was.
I think Blade is not a bad idea. Triforce, I don't think is actually the best damage. That's more like slow rundown. You have my extra move speed kind of damage. It's not actually the highest DPS.
I wonder whether Milky Way might go for that because Triforce, Blade, Black Cleaver is a build we see a lot on Kindred right now.
Dude, I just didn't want to see him on 4 different components.
Yeah, I mean, like again, that looks incredibly different if you pick up a kill, if you pick up a mark and you snowball the Dirk, which is what the Dirk is there for. It's like you see it on. Some of the AD carries who build Dirk early and then complete the first item, but it is a snowball pick. You need to snowball.
Dirk is also that was better a season ago when Dirk was a better item. It's been nerfed a little bit since then.
Yeah, I mean that's quite telling. We'll have a look at the highlights in a second. It's sponsored by fridges, guys.
Yeah.
You could buy a fridge, but make it League of Legends.
So this
when you
was,
feed.
Yeah. So this was fine. So like I think the initial kind of like, whoa, it's like 1 for 1. Actually, that doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother because the AD carry dying is the support dying. The value of the person dying is different. You get the extra mark on top of it. By the way, these Swain W's insane from Rookie.
Yeah.
That's something which I didn't call out as much in game, something which I noted mentally, but then didn't necessarily talk about it as much. When you're going for aggressive plays and you have to avoid a Swain W, that Vision of Empire, it's so incredibly different. That's one of the other things too. A lot of the time you would sometimes even see Swain support sometimes you see a W max, increases the range of it and stuff like that. It's less so nowadays. You have to be a little bit more choice about the time you use your W. Man, Rookie played this pick so well.
Yeah, he did. And I also want to give a shout out in this particular replay because we didn't really talk too much about GOJ, but especially after what a wonderful little play there from the Cheyenne Rookie. But we said Vi into Kindred can be quite a swingy matchup if the Vi gets to an item and can start comboing the Kindred down before they get to ult properly. Q into ult with Sundered Sky was enough to do 2/3 to 3/4 of the Kindred health bar before the fight even began. Never got to play out that fight, and then from this point, look at IG's health bars. They did not move. You lost, what, 100 HP there across your carries, if that? And all the while, Milky Way and Jachie are 1v2ing the Gragas here at the end of the game. They just could not, for the life of them, find a moment to get the auto-attack DPS down. They didn't get towards the 3-item breakpoint that they were eventually obligated into because they didn't snowball.
So we find ourselves 2-1. IG confidently in the lead now after that third game. And reminder, if IG had lost this series, and well, there's still a chance of a 3-2 to RNG, they would likely be out, actually. Yeah. RNG could still make things interesting if they win against NIP, and then NIP win against FPX, so you have 2 teams at 2-1. And then 1 team at 0-3, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Where all of the top teams have lost 1 series to each other. But yeah, RNG, they made IG sweat in their game 2. And of course they won the game 1. I wonder whether we're going to start seeing the champion pool differences though. Tanyuan, in the last year or 2, Rookie at of course it is. And he does it on a very different kind of champion. Tiny1 has not always had the largest champion pool.
No.
Not always. He really picked up a lot of value on Annie early in 2023. Last year, he looked a little bit better in his champion pool, but matching some of these old gods of the LPL when it gets deeper into Fearless Draft, yeah, you might take a game 1 or game 2 off them because actually you're better than them on maybe some of the choice S-tier champions right now. It's harder to match up against a veteran on more valuable picks like this. Well, more niche picks like this.
Yeah, watch this fight again. It's understandable why he's getting the MVP. He's on the Nox Thrift, and the supreme leader of Noxus is doing unspeakable things. Yes, the Shy, phenomenal combo here, sets up a lot, but Rookie, with this never move in a second, breaks the fight that was already in their favor. That was going to be 1 or 2 kills. Instead, it is a team ace, and what on earth do you do from here? This Swain was a masterstroke. It was going to be difficult to manage with, but but there you go. It is looking a little dicey from here, and of course we are not, it is fair to say, done with this series. RNG fought well in games 1 and 2. They have not gone out without a fight. Hell, they won game 1, they could have won game 2. It might still end up being a 5-game series, you never know. But for now, RNG looking like they're finally finding their pace in this game.
Right, well, folks, we're gonna have a quick break.
Yarp.
Some adverts. So stick around for a game 4, potentially a game 5. All MVP votes to Rookie. Yeah, Rookie was really good. And again, it makes it look even cooler when it's on a different champion that you don't normally get to see as well. This is the bonus of Fearless. Yeah, it's fun stuff. You have a lot of money at RNG. Do I crash out? I personally don't... Look, if RNG were going to win, they needed to win that game too. I think that the longer this series go, they lack the champion pools compared to IG, and in Fearless Draft, that...
It's tough.
That hurts.
But there we go. But,
I think, like, with... Not that I am... Like, when it comes to the stream stuff, like, I'm not a better myself, and I'm not going to be held responsible for you and your money. I don't think RNG are winning this, though, if you're asking me for opinions on the series, so...
Yeah. And just for a heads up, guys, because we're starting again this new year, the general way we have worked with betting stuff is that we don't mind asking questions about the game. We don't mind people, especially if they're new, and this is how you've gotten into the game, welcome. But generally, we want to keep it gameplay focused, or ask gameplay questions, and we'll keep the betting chat itself kind of a little bit abstracted, if that's possible, because it kind of messes with the vibe of the chat a little. So by all means, ask opinions about the game, ask what you think's going on, welcome to come and learn, but like abject betting odds and stuff in there, we try to keep that one a little bit out of chat.
Interesting. Yeah, no, that's not for stream. Not for stream.
Well, you found something interesting.
Yeah, I found something interesting. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go take a quick break.
I will look after chat for a little bit.
Sure, cool. Well, do you want camera on or off?
I don't mind.
Oh, Jesus, you're on camera.
That's fine. My ears blocked itself again, and so I can't hear. I've gone back to mono.
That happens.
Where's my stereo sound, Alex?
Our stereophonics.
They stolen my sound?
Yeah, they have.
Oh my days, they're like audio vampires.
That's the one.
Yeah, again, hey, German Moore, don't stress. You didn't know it's the reason we were talking about it. You know, again, as we said, by all means, ask opinions. That's not a problem. Ask about the game. If this is how you're going to learn about the game, welcome. It's a great game. It's wonderful to watch. And how you got into it was via some betting stuff. That's great. No judgment there. It's just in terms of the vibes of the stream, keep it gameplay related. That's all it is. It's not a judgment on you necessarily. I bet responsibly only on gacha. Well, Hoyoverse has claimed your soul, has it? I see. This game is a Stockholm syndrome. It has its moments, right? Like, I think that the lows in League of Legends can be pretty damn low, but the highs are pretty damn high too. And there is something about the mastery and community in the game that is that is still really inviting, right? Like, there is value in this game, and for all the people who say, yeah, actually, it still really frustrates me, and I still get very frustrated when I lose. I can see that, especially because, like, some of the Rift games, you're in for 35, 40 minutes, you lose the game, and you go, oh, well, that's really annoying. Especially when you put a lot of self-worth on your level of skill, and a lot of the community prides itself on skill. having a game where you either played badly or someone else played badly and you lose the result can suck. And I think sometimes it's a mindset thing as well in terms of, sure, losing isn't necessarily fun, but there's a certain element of zen still getting value out of games you lose and games you don't play well in. And if you can't do that, it's going to be a very long time in League of Legends. Do have a question for the pair of you. Watched for a couple of years now, but only started playing the last 2 months. I play this year, understand builds for champs, but I can't get movement and last hit autos. Any tips on how to improve? Yeah. There's a couple ones for that. So the first thing you might want to do is, my suggestion is, go look at a couple streamers who stream a lot of AD carry. So Caltis is always actually really good fun. If you follow her, G2 Caltis, actually very informative streams. There's a few other ones out there. Crowny does a lot of streaming right now with the Lost Returner stuff. That could be quite good. By all means, I'll be covering the last 2 games, Grumpy. Yeah, might have to leave a little early if we do go to 5. You never know with this series. But I will be here at least until the end, and I'll probably stick my own stream on and stream for a bit myself. And then I'll disappear this evening at some point because I'm going to go watch my friend play a DJ set, which will be really awesome. But, sorry, just to come to whip back around to Hotshot Salty. The other thing is, if you're not in the Discord, so that's my one or Alex's one. So you got Alex one in the Discord here, and give me a follower as well, and you can find my Discord link in there. The communities there will absolutely be willing to come and play with you, give you some feedback, give you some heads up. That can be really good. But in terms of some more practical stuff as well, you can do aside from like community stuff and looking at videos and all those kinds of things, which are very helpful, don't get me wrong. Some of the basic things is, you want to load into Practice Tool, pick up a Doran's Blade, and then go into lane as an AD carry, probably mid lane because it's just a little easier to practice. And you want to basically practice getting perfect CS over the first 5 waves or so, as close as you can. Using just Doran's Blade, and try not to use your abilities too much. And that will just sort of teach you a little bit in terms of how to read CS. It's a really big deal. You don't want to, and actually eventually you want to weave in your abilities and stuff as well. That's a good thing to do, but it's a really good thing to be practicing. So lock the champion you've enjoyed playing the most and just go in and practice autoing. Make Ash or Misfortune or something like that, or Jinx, you know, champions that, you know, are auto attack reliant and you want to get used to doing. And that's a really good way of doing it. Practice tool will help that. Second thing, on AD carry, learn about attack move. It's normally your A button. You can rebind it, but that will basically show you the range at which your auto attacks are, and tells your character when you press it to attack the closest thing to your cursor. You'll move into range and attack at the kind of the nearest available range, which is a big deal. And that is a very valuable thing because it will allow you to be intentional about what you're wanting to do with your clicks. If you right click to move and then A click or attack move to auto attack, you can be a lot more intentional about what you're planning to do. Am I planning to click near this place to move, or am I planning to auto attack? Because obviously if you misclick, particularly when you're learning the game, and you go, all right, I've right clicked and oh no, I moved towards that and I didn't auto attack and now I've died because I've ended up walking 10 meters forward. That really sucks. An attack move really helps with that, and then you can do something called orb walking or stutter stepping is the other name in League of Legends, where you kind of rapidly click forwards to auto attack and then behind you to move away. And you can see a lot of players, really good players, move really fast with their mouse movements. It's why ADCs are often considered very mechanically intensive. It's not necessarily the combos you're pulling off with your skills, it's the movement tech. It's autoing and then moving away, autoing and moving away, and trying to get as many auto attacks while still moving as you can. It's a really valuable skill set. I personally have my attack move on V, so then I basically have my thumb be attack move. So then I have all my fingers on QWER, and then use my thumb for attack move, so which is quite nice. And I have that on the V key, I've moved that around, but that can be really valuable too. So there's your couple skill sets. Go into practice tool, practice auto attacking with just Doran's Blade, last hitting with it, really valuable skill set. It's a bit boring, it's important to learn. 2, attack move is your friend as an AD carry. It's just a really useful thing. It can be very valuable. Even if orb effects don't exist in League, yeah, it's an old MMO. I'm trying to remember what it's from. Might be Dota. I just spam AI chill games for practice. Yeah, that's true. Is AA closest to Curse's default now? I believe it is with attack move. There is one that's for closest type, but generally speaking, it's closest to Cursor. Warcraft 3 mod, I think. Okay, that would make some sense. yes, that would clarify, because Dota 2, obviously, or Dota in general, came out of Warcraft as a mod there. I've honestly not really used auto attack with the A button, mostly been doing mouse click. Yeah, so that a lot of people do, and that's fine. But it sometimes helps to split them out a little bit, because then you can say, well, my right click is now to move, and my auto attack button is now to auto attack. And you can also see your range, which can be quite valuable too. We are going into draft, however, so we might have to leave that conversation for another time. But I hope that was vaguely helpful. Anyway, Hotshot Salty. And by all means, chat, give them a hand. We want to be a helpful community, especially for people who are new and learning the game. It's not an easy game to get into with the skill floor being so high and people playing for so long. And again, if you do need people to come play with, come drop in the Discord. There's a load of people there who would love to come play with you over the course of the next few weeks and months. But we are on draft for game 4 of the series. A lot of champions off the board because we are in full fearless mode here. Some bans still remain though. IG on the blue side once again. Hello, welcome back. Pantheon Victor banned away by IG. Both those picks really valuable this way into the draft. On the other side, Kasante Skana, just stay off the table.
Big thing which is different about this series compared to yesterday's game 5. Was it game 5 yesterday? Yeah, one of the recent one. The AD junglers haven't been as focused. We've had a Karthus, Kindred, and a Zyra, so there's still stuff like Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, Volibear. Missed ban from IG. They pick up the Caitlyn, and there's no Ashe, Varus, or Kalista to lane against it. So now RNG, maybe they're thinking about lane swap already.
Worth noting as well, Elise up. And I honestly think Elise is a better version of Lux and Caitlyn right now, because you tower dive a lot easier, you invade a lot better, your stun is really good, and you're less punishable even if you are a ranged lane dominant champion. I wonder whether we see that pick up.
We might see a Ziggs Leona. Leona comes through, and that would be a Ziggs Leona, which does fine into most lanes, but then gives you really good ability to dive onto the Caitlyn. Problem is, if you want to dive onto the Caitlyn, Shinza's not the best for that. He goes to the front line, pops his ult, and stops the Caitlyn from damaging, but doesn't shut her down that easily. So IG might go towards...
Warm's interesting. We see a little
I think what they'll probably try and do now, I guess double melee's already seen, is just kind of like buy some space for the Caitlyn. The Shire and Renekton, lane dominance. The Braum stops, really good in lane versus Leona. So RNG, they are going to have some way to get to the Caitlyn consistently. Going to be quite difficult. They probably have to log Ziggs here, I think.
Also worth noting that RNG chose red side. They've decided to flex it back up, try and use some of the counter pick power they sometimes have from places like Milky Way, who have a little bit more champion bullish. Of course, it was the Xin Zhao early this time around, so trying to give some options out to the likes of Xiaoshu and Tang Yuan into the powerhouses that are Rookie and the Shy. As you said earlier in the season, probably are the most iconic solo lane duo of all time. Pretty much bar none, actually, thinking about it. They were that special.
Most haven't lasted as long and been as successful. There are others which have peaked at similar levels. You know, I think Khan Showmaker was incredible. There was obviously Faker Marin, I think, is up there too. But realistically, most combos haven't lasted as long as that, and nearly has been successful.
It was that era of Perks and Wonder, or Caps and Wonder a little bit as well. We had those kind of moments of, on G2 where they became quite potent too. Now we go through to our second phase. Bans Nidalee away from JJ, who does have that as a pocket pick, as few of our junglers do.
And it would work up well with winning lanes plus a Renekton combo.
Yeah.
We saw it from JDG, who played it with Shun. So we had Flandre Shun playing that just the other day. They do need some magic damage somewhere. I mean, there's plenty of stuff available through mid lane for that. Could look at... If you're looking at winning lanes, could go towards something like an Ahri or an Orianna. Either of them's fine.
LeBlanc is always a rookie special, and even when it's been out of meta, he's been able to make it work better than nearly anyone else in the LPL. And certainly last year when he was looking a bit dicey, the LeBlanc was still a consistent threat for the side of Rookie. Last ban, what are we thinking? It's the double AP junglers have been banned away by RNG. Remember, we've already lost the Zyra and the Karthus. It's not that easy to find the easy options. Brand, not really the champion he once was in the jungle either.
Yeah, I think Rookie goes for an Ahri here. I think Ahri or Ahri, Taliyah, Orianna, all fine here. I don't think you want to blind pick a Taliyah. Oh, Aurora also open.
Aurora,
yeah, that's another one. All of these are fine.
Anyone could lock that in here, to be fair.
I don't know if anyone would want... Well, you probably lock in top laner unless you want to blind pick mid.
Oh, that'd be... Olaf's an interesting one because it ignores the Braum and the Renekton stuns, which means you can theoretically threaten the
big thing about the Olaf is Olaf does well into the Renekton if you want. If you have a winning lane into the Renekton, which can win you the game, and the Volibear is the pig, Volibear top.
Okay.
Bounce happy with that one. What this means is that you're likely staying in standard lanes, not lane swapping and wanting to beat the Renekton in lane.
Little note from chat. There's a suggestion it might have been a ban that was already something banned from playing before, so couldn't ban it.
That has happened before in the LPL, where I think Bin accidentally banned a champion which had already been picked.
Oops.
So I don't think that's the case. I think that is a missed ban.
Worth noting. Okay. Well, okay, Zach. That's a way to threaten the likes of the Ziggs beyond the Leona and stuff.
Yeah, that really gets onto the backline, and it's kind of just that. I mean, you do lose out to the Shinzao very heavily early. Now the question is, do you want to have... Well, that's a slight bit of magic damage. You would like a little bit more. You'd like an actual magic damage. No, that's... I'm not going to believe that until it's actually... Because this is a blind pick mid laner, too. To give Tanyuan a counter pick matchup in the mid lane. Okay, so now we get to talk about it. The Zeri likely to be in the mid lane.
Debating response of the Smolder just matched the scaling. We saw that a lot last year, and in the end, Smolder generally had the edge. At least in the LCK, it was one of those weird ones where, depending which region you were in, you'd see a slight edge to one side of that matchup or the other.
We had Yukal, who's the big Zeri mid player, but going towards Summer Plus, everyone was playing Zeri mid. We had Rookie that was playing a load of it. We had, Zeri was very, very popular. And at your level 1, level 2, you can get very, very powerful kind of right-click trades with your full traded passive. On the whole, though, I think IG want to play through winning lanes if possible, and then transition into RNG diving into them while they have long-range backline with their front line being very disruptive, much like the last game in that sense, I suppose, but largely buying space for Zeri Caitlyn to be double AD carries, peeling back and killing the tanks.
On the other side, though, RNG got a really interesting comp where they have quite a lot of bridges, where you have the Volley Bear and the Shinzao from the top jungle being a good early game bridge to allow the mid game of the Ziggs and Leona combo to work in, and Smolder scaling into later. You can see the flow there.
So a question in chat asking about Milky Way. Milky Way was one of the most hyped rookies in their rookie split we've ever seen. Last spring, Milky Way was the most crazy player coming out on his very first split. People were comparing his first split to Faker or to something like Tarzan as well. These players would just blow up in the league. His summer was much worse than spring, and at the end of the year, he had a lot of contract strange things happen where technically he was on loan from RNG to FPX. He got recalled to RNG as their roster plans went a little bit awry. He's still got a lot of goodwill from that first split, but if he has a poor split now, I wonder how much longer that will last. He's in a bit of a dire spot now. His last game, that Kindred, his iconic pick, didn't work out. Now he's on a bit of a different identity, back more to the bread and butter of the Shinzao of the LPL. But against IG, it feels like they have been thriving the longer the series has gone when the champion pools start to get thinned out.
Yeah, in fairness, the first 2 games were pretty solid, but we got Jayus coming on through. You are really missing out, guys, on the miming powers of one Alexander Nymaera Hapgood.
Look,
basically giving me the visual clue for the Jayos end.
We have one set of we do probably have multiple headphones and a headphones player. We could sort this if we wanted to, but we haven't.
No.
So Sam can't hear the Jayos, so I thought I'd let him know. Anyway, Braum Caitlyn level 1. We're gonna get something interesting happening. Nope, just a bomb thrown over. Of course, doing
friendly hand grenade. It's a snowball, but what's with the snowball? Explosives!
Yeah, friendly fire isn't. It's like the, so bombs thrown out a little bit. Get rid of the bone plating. Of course, when you're fighting level 1 against a Caitlyn Braum, if you ever get hit by Braum Q, yeah, that sucks. Good luck, buddy. But if you can stay just beyond that point, yeah, Ziggs level 1, pretty good. Ziggs is one of those champions where he doesn't win lane versus much, but he can do well in lane versus most things.
And you hit a point as well once you get Lost Chapter, and of course you got your teleport as well, where Ziggs can be left alone to wave clear while your support gets to do other things on the map, which can be quite valuable too. Caitlyn Braum, not always the safest one to do that against, of course, because while you might not have the same amount of shove as you would do if you run like a Caitlyn Lux or whatever, your kill combo with the passive on Braum and Caitlyn autoing and getting traps down is pretty miserable still.
The champion which really punched in the most was Kai'Sa, like that. Because much like Ezreal, when Kai'Sa was first released in 2018, if you stayed alone as your AD carry thinking, oh, I'm safe, I'll farm up, support can go roam, Kai'Sa hits 1W onto you and you die.
Yeah.
She just ults you. So that was less safe. It's anyone trying to farm up as well as you can under turret.
Not bad.
Again, is the Milky Way situation like a Bo situation where teams kind of figured out the playstyle, blah, blah, blah? I mean, a lot of people did relate him to Bo. a lot of strange stuff happened with Milky Way in the last year, because there was a situation where the top laner of FPX in summer was subbed in and out because of some drama with some staff, which as far as I'm aware, wasn't Shallow whose fault, the top laner. And that obviously kind of left a lot of bad vibes on the entire team. But in this team, you know, I like Xiaoshu. Oh, that's a good flash for Xiaoshu. Not going to get that one, as we get a double flash from both top laners. This is like the 2020 top lane matchup, the Renekton versus the Volibear. It always has been a fun matchup. I kind of miss this top lane matchup. This one, of the Bruiser matchups, this one is one of the most fun ones, as the Shy gets a really good empowered W again.
I think on the Skies, but he's going to slow him down. Big Sty gets the kill!
And that's why we miss this matchup. The Shy goes in, misjudges his trade, and the Volibear can punish a Renekton. Very few things can win against a Renekton cleanly in a 1v1. The Volibear was one of those picks, though, and Xiaoshu slams home against the GOAT top laner.
Yeah.
And the Shy goes down 0-1 for first blood over to RNG.
And you have to call it there as well. The Sky Splitter comes down for the slow, and the Shy got Conqueror. I was thinking, it's a bit bold to go forward. Oh no, Milky Way's here. It's just going to be a return to death again. The Shy made a name for shoving into death a few times. JJ is coming up, but I think it'll be too little too late. The Shy surely falls. It gets Conqueror. It's a decent amount of healing. There's the Q. Even empowered, though, the culling of the meat will not keep him alive. And the Ruthless Predator is a pair of boots. One for each death.
Oh, say it ain't so. The Shy 0-2 in 4 minutes. He's on World's Finals form, baby. Replay with this. Where do we start? So this is going to be the initial play where the Shy goes forwards and uses the empowered W, which is the best damaging ability you have, but it means you don't have the heal, and I think that doesn't help here. Goes forwards, uses the shield from the Sky Splitter to tank up the tower, and yeah, Danny, I feel that one too, buddy.
Danny's reactions are exceptional. That's another great gift. The headbang into the Chew. That is just having the Shy on your team.
This is one of the reasons, going back to the Milky Way conversation in terms of, oh, is this roster bad? Is that why Milky Way's not necessarily got the best platform to play? Xiaoshu has been pretty good for a while. I like Xiaoshu. I think this guy's a good top laner. And you can see right there in the 1v1, he does have
moments.
He has moments, you know. Even when he was on RA with Lien, he had some great moments there. He's one of these players who I think can be a kind of a journeyman LPL top laner into that mid-table. LPL top laners on the whole are quite good.
They are. And I think the Milky Way conversation is an interesting one, because I sometimes think that what happened towards summer is he was almost feeling obligated to carry with the team, kind of having a lot of internal struggles, as we were kind of mentioning before, and that made things quite tricky, because teams would like put their whole backs into making sure Milky Way couldn't play the game. And Jachi hit with the stun. Could be in a spot of bother here, but gets to back away. The satchel peeps make her away from being able to immediately stand behind Gala. Gets out to safety.
Okay, folks, when we got through to the last part of the draft, remember when they were hovering over the Olaf and stuff like that? RNG were. The question was, okay, you see the Caitlyn and you see the Renekton. That typically signals we want to play dominant standard lanes. That's the play. Now, the problem of that was saying, okay, if you lock in something that beats the Renekton, you can survive in the bot lane, which they're doing, even in gold there. But if you're picking a top lane champion like an Olaf or Volibear, you better bloody win it at that point, so you pick for your standard lanes. Xiaoshu, there's nothing to actually stop him here. If he gets a second W down, he wins this trade, by the way. Volibear is terrifying. He can ult after him if he wants to. Xiaoshu, taking over the top side of the Rift, that's going to be painful as hell. We'll wait to see what build he goes for as well. We've seen some AP with Cosmic Drive coming through from the likes of Baus. Looks like there's a Fimbulwinter coming through into this build, which is completely fine. You get a bunch of CC, which does make a lot of sense. Your ult can use it, your Q, everything else. With your E does it too. You have a lot of slows, actually, thinking about it. But you can go for a bunch of stuff. Flicker Blades, very powerful, because it gives you... Because your W and your Q count as auto attacks.
They do.
So if you E, Q, then W, you get a lot of autism down there. He'll be able to get over the wall. How much damage is he going to take, though? Not that much.
Not a huge amount. I mean, it's a decent little chunk. That I was just roaming up with the... Things like the grubs happening, wanted to make sure people were safe. Actually, Rookie, good sidestep. We'll still get Audacious charged on, but can't take as much as he might. Otherwise, oh my days, we're looking for that one. Flash out of the Mom will keep them alive. Rookie will get the ult down, but that's both summoners off Rookie.
Both summoners off Rookie, but at the trade of 3 summoners from RNG. Flashing it out from Lola, and a flash from Milky Way. Ultimate cast by him too. I think they just misjudged what happened with the CC duration, so Rookie could flash out. If he gets hit by everything, he dies there 100%.
Oh, yeah.
So RNG, sadly not able to do in mid lane what they've done in top.
I think they're okay with that, the fact that because Rookie is forced now to clear the wave and reset, they can probably look at the Dragon afterwards. Milky Way, though, decides to he's going back into his own jungle to get some mana back, actually. He's burned through quite a lot doing grubs and having a fight or two. Xin Zhao can be a little bit mana intensive if you're going through a lot of your rotations early on.
Okay, what have we got next? RNG got some grubs. Dragon started up by IG, and they'll take that one, presumably. Don't think there's any contest. No, how long? We don't see the HP of it. Yeah, it shouldn't really be diving into a brawl. Shy may be able to get something done there. But you do have the ultimate from Xiaoshu. Hard to really force on that. Important thing to note about the Renekton Volibear matchup, of course, is that if you... hey, good dodge on the Q there. Nice. Backsteps him. But,
Frenzied Maul, the electricity that sparks between things.
Yeah, but the,
so the important... More, it's very
yes,
obnoxious.
but the important thing about the Renekton Volibear matchup is that you can break the E shield with a powered W from Renekton. If you do that, it can turn around a lot of stuff in that trade, because the best Volibear trades you get are the ones where you kind of get the E on yourself and the enemy. Jachi dodges away from the Q and will be safe.
JJ does have the ult, didn't need to pop it there. And Jachi actually very low on mana here. He's got the teleport available, would love to reset. And again, got the tier early, but we're likely looking for that lost chapter back that is the gold standard for most mages, and Ziggs in particular loves it, because then you can just sit there and wave clear forever, and there is nothing that enemies get to do, because now he has tier and lost chapter, and what does he do? He wave clears forever.
Yay!
Happily ever after in lane.
Yeah, I'm surprised he went for the... I don't think you need a Seraphs in this game. I think that you have a Zac jumping at you. That shouldn't be enough to get you onto a Seraphs. You should be playing for more damage, I think.
Page Orcs, he knows, he's the big Ziggs build connoisseur.
Yeah, but the whole idea is that if you have enough dive onto you that you will survive with the Seraphs and change the outcome of the fight, absolutely go for the Seraphs. But I think in this game, you need to be presenting a lot of good extra dive damage with the Leona Volibear. And the Volibear helps the combo, of course. Can jump onto the enemy carries and kind of ult into the backline and get that Q stun. Going for the Seraphs, I think, is a little too conservative, especially when you're trying to close down those long-range carries.
Could be a touch of a bother, I think it is fair to say. No items quite completed yet. We'll be in the next moment or two. You can see most of the components are in for various laners. Xiaoshu, though, has got Mako roam up towards that top side with the second set of grubs spawning on in. Xiaoshu will trade out a Thundering Smash with a Ruthless Predator. And the wave is successfully shoved in by the side of IG, and they'll be in position nice and early to start taking control of this river. But actually, with the resets coming on through, it's just a shove for a reset, not putting really that many wards down.
IG wanted to win lanes. Nothing hit. Nothing hit. And you are behind on the top side of the map. So, for me, by my margin, IG have not done that part of the competition. Game 1 was also not great in that regard, but Game 2, they managed to come back from a deficit. I'm not saying it's the end of things. IG will now have to somehow transition into playing around 2 long-range carries while you are behind in particularly a frontline sense. Quite worried because Renekton, historically not great into Smolder. Once Smolder hits late game, because you jump onto him, you can't quite kill him, he hits you with a Q and you die.
And he flaps away.
I like that little alley-oop, by the way. Smolder going one way, the Ziggs going the other. But so RNG, they do have themselves a good opportunity to play around better team fight, really. But they also have been out-team fought grand majority of this series. So while they have the advantage, job's obviously not done. We're only 10 minutes in. Sometimes I call games done in 11 minutes. This is not that kind of game.
All right, here we go. First grub will likely go the way of IG there. Prevents the full stack for RNG, but they're going to come over here and fight. The Solar Flare gets slows, not too much more. Mako hit with the Mega Inferno Bomb, but IG disengaged just fine. Teleports come flying. Milky Way's popped his ult, but they will claim the 5th grub.
Okay, so it's not going to be 6. No one dies from IG. They use a heal. That'll see them to safety. The Shy, who had walked up to the play, didn't use the teleport. Wasn't there at the start of it. I think he's okay with that, though. Okay, interesting Caitlyn build coming through. You're going for the Yuntel Wild Arrows.
Ooh,
Rookie has barrier.
Doesn't have flash.
Doesn't have the he might have to go beyond the wave and try and wave play this, but he does obviously lose the 1v1 with the volley.
Ouch. Does try to use the ult to clear the wave. I think he's just deciding I'm likely dead. Teleport's coming on through, but I think that will just be too little too late. A nice attempt. JJ is here. Jachi gets smacked into the face. Oh, wait, there's so many people. The turnaround damage is pretty good. Remember, JJ still has the passive. Volibear decides to bring down the storm. Tang Yuan finally turns up. Renekton gets it empowered. Call the Meek, though. How much further damage can they do with Milky Way's got a lot of HP to work with. Flash for the 3 talent strike. Can't get the last auto. But a flame breath will do the work. JJ goes into his passive, but will not quite die yet. Can Milky Way and Lele do what they need to do? Gonna try and get it. He'll get a respawn.
Oh, Milky Way!
My day just about does it.
Gala in mid lane pushing while all of this is happening. How many people died in all that?
4-4-2.
Yeah, there were 4 people that died from IG. And yeah, so it's gonna be a kill trade up for RNG.
3.
Good damage. Good damage from RNG. Good damage from IG rather onto the mid lane tower. I thought this, I mean, look, I thought the teleport was a bit late from the Shy. I think you have to teleport maybe a second or two earlier. Maybe you can change something for Rookie. He just gets blasted. There's no change from that. Really, really well played from JJ. Gets the two-man Q while the tower shot's coming through as well. The Shy gets a massive first dominus of the game, and this is very important. You are playing at a numbers disadvantage, though. You do get hit by a 3-man Smolder roll, and there is only so much a Dominus thing Renekton can do. Plus, you're not the only early game champion in the game. There's a Xin Zhao who has incredible damage at this point, and the LPL's been using that very effectively. JJ saves this play. If JJ doesn't play it nearly as well as he does, this is an absolute catastrophe, so he saves this by far.
And the Milky Way takes a turret shot, but it doesn't matter, and that's now 4-0-1 on the Xin Zhao. Honestly, Milky Way, with the exception of the Kindred game that didn't quite go to plan, has had a pretty good old series. The Wukong was solid, the Mount Karthus was fantastic in this Xin Zhao. The bridge pick, the front line is there to get the rest of the team well and truly online.
Battle station truly operational. Dragon spawning, well, is alive right now. RNG have themselves pushing mid lane for now. Gala has the intel wild arrows, and he'll be stacked up most of the crits on there, if not all of it now. He'll have had time to get 25 stacks in that one. Good Q now too. That might change things. He doesn't have the ult. I think he cast it onto Jachi potentially just a bit before this. RNG have a bit of a problem now. If they rush the dragon, Gala takes mid lane, because he will be able to push up and take that. And if they don't go towards the dragon, then then they're being stopped from taking an objective they'd really like to use to stop IG from pushing in the side lanes right now. Really good angle currently. Milky Way in a flash.
Gets a decent crescent guard out and forces JJ to go the wrong side of the play. That was well managed. The turnaround with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Tangyuan flaps on it, and the Shy is dominating. But I think he is just an increasingly large pair of boots. They keep adding more skin.
Rookie just about, can't quite time out the Q there. Rookie dashes into the E.
That's a good placement from Xiaoxi. The extended play still good. Goes over the wall with Storm Surge, but I think Rookie should be able to keep this one out. Flash for the Thundering Smash! Last auto with a Frenzy Ball will surely do it over the wall with a barrier. And Rookie survives.
Rookie lives, but at what cost? He doesn't get the top lane turret he would have loved to get. Milky Way gets himself the dragon, and the fight was lost from IG in that bot side of the map as well. Gala, while all this is happening, because IG committed to the fight, couldn't go towards mid lane turret either. He will get the top lane turret at least. RNG getting a lot out of this early game against strong early lanes from IG. Stacking up at 5 grubs and the dragon as well is definitely good for them. Fantastic crescent guard from Milky Way, because he hadn't applied the mark onto anyone from Xin Zhao. He ends up getting the full knockback onto him, cancels the jump, and then gets himself into a much better position. And I think IG should have lost more people here. It's only from the front lining of the Shy and Mako buying a lot of time that they don't lose more, but it's still a losing fight.
Now that you're looking at this, and remember the Smolder is at 139 stacks already, is gotten involved in a lot of kills. Jachi's doing just fine. Milky Way, because he's accelerated, is a threat in his own right. Sometimes we get those Xin Zhaos who kind of hit this point in the game and begin to really fall off in terms of the threat they pose. I think in this game, the Xin Zhao is going to be a continual threat onto the AD carries, because we'll have Black Cleaver or Asterix realistically within the next 2 to 3 minutes.
So, RNG, getting online, I think, at this point, and I think as the game goes later, they should be thriving more and more with this. Caitlyn becomes harder to play, does do damage, but becomes much harder to play. Ziggs and Smolder, all they have to do is tap one ability onto someone from quite a long way away, and that becomes much easier for them to play. Actually, Jachi has gone towards the Ludens, so that's actually okay. I criticize the tier pickup if it's going towards Seraph, that's fine. JJ uses the ward there. Tangyuan doesn't have flash.
Good engage. JJ gets on top of the Smolder and brings them down. The turnaround's pretty good though. JJ not quite burned out. Milky Way dead. Crescent Guard doesn't last long enough, and they find the engage that this time is not mitigated. Huge win and a triple kill to Gala.
Milky Way tries to knock the Zac out of the air again, but fails, and Tangyuan dies. RNG, we just said they're coming online. They've got themselves a great set of carries to play into the late game, but suddenly that's going to lead to Herald going to go down. It's going to lead to mid lane turret being opened up, which is a big problem if Zac gets to start jumping at you in your own jungle as well, and your vision control is much harder to play around. This is the kind of play which IG really wanted to make to open up the map. It's come a little bit later, and with a couple of more kills going to RNG than they would have liked, but a clutch engage by JJ, who for me has been absolutely the player of this game 3 so far. 4, rather.
Have a look at the replay, because they know JJ is there now, but it's too little, and this is too late.
He'd used the flap already. The knock-up fails from Milky Way. Did Milky Way just get trolled by the fact that he hit a W onto JJ so he couldn't get the knockback with the ult? I think he just got trolled by the fact that he hit the W. The flap was used and he couldn't get the knockout out of the air because basically the challenged mark from Shinzao. No, it means that the last person that you attack can't get knocked back. Everyone else gets knocked back, so you can have this isolated 1v1 with them. JJ really outplaying the situation and Milky Way not able to save his carry.
I see that Danny's particular pattern as a coach is
Mookie
to
just
pray for
confirmed
value
that.
on a higher power. Gala just out of range of the solar flare properly. Forced to flash out of the Mega Inferno Bomb nonetheless, though. Will be a little bit painful for that Dragon fight in a minute and a half.
Thank you for confirming that, by the way, Mookie. Yes, it was. The max range W from Milky Way hit just before he came through from the Zac, so he couldn't knock them back. So the rookie's going to be fine here. He has the wall right over. This is one of the great things about Zeri. Very, very safe at playing in a side lane because you just stand next to a wall, you can wave clear as much as you want, and then you just jump over a wall to safety.
You've still got 5 grubs, though, to RNG, and despite that, of course, they've not gotten any turrets quite yet, but they've still got a Ziggs. That means that turret will fall now.
So, what else is happening? Minute till the Dragon. Caitlyn pushing up mid lane alone for now. Great gold lead for Gali, who's gone towards the fire cannon after the Untal. Very good, efficient build of AD and crit. Not the best scaling build. You don't have an Infinity Edge or the straight armor pen of something like a Lord Dom's coming through. Sometimes fire cannon can set Caitlyn behind in damage in the same way that Jhin can get criticized building though sometimes. But I think in this game, when you're playing a very long range backline and it's harder for you
regular
to...
auto-attack uptime is not great.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me.
No, I think that is very fair, and especially when if you do step forwards, you've got Volibear and Shinzao and Leona who would love to threaten you for stepping up to try and get an auto attack down. Just makes it that little bit safer to find your damage. Still, though, it is IG who've managed to, despite not getting grubs, finally get their way to a lot of these early structures.
RNG had themselves they did the hard part. They won lane versus the laning comp, and Xiaoshu got super far ahead. And then they throw it around a couple of big fights where it's better be much easier for them to play, and the game starts to fall away from them. They're going to get a tower up in this top side. Xiaoshu is behind gold despite the fact that he had two kills in his lane, right? One of them going over towards Milky Way a little before that. Milky Way is the sole gold leader for RNG in role, 5-1-1, but this Shinzao is not going to be a late game carry. This gold, you'd much rather it be on someone that can take the game into their own hands.
And remember, 5 minutes ago we were saying, look, IG have not got gold leads in places they were hoping it was even in all of these places, and that should be scary. And in fairness, RNG is still in an okay spot here. This hasn't broken the game for them. They're only 1,500 gold behind, and they scale just fine. The late game fights are really nasty, and 5 grubs with a Ziggs and a Smolder, with a lot of frontline in front of them, that will still be really difficult to manage. But IG did what they needed to find a way back into this game because it was looking very, very challenging. It might still be, but at least now in the mid game, they've hit the point of power they were worrying about not hitting.
Okay, 2 items for Tanyuan. That is important. The Shojin gives you a lot more cooldown on your Q. A change coming through on this live patch, by the way, is Infinity Edge applies the increased bonus onto the Q, which means that your Q is very good with Infinity Edge now. It's not necessarily what you want in a lot of your builds, but you can slot into your build late game. I think it's very, very powerful if you can forego something like a Bloodthirster, which a lot of the time you do want. IG got themselves up to 2 dragons. Atakan has spawned. Not forcing anything right now. They want to push out a lane or 2 and maybe look for a good flank again. They had a great approach on their last fight around that, Harold.
Very much did. Tango in 194, so that's number 225 is the breakpoint. We'll have that in time for the soul point fight by having claimed the dragon themselves. It's not IG on soul point themselves, so that was always the old school win con into Smolders. Can I get soul to match the Smolder scaling? And it is a Hex soul. It would be a very valuable soul for either team this game around.
Okay, so RNG, what do they want? Because we talked about IG. It's a little bit hard for them to play out the game. They want to find some good vision control, slow push out, get some good entries into fights. RNG, I think they're happy just accruing gold on Jachi and Tanyuan. I think that's fine for them. They also don't want to give too much vision control over to IG because Zac coming out of Fog of War is hilariously strong.
And he's very different warding patterns that can be really obnoxious to put down.
And that's why you see around this top side. In fact, I'll highlight it in the minimap. Why not? I'll make your job easy for you. There's a mix of blue and red wall tip. Everyone knows the stakes. You do not want to give dominance in this area of the map. Well, anywhere around the next big objective.
No.
But typically the areas you want to be warding are the ones just out of brush because it can affect you into mid lane. or something just around like Raptor
Herald.
pits as well is kind of important for that. Herald jumped in mid lane. Caitlyn able to push with this one. That's important. Mako will have to jump away. Goes into the Herald to save himself instead. Means that the Herald, though, doesn't get value, doesn't charge at the turret, but Mako doesn't die, so hey, we'll take that.
Yeah, and I won't get the charge off here, though, so it's a bit of a wasted Herald, unfortunately.
Especially against a small Ziggs wave click on. That would have been nice. I mean, whatever. It's not the outer turret, which is the more important one. The inner turret is good gold, and it gives you some map pressure, but the difference between like an inhibitor and inhib while you've got the inner turrets on the sidelines doesn't matter that much.
Worth noting, Tanguin, keep an eye on that stack count, 217, a wave, and he is at breakpoint. The execution will be coming on in. It is a very, very dangerous point of the game.
Because the champions which are picked in current League of Legends have changed a little from last year, or the way they've been built, more towards tank and more towards kind of 2-item spikes, has changed because 2 items is where, sometimes 3 items if it extends to it, but 2 items is really where the game is won around Atakan and Baron. Whereas before, you could still defend Baron on 2-ish items, but you really won the game around Soul if you wanted to scale up to it. So that's changed quite a lot, and it means that we have seen more on-hit 2 items, Blade into Rage Blade, and less to kind of like the 3-item crit carries, which we see sometimes from... Well, Caitlyn's a little bit different because she's so lane dominant, but the stuff...
There's your stats.
Stuff like Zeri normally goes towards the 2 to 3 items really where things change quite a lot. And Smolder, of course, wants to wait until those big things come through. Yeah, that ult goes through onto Jackie. Good target for it. Doesn't have any sustain, doesn't have any shields or anything like that either. But I think a lot of the changes we have seen in Champions, which it isn't that much. A lot of it is really around fighting around Atakan, slightly earlier game-winning fight than the Soul Point.
And honestly, no one's got feats of strength yet, but let's be real, RNG are kind of happy to just play this slow. They've gotten the stacks. They know, sorry, IG did get feats of strength, they got that third objective. I do apologize. Thank you for correcting me there. I blanked on the...
Ooh, potentially big play here. Just wondering if there was going to be an ult coming through, but there was a ward over the wall, so RNG knew that one was safe. And you would have had to call through the Shy teleport.
Yeah, Lilin missed up. They auto-Q auto there. I saw that, but actually the turnaround could be pretty scary. JJ, though, with the passive available, could be pretty scary. Mega Inferno Bomb puts Mako down to very low HP, not quite executed.
Teleport from both top laners. So both top laners teleport in. The Shy walking forwards and growling menacingly at them, snarling. So leaving the side lanes, IG have really good side lane push right now, and that has meant that we talked about vision control and how important it is right now. If RNG want to go towards the bot side of the map, they need to do it as a group, they need to do it safe, because these 2 pink wards here make it very difficult, and the lane is pushing up here too. So RNG, they don't have control over the bot side of the map, makes it quite difficult for them to really contest the Zac.
Again, you could be soul point up in about 5 seconds for IG. RNG also just burned 4 odd ultimates there as well to get flash heal off the Braum. Couldn't get anything more, and that means they're going to start this one up. But obviously, just got spotted. Do they want to rush Atakan?
And Milky Way was just spotted resetting, so they spotted him. I think there was a vision plant or something from the Shy. This is going to be an uncontested dragon. Atakan not ready to be rushed on the other side. So IG get this one for free. It's a Hextech dragon. Cooldown reduction, attack speed. Yeah, I'll absolutely take that one. Tinyone has teleport. He can go wherever he wants, but RNG, a little bit sloppy on the map play. Caught a little bit in resets, can't really contest any of the objectives.
What did that get from Milky Way? Got him a pickaxe, which is, and a longsword. He's not quite at Sterax, which I think would have been really lovely. And in fairness, maybe they're saying, look, we'll just give this dragon up. We still want to wait to scale a little bit more.
But that's just so far behind. They can't walk into such vast areas of the map because they're afraid of JJ flying out of Fog of War and then everything coming out of it. Now they're rushing Atakan, but not before they've lost this mid lane out of turret. Rookie doesn't have teleport, but Atakan takes a chunk out of you and takes a while to die. They're not going to be able to rush this.
Tangyuan's going to take a little while to get here with a teleport out. Jachi did not enjoy that. Watch JJ, who is actually going to be very well warded. It's not the easiest angle for the Zac to get in. Xiaoshu trying to wall people off. Shy now looking for this flank. He tried to do it the other game on the Ornn. Turn.
Shy. Caught out on the side.
Gonna get solar flared. He will just get melted. The execute about to come on through. Tangyuan secures it. Now Mako and Gala got chunked up by Xiaoshu, I think, on the other side. JJ in the Zac gank spot.
You are not going to be able to take this very easily. Milky Way is still very low HP. You take a lot of damage taking out to Khan. Some poke like that does help. Gala! You can't be there.
Beautiful spot to gank from the Leona. Turnaround from Rookie is pretty good, but got stunned up going over the wall. Xiaoshu about to die. And actually, Rookie untouched doing something. Wait, hang on. Xiaoshu just heals his way right back to near full. Gonna keep on playing. JJ gonna be blocked from taking too much damage from the Ace in the hole, we back away.
Ridiculous amount of work done by JJ and Mako to keep Gala alive. If that Caitlyn hadn't been able to put in some extra auto attacks from surviving under like 100 HP, RNG absolutely would have walked away with that. So RNG managed to pull something out there. They managed to get a kill, and they managed to stop IG from kind of just running uncontested through objectives, but they can't take the Atacon. They get one kill. It's kind of it. Shows the power of their ability to take down the Renekton, but they are not able to get onto the backline carries as easily as they would have liked.
Let's have a look at the replay
So,
again. 'Cause
yeah,
it's got
big
very
so
spicy.
the flash onto the Shy doesn't cleanly connect. Yeah, the Shy is obviously still out of position. He goes a little bit too far. Where have we seen that one before? The flash doesn't achieve him that much either. Probably would have been better just to leave that one. Look at the work done to keep Gala alive at the end of this point. Gala starts stacking up his headshot, walks up, but Lele, really good play for him to be in here. This should have been the end of the fight. Bit slow on the summoners from the Gala. The Xin Zhao W misses. But JJ and Mako immediately buying up just as much time as they can for Gala, keeps him alive. If that one Xin Zhao W had been a little bit more accurate, that would have been a dead Caitlyn and potentially a one fight.
It was 34 HP. So back to the Atacon we go. We're flipping people. Here we go. 5,000 HP. Xiaoshu on the edge, looking for the Shy. Rookie also available, looking for
JJ going for the steal.
Here we go. Could come on in, drive by. Stalen by the Smolder somehow. Immediately the withdrawals coming on forwards. How much damage can they get on down to the Shy and the rest of the crew? Tang Yuan taking some orders from Rookie, who is getting some chain lightning through people. Another withdrawal through. And actually, despite getting the Atacon, they're not getting that much value. Trying to kill off Gala. The last auto doesn't come in. They lose nearly every withdrawal.
Atacon doesn't matter if you die after it's taken. One withdrawal left from Xiaoshu and the rest of the team goes down. So the objective taken by RNG, but this doesn't leave them in any better space than the other part of it. Yes, there could be some resets coming through into a Baron, but it's really, really hard to do much about that. JJ has passive. I don't think you can uncontested take this. They're trying to go for a fight off of the resets. Doesn't lead to anything, and IG walk away losing the objective. Don't think it matters that much. Yes, you do have this being started up. The Shy can teleport back in, though, and RNG, they need to win another objective fight.
They don't have that many ultimates to play with at this point. JJ's still got the ult. They're going to be taking a pretty scary position. Has no flash, to a difficult spot for the Leona.
Here comes Renekton.
Dies, and they have to
Here comes Renekton.
And here is the Renekton, gets immediately knocked away. Milky Way trying their best to get some space, gets slowed down, and Rookie on this Zeri. Firing burst fire after burst fire. J-Drag goes to the backline, gets onto Jachi, who does get over the wall briefly, but a flash forward to make sure they bounce around, jump up and jump down into a grave. Decent damage from Xiaoshu though. Oh wait, Smolder does so much work in the backline, trying to get over the wall, cannot do it anymore. IG will not lose to late game Smolder.
IG have been really saved by JJ in this game. Incredible Zac performance as a champion who used to pick out just a little bit on EDG back in the day. RNG, they have that one withdrawal from Xiaoshu. He's hit level 16, but he can't contest this. IG have really come out on top in these objective fights later on, despite the fact that we said actually the champions of the composition from RNG, we think it's good for mid to late game objective fights. That hasn't been the truth here. Rookie's been able to find the pocket on this area multiple times, especially when that pocket is being opened so wide by JJ and Mako. The Q onto the ward, into the Braum passive gives so much follow-up. The combination of JJ and Mako adding Braum passive after Braum passive, really adding threat. Once again here, CC into the Braum passive, gets propped by the double autos of Zeri with the Q right click. And the fight just continues on. You can't retreat very easily against this IG comp at all.
Q into the flash and just bounces everyone around. I half wondered with Tang Yuan and all these low health bars could maybe get some damage done. Just couldn't quite get as much done as they were hoping. Again, it's not over. This would be sole point. We go again, and RNG
Oh, they just
still
don't stop.
scary.
Well, you've got to fight around those objective fights. They do have a ward onto the Zac, but it hits the Ziggs anyway.
Tries to in the back, and Gala goes down, but the Hexal secured. They tried to fight. JJ secures the objective. How about the return of the fight, though? Could still be scary. JJ, though, just bounces again. Xiaoshu trading out. Jachi is about to fall as well. Tang Yuan is dead, and the Smolders have been snuffed. There is no fire left in the RNG furnace.
JJ's going to keep jumping at Xiaoshu. I'm sure we'll do pretty fine in the 1v1, but the Hexal makes things a little bit difficult. JJ, level 16 as a jungler, walks onto a trap, but all this matters not. The Nexus is being pushed by IG. They'll be able to finish off this series more likely than not, as Xiaoshu will not be able to return and defend the base.
It is going to be a 3-1 to Invictus Gaming, but it was hard fought. Do not let this dissuade and undercut RNG, who came here to play, could have won 2, 3 of these games, it was a close run thing, but Invictus Gaming had a little bit more in the tank, had a little bit more class and poise in the mid to late game moments. They clean up this 4th game. They will go to 2-0.
Oh, IG. IG close out the game, but they have a bit of a wobble. Losing in the game 1, very nearly losing in the game 2. Jeje, heroics in that last game. That is as good a Jetzak performance as I have ever seen. Gets all the crucial engages, incredible angles chosen in the team fights, controlling the game whenever he was able to jump into the play, comboing up with the Braum. You won't see many Jetzak games like that, and IG use that to get themselves over the finish line. Right, folks, I'm on a bit of a timer. Sam, if you're going to go stream, you guys set that up now. We probably won't stick around to see who was MVP, but thanks everyone for sticking around. We'll be, as soon as Sam is ready for us to raid over to him, we will do that. Thank you so much for joining us today, folks. I'm Nymaera. You've been joined by myself and Initialize, brother casters that cover the LPL. We've been doing this for now. This will be our 2nd year of doing it. And we get to watch really cool games of League of Legends like this. RNG turned up, they made this rivalry exciting, and it has been a rivalry which has lasted the test of time. Not the best period of form for RNG, but they still managed to turn up today to take a little bit off of IG. And I'm glad that they did. Makes it more fun, makes it more interested to be invested in both these teams. I think it's something big. Oh my god, the Big Bird and Fire Chicken. There are 2 birds which just joined. Incredible. No, thank you folks for turning up. We wouldn't do this if you guys weren't here to support us, and it makes a lot of it. If you're on YouTube as well, we'll say goodbye to you now. If you're on YouTube, hope you enjoyed it there. You'll catch this on the live VODs, and you'll be able to catch us pretty much every day with that. Unless there is something different, whether we can't commit to stream for a day because we're both busy. We will be doing every single day. I'm going to be on the LEC very shortly later today.